Daily routine. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order. Yesterday, during proceedings and at the start of estimates, while there was some discussion happening in this main chamber about the plan for the day, the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care, the Deputy Premier, brought out her phone and filmed me in the chambers while proceedings were underway. I was alerted to this by someone watching Ledge TV, and so that action is recorded. And so I would ask for an apology from the Deputy Premier, and I would ask that that video be removed from her phone.
I'm going to ask if the, okay, so would the honourable member for Eastern Passage please, oh, yeah? You gotta stand. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for that point of order. Madam Speaker, I did do that. And although that is not the policy of the House, when the member crossed the aisle in such an aggressive way, I was concerned, and I did do that, and it is deleted from my phone. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify that actually it's a rule of the House, and that, yesterday's proceedings were quite hectic, and I appreciate the descriptive word of impressive, but I would also say that, we should be deferring to chair or speaker to maintain order in the House, and so if the member had a concern, they should have alerted somebody like that or even the Sergeant at Arms. And so I did not hear an apology. I request an apology.
I recognize the honourable member of Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so the next time I will alert the Sergeant at Arms, but I do apologize for the action.
Consider the matter settled. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the honourable member for Lanou Affairs. Okay.
Or Status of Women. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas human trafficking and sexual exploitation have a devastating impact not only on victims but their families and communities as well. Whereas in Nova Scotia we are guided by the advice of experts through the Trafficking and Exploitation Services System, also known as TESS, and provide funding to organizations like YWCA's Safer Spaces program that support victims and survivors directly, And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Day, February 22nd, serves as an opportunity to raise awareness, educate, and promote resources and supports available to those experiencing or at risk of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing February 22nd as Human Trafficking Awareness Day and commit to continuing our work with community organizations to prevent this violence. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Nope. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Provide for the Development of a Charter for the Cape Breton Regional Municipality."
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Provide for the Development of a Charter for Cape Breton Regional Municipality."
Bill 28, an act to provide for the development of a charter for Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Labour Standards Code, to stimulate the economy and reduce income inequality."
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Labour Standard Code, stimulate the economy, and reduce income inequality."
Bill 29, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Labour Standards Code, to stimulate the economy and reduce income inequality.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Authorize the Windsor Curling Club to Convert to a Society under the Societies Act."
The honourable member for Hants West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Authorize the Windsor Curling Club to Convert to a Society under the Societies Act."
Bill 30, an act to authorize the Windsor Curling Club to convert to a society under the Societies Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Labour Standards Code, respecting sick leave."
You can tell it's Friday. It's awful chatty. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled "An Act to Amend Chapter 246, the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Labour Standards Code, respecting sick leave."
Bill 31, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, the Labour Standards Code, respecting sick leave.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled "An Act to Amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act, respecting emergency alerts."
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act, respecting emergency alerts.
Bill 32, an act to amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act, respecting emergency alerts.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1992, the Emergency 911 Act. Thanks.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1992, the Emergency 911 Act.
Bill 33, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1992, the Emergency 911 Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motions. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, the Four Nations Face-Off tournament ended in thrilling style last night with Team Canada's overtime win versus the United States. What makes it even more special is that Cole Harbour's Nathan McKinnon was named tournament MVP. McKinnon scored a tournament-leading 4 goals in 4 games, including the opening goal last night to capture the title. McKinnon wasn't the only Nova Scotian or Cole Harbour kid suited up for the Four Nations face-off. Sidney Crosby and Brad Marchand were also valuable members of the team, with Sidney Crosby serving as team captain. It was an exciting round robin, with Team Canada defeating Sweden in their first game before a loss to the U.S. team. They reached the finals after a 5-3 win over Finland. In the final, played in Boston, was a chance for Team Canada to avenge their earlier loss. This time with a much different result. Their overtime victory kept Canadians riveted in their seats until late in the night. Congratulations to Team Canada, with a special thank you to Nathan McKinnon, Sidney Crosby, and Brad Marchand for securing the title.
You gotta love it, a room full of proud leaders and proud Canadians and Nova Scotians. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Joining us in the gallery today, and I'll ask them to give a wave or stand up as I say their name, is Janet Burns, Susanna Burns, and Brandon Coyne. And they're here to listen to my member statement about their dear one.
Welcome to the host of the people. We hope you enjoy your time and the member statement. I recognize the honourable member of Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honour the passing of a longtime resident of Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, Stephen Burns. Stephen was a philosopher, a vocalist, and an adventurer. He was a professor at Dalhousie since 1969 and taught courses on the philosophy of art, Marxist theory, Plato, Wagner, and others. Over time, he was the department chair and graduate coordinator. He supported several scholarly organizations and published over 90 articles. He and his partner Janet met in 1970, and they started singing together and didn't stop. A runner in his youth, Stephen remained a jogger, but was also proud of having taken up downhill skiing in his 40s and ice hockey in his 60s. He was a dedicated Nova Scotia NDP supporter and organizer. Madam Speaker, I invite all members to honor the passing of Stephen Burns.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to rise to my feet too and echo the words of my colleague from the PC caucus about the great win last night for Canada. And there's lots of great memories we all have of Canada winning gold in various tournaments and in various games. But this one meant a little bit more, especially considering that over the last number of weeks, Canadians have continuously heard their sovereignty questioned. how proud we are as a country, how proud we are as a people, and time again, our great game has united us, and that was no different last night. So I rise in my place to recognize not only Team Canada for winning the game and making us all proud, but also to remember that when the game was over, those two teams shook hands. And the United States is still our neighbors. Let's not let one man divide us.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Halifax Atlantic.
I wish. Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment to wish maybe the tallest MLA to ever grace this building, a farmer, a hard-working individual, a happy 63rd birthday. And I can't sing, so I'm wondering if the member for Needham and the member for... We're not allowed to.
We can sing happy birthday with unanimous consent. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. And I'm sure everyone here agrees with me that we wish you many more. I recognize the honourable member of Preston.
Before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the gallery, I'm pleased to welcome Glenn and Carrie Lynn Johnston, the owners of Johnston & Johnston Commercial Cleaning. And by the way, in the past, they have cleaned this province house. Glenn and Carrie Lynn, please stand and receive the warm welcome from the members of the legislature.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Glenn and Carrie Lynn Johnston, proud owners of Johnston & Johnston Commercial Cleaning. Glenn and Carrie Lynn take pride in the work they do, and they are driven by a commitment to customer satisfaction and excellence. With more than 20 years of experience, they built a business focused on hard work, dedication, and providing top quality cleaning services. They also strive to offer eco-friendly solutions, from green cleaning and extractions to specialized services like construction and boat cleaning. Their focus is on exceeding the expectations of both businesses and homeowners in HRM. Before providing exceptional service, they are passionate about cleaning opportunities for people of color and contributing to the growth and well-being of our community. I ask all members of the legislature to please join me to recognize Glenn and Carrie Lynn Johnson and congratulate them on being in business for 20 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the gallery opposite, Madam Speaker, is the president of NSGEU Local 1, and one of the largest locals, and in my house, I call her Mom. She's the one who raised me, and I have the absolute privilege to have her here today.
Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Tom Miller Human Rights Award honors individuals who have made a meaningful impact in their communities by promoting, supporting, initiating, or advancing human rights. This year, Kendrick Douglas has been named the recipient of this esteemed award, recognizing his unwavering dedication to human rights, advocacy, and a passionate champion for equity and justice. Kendrick is a distinguished community leader, legal professional, advocate committed to advancing human rights and creating opportunities for marginalized individuals. Kendrick's dedication is rooted in legacy of resilience and trailblazing leadership. He is the son of Clotilda Douglas Yakmachuk, who made history as the first African-Canadian graduate of the Nova Scotia Hospital of Nova Scotia in nursing. Kendrick comes from a legacy of breaking barriers. However, his accomplishments stand proudly on their own. This award holds special significance as he shares it with his late mother. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction before I read my member's statement.
Please do.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the East Gallery today is a longtime personal friend, Sackville resident Gary Clark, and with him today is his furry friend Jersey, who both got up bright and early to come in here today. I'd ask all the members of the House to make them feel welcome here today.
Thank you for coming. We hope you enjoy your time, and your furry friend is absolutely adorable. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 17 years ago today, on Thursday, February the 21st, 2008, Nova Scotians witnessed a total lunar eclipse, which started about 12:30 a.m. in the morning. Although eclipses are not that rare, that particular eclipse is one that I'll always remember. At 12:45, my former wife and I left the house to drive to the IWK hospital for the birth of our second daughter, Maria Elizabeth Johns. Speaker, I want to take an opportunity to wish Maria a very happy 17th birthday today. Tell her I love her very much and hope she has a wonderful day. Happy birthday, sunshine, and thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Whatever our divisions and differences may be in this House, two things I know we can stand united about are our support for our country in the face of the callous threats to our national sovereignty, and for the athletes who represent Canada in an international competition. Last night, Team Canada struck a mighty blow to the designs of the former host of The Apprentice when it defeated the U.S. national hockey team 3-2 in overtime to claim the Four Nations Cup. Speaker, Nova Scotia has particular reason to be proud of this achievement. Two colleagues have already recognized three Nova Scotians who competed in the championship game, Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon of Cole Harbour and Brad Marchand of Tantallon. But Speaker, I draw attention to the House that Nova Scotia was represented by a fourth Nova Scotian on the ice. We have cause to celebrate the work done by linesman Gord Dwyer, born and raised in Lower Sackville, who got his start as an official with the Sackville Minor Hockey Association. Last night, Gord helped make this game possible at the highest level of competition on the world. Speaker, this isn't the first time that international hockey has meant much more than a win in the record books. I invite all members of the House to rise and applaud the leadership of these Nova Scotians and their symbolic opposition to threats to our national sovereignty.
So just to make it clear, we started off with one of the member statements going a little over, and some of them just keep on going over, which is fine. It's Friday. Let's all be patriotic, and but let's not creep too far past. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize and celebrate the extraordinary efforts of Josie Downey. 5 years ago, at the age of 13, Josie had an idea to create care bags for members of the first tent encampment at the Peace and Friendship Park downtown when the camp was being dismantled. For the past 5 years, this remarkable young lady has devoted herself to collecting items and creating care bags for the less fortunate in our community. Each year, as the festive season approaches, Josie has been reaching out to local businesses for donations. With unwavering dedication, she has managed to gather enough items to prepare and distribute over 200 care bags. These bags, filled with essential items and a touch of holiday cheer, are delivered to those in need around Christmas. Josie has been recognized for her outstanding contributions. In her senior year at high school, she was honored with the prestigious Unsung Hero Award. This accolade was a testament to her behind-the-scenes work and her steadfast commitment to serving the community. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in acknowledging Josie for her dedication and applaud her ongoing contributions to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So just for new members, we rotate. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the incredible revival of Cape Smoky Ski Club in Ingonish. After years without the club, Cape Smoky is back in action. With the guidance of the racing coach, Trina Doucette, the club is growing from just a handful of young athletes in 2021 to 24 enthusiastic skiers this season. A special congratulations to Trevor Williams, who was named Volunteer of the Year at the Ski Nova Scotia AGM last fall. His leadership, along with his commitment of newly trained race officials and coaches, is ensuring a bright future for the club. Cape Smoky is also hosting a successful end-of-the-season camp in 2024 and preparing for the first annual Nadine Arsenal Memorial Race this March. Thank you for the support from the Mary Barker Foundation. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in applauding Cape Smoky in wishing its young athletes continued success on the slope. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the Armview Restaurant and Lounge for being a staple in Halifax-Chebucto riding and a Gallagher family favorite. The Armview Restaurant is one of Halifax's oldest eating establishment and has been committed to the community of Halifax since 1951. The Armview took home the 2024 bronze medal for Best Breakfast in Halifax The Coast Wards, and tribute to their dedication to persevering the classics while delivering a contemporary twist. And while the original beach view from the outdoor patio no longer exists, comfort can still be found in this cozy diner. For their commitment to serving the community and their perseverance as a timeless local favorite, I congratulate the Armview Restaurant on their evolution and their continued success. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I always have the chance to recognize the girls when I'm in here. It's an honor to do it. I do want to rise on my feet just because my 10-year-old just finished 1 year straight of Duolingo learning German, and we'll celebrate. Now she's moved on to music, but it's always great to get up and recognize the girls, and I'm pretty proud of her. She, Madam Speaker, to see her every day, make sure that she does that so she doesn't lose her streak. She's beyond the year now, but she'll love this member statement when I get home. So I just want to congratulate my daughter Emily on being so committed to learning new languages around the world.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the grand opening of the Kearney Lake location of Serafina's Music and Art School this month. Serafina Kim is both an entrepreneur and educator, offering a wide array of lessons and programs to young people in Bedford South. I am sure that as her business continues to grow in their new location, she will be able to help many talented young Nova Scotians to develop their skills and foster a lifelong love of music and visual arts. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of this House to help me in congratulating Serafina Kim and wishing her and her students all the success in their educational journeys. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This time it'll be right. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the amazing volunteers and community members that came out in droves to support me during my election campaign. My campaign office every day was busy, vibrant, filled with laughter and love, along with hard work by many members of my community and my friends. I would like to personally thank my family, my friends, my neighbors, my EDA members, and visitors who just wanted to chat or pop in. And especially my manager, Michael McDonald, and Aisha Hum and Arrow for their belief in me and the work that I do. Madam Speaker, the win at Halifax Needham was not mine alone. The support I received from all these folks keeps me going, and I am humbled and honored to be in this seat for a second term. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like all members to help me thank all the folks mentioned above, and I wouldn't be here representing all of you without your support, so thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Megan Organ, who resides in Timberley and is a grade 12 student at Halifax West High School. At just 17 years old, Megan has already demonstrated a commendable passion for civic engagement and a profound dedication to her community. Megan's enthusiasm for politics and her active participation in the recent provincial election stands as an inspiring example of youth involvement in our democratic process. Her efforts have not only provided her with invaluable experience, but have also served to motivate her peers to take an active interest in politics. As Megan prepares to embark on her university journey, aspiring to study international relations or political science, her story reminds us of the critical importance of fostering youth engagement in civic activities. It is through the involvement of young people like Megan that we can ensure a vibrant future for our society. Megan represents the future of our community and our country. Let us celebrate her achievements and continue to encourage our youth to participate in the democratic process, for they are the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Daryl Steele of Scotts Bay, who received the Melvin Jones Award from the Lions Club International in December of 2024. The Melvin Jones Fellow is the most prestigious and highest award offered by the International Lions Club. Daryl is a longtime member of the Canning Lions Club and past King Lion. His many years of service to Canning Lions Club exemplifies the motto, "We care, we serve, we accomplish." I ask all members of this legislature to join me in thanking Daryl Steele for his community service and congratulating him for receiving this prestigious award. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, at the beginning of this year, Alphonse Lafrenz, a long-standing member of the Dartmouth North community, celebrated 40 years serving as a licensed lay minister. For the past 26 years, Alphonse has applied this trade at the Holy Trinity Emmanuel Anglican Church in the heart of North Dartmouth. Alphonse is responsible for welcoming churchgoers every week and leading them in song. He has also been a huge part of creating the warm, caring community atmosphere at Trinity Emmanuel. Trinity Emmanuel commemorated this milestone at a service in January with Alphonse's all-time favorite cake, vanilla with sprinkles, a classic. Upon receiving the cake, he immediately declared he would share it with everyone, a testament to the kindness and generosity he has shown the people of Dartmouth North for over a quarter century. I ask that this House join me in congratulating Alphonse on this milestone and thank him specifically for his service to Holy Trinity Emmanuel Anglican Church and the community of Dartmouth North.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Marilyn Neely of Pleasantville, who is a member of the Bridgewater Curling Club. Marilyn was one of 22 Canadian women curlers selected from across the country to participate in the 2024 Curling Friendship Tour held in Scotland last fall. She was the sole representative of our beautiful province. The Curling Friendship Tour, established in 1955, aims to strengthen the bonds between two great curling nations of Canada and Scotland. Team Canada competed in 18 games over 21 days and was declared the overall tour winner, bringing home the Muriel Phage Trophy in memory of a well-known Nova Scotian curler. Curling is a sport that showcases skill and strategy, but also fosters friendship and camaraderie. During the tour, Marilyn had the opportunity to experience Scotland's rich history and vibrant culture, and she says the outstanding Scottish hospitality was a highlight of the tour. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Marilyn for this exceptional achievement and for representing Nova Scotia with pride and dedication to the sport she loves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in congratulations to Shakespeare by the Sea Halifax on their summer 2024 productions of Alice in Wonderland the Musical and Twelfth Night. These enchanting performances were, as always, a vibrant addition to Halifax's art scene. We are grateful that Shakespeare by the Sea continues to inspire creativity, promote social cohesion, and contribute to the economic and artistic vitality of our city. They've long been a cornerstone of our community, bringing the magic of theater to audiences young and old. Their commitment to accessible, high-quality performances enriches our cultural landscape. We are fortunate to have such a dedicated theater company in Halifax, one that consistently delivers captivating performances in stunning outdoor settings. Madam Speaker, congratulations to Shakespeare by the Sea for their summer 2024 season, and we look forward to summer 2025.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Lunenburg County Lutherans in forging a new path for rural ministries. Last weekend, 10 churches joined together to welcome 2 new shared regional pastors, Reverend Victoria Featherston and Reverend Annette Smith, in a joy-filled service at historic Zion Evangelical in Lunenburg. Bishop Carla Blackley told worshippers she believes this model will inspire congregations across the country. My congratulations to the leadership of All Saints Newcomville, Grace First South, Mount Calvary Upper Northfield, Mount Olivet Upper LaHave, St. Andrews West Northfield, St. James Branch LaHave, St. John's Mahone Bay, St. Luke's Rhodes Corner, St. Paul's Bridgewater, and Zion Evangelical in Lunenburg. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize an unsung hero, a person who sacrifices himself for the good of others without recognition, Francis Reed. The New Waterford Rotary honored Francis Reed for his many years of service, volunteering, and countless hours helping out whenever, wherever he could, both at home and away. Francis began volunteering in 1975 at Loaves and Fishes, and from there began his many years of service. Francis has been involved in the New Waterford Fish and Game Derby, numerous basketball tournaments, including Coal Bowl, the Vincie Ryan tournament for over 20 years, security for the New Waterford Coal Bowl, as I mentioned, New Waterford Coal Dust Days, and the school breakfast program, where he truly shined. It is at the school where Francis's love for children shone through and has become a beloved member of the Greenfield family. We as a community are very fortunate to have people like Francis.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Eastern Passage Pirates baseball team on their gold medal win in the under-13 Tier 2 division. They proudly won each of their last 4 games for the championship. Coach Bruce Johnson led the team, consisting of Akira Robb, Cohen Elliott, Caleb Maladak, Evan Gray, Braden McNeil, Keely McDonald, Parker Judge, Bennett Ngasa, Kendra Valley, Seneca Day, Chloe Judge, and Noah Humphreys all the way through the championships. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication and team camaraderie to have successful outcomes like these Pirates have. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating the Pirates coaches and players for building such a strong team and on their divisional gold medal win. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Communities can offer their residents few services more important than safe and diverse places to congregate. No matter the form they take, these spaces are the beating heart of connected neighborhoods, towns, and cities. It's my pleasure to recognize a newcomer to Sackville, which provides this very service, the Pink Piano Cafe, which is celebrating its first year of operation. Through its young tenure in Sackville has been short, the Pink Piano has made a notable mark on the community by creating a safe and colorful space for everyone. Events at the cafe include everything from crafting, song circles, to drag queen bingo. Speaker, it's my sincere wish that the Pink Piano and others like it continue to brighten our community for years to come. I invite all those present to join me in congratulating the Pink Piano on its one-year anniversary.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Elvira Ross, the owner of Ebony Hair Salon, a local business located in Dartmouth East. Elvira celebrated 21 years of business with Ebony Hair Salon, a full-service salon and barbershop. They have 2 barbers and stylists, including Kelly Simmons, who has been with the Ebony Hair Salon for 19 of those years. After more than 2 decades, you can imagine they have many loyal customers, but now they also have the adult children of those customers who are going to the salon as well. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members join me to congratulate Elvira Ross on this incredible achievement and wish her all the best in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker. Thank Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to thank all of the bus drivers on our roads today and every day, whether it is public transit or the school buses. With our wild weather, the roads lately haven't been the greatest. And I just want to say thank you for taking the care to make sure our passengers arrive safely to their destination, especially my kiddos. All of my children take transit to and from school every day. 3 go on public transit to 2 different schools, and 2 children get the school bus to and from school each day. As a parent, I worry daily about a lot of things for my young black children in this world that we live in, but I'm so glad that their travel is a safe one. All thanks to our bus drivers. I'd like all members to join me in thanking our bus drivers across this province and our communities and on our workday for all the work that they do, continuing to keep all of us passengers safe, especially our children.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to applaud the volunteers of Birdline Community Garden in Clayton Park West. The concept of a community garden came from the desire to provide a place to allow residents of all abilities to build friendships as well as promote health and relaxation. It also creates an opportunity to have a hands-on means of action on global climate issues in relation to access to fresh and nutritious food. To raise funds for Birdline Community Garden, rain barrels are being sold, which include a leaf and a mosquito filter basket, an overflow adapter, a faucet, and an overflow hose. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in applauding the volunteers for their effort in bringing the community garden together with this initiative. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everyone.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the North Dartmouth Echo on 20 years of publication. Born from a vision to spread good news throughout the community of Dartmouth North, the Echo has demonstrated a longevity and resiliency that is representative of the community it serves. The Echo is nearly an entirely volunteer-led endeavor. Even before it hits the stands, it brings community members together as a team of photographers, writers, editors, and even advertisement reps. The Echo publishes 5 times a year, over the course of which 3,000 copies are delivered to schools, churches, businesses, and community locations throughout the community. My office is incredibly proud to be included in that list. With its commitment to highlighting local perspectives and sharing resources, the Dartmouth Echo is an integral part of the connective tissue of our community. I ask the House to join me in congratulating the North Dartmouth Echo on this 20-year milestone.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in recognition of Byron Baker, a longtime Tory volunteer who was instrumental in the success of my recent campaign. Byron has spent a lifetime as an active volunteer of the Nova Scotia PC Party, and even now, into his golden years, he was absolutely key to me winning this seat. If I was to list everything Byron has done for me, we could be here all day. He started by introducing me to notable members of the community, then organized volunteers, and spent the rest of his time building and fixing signs deep into the night. Madam Speaker, I truly cannot thank Byron enough. I ask my fellow members to please join me in thanking one of the most committed, hardworking individuals I've ever had the pleasure to meet, Byron Baker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Just writing my statement. Madam Speaker, today I stand to recognize the life and energy of a dear friend of mine who passed away, John Cookie Dwyer. For those that grew up in our community, to know Cookie was to love Cookie. He was always the center of attention. He was always the energy in the party. Madam Speaker, his celebration of life may possibly have been the largest celebration of life I've ever attended in my life, with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. We shared the same birthday, so every year he would text me on my birthday and try to get me in trouble with him. And Madam Speaker, I would always tell him I have 3 kids and a wife. You go have fun, I'm good. But John was a great guy. Cookie was a great guy. He was missed by many. It was a terrible tragedy to the community. We love him, we respect him, and he will be missed.
I recognize the honourable member of Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the North Queens Community School Boys Volleyball Team on winning the School Sport Nova Scotia 2024-2025 provincial banner in their division for the second year in a row. It took the Spartans just 2 games to defeat their opponents in the gold medal round in front of their hometown crowd on December 7th. These back-to-back banners are all the more impressive because the team was formed just 4 years ago. The dedication, hard work, and commitment shown by these players is both evident and admirable. Madam Speaker, please join me in applauding the players and coaching staff of this talented and competitive Spartan volleyball team and in expressing gratitude to their incredibly supportive hometown fans, who I am one, who ensured that this provincial tournament was successful and enjoyable for all. Go Spartans, go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to wish Bedford's Elizabeth Hepburn a belated 100th birthday. Mrs. Hepburn celebrated her birthday with her family and friends in December of 2024 at the Lion's Den in Bedford, a wonderful woman and family that I know well. Rather than gifts, Mrs. Hepburn asked attendees to bring donations of non-perishables for the Lions Food Pantry. This resulted in 248 items. It was a wonderful contribution to the community. Speaker, I ask that all members join me in wishing Elizabeth Hepburn a belated happy birthday and thanking her for her thoughtful contribution to the Lions Pantry. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the life of Judith Ann Smiley, a dedicated community member who passed away peacefully on November 23rd, 2024 at Harbourview Lodge in Sheet Harbour. Judy began her career at the Bank of Nova Scotia in Sheet Harbour and later became postmaster in Port Dufferin, followed by several other admirable positions. In 1988, Judy was elected as County Councillor for District 11, which she called one of her most finest accomplishments. She later worked in Central Nova Member of Parliament Peter MacKay's satellite office in Sheet Harbour for many years. Among her numerous achievements, Judy also arranged the first Terry Fox run in Sheet Harbour in 1981. She was the first president of the Nova Scotia Caregivers Association. She was a member of the Sheet Harbour Lioness Club, the Catholic Women's League, the Canadian Cancer Society, the Gerald Hardy Memorial Society, and the list goes on. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in extending sincere condolences to Judy's family, especially her devoted husband of 64 years, Bernie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for all the snowplow operators in Nova Scotia. While I acknowledge that snow removal is their job, it is no easy task. They are out in the very worst of weather conditions while the rest of us stay safely in our homes. These provincial employees work night and day, leaving their families during these stormy conditions. Madam Speaker, sometimes snowplower operators must endure comments from folks who say they're not working quickly enough. Their job is no easy task, and I just want folks to understand that they have a pre-assigned route and they follow that very strictly. Madam Speaker, I wish to commend snowplower operators on their work and willingness to keep Nova Scotians safely on the road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize a small business in our community, Duke's Place Pub and Grill. Not only is Duke's a great place to socialize, but the food is also fantastic. Duke and Stacy go above and beyond to be involved in our community, whether it's hosting a benefit dance for someone in need or bringing the bouncy castle to an event for all children to enjoy. They can be counted on to help. Duke and Stacy are always there to help at the community Christmas party, the Halloween party, and back to school and end of year celebrations. Anything for the kids. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking Duke and Stacy for everything they do in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I happily rise today to recognize May Jennings, a 16-year-old honor student at Shelburne Regional High School. May, who is preparing to go into nursing upon graduation, still finds time to do a great job volunteering in our community. In addition to her studies, May volunteers weekly at the local nursing home, Roseway Manor. She plays piano at the Christ Church and for the Shelburne Chorus. She also supports international student events at SRHS. She's a board member and a volunteer of the Osprey Arts Center. She volunteers in the Miracle at Dock Street, Breakfast with Santa, and is a Shelburne Sea Cadet. In 2024, May brought home the gold medal for the Skills Canada National Job Search Competition in the category of employment. At 16, May truly exemplifies and set a very high standard for what it means to be a volunteer. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in thanking and congratulating May. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Lions Club of Milford as they celebrate their 50th anniversary. Since the inception in 1975, this incredible organization has been a pillar of generosity and community service in our region. Through countless initiatives and fundraisers, the Lions Club has consistently demonstrated its commitment to improving the lives of those in need. From supporting local families, youth programming, to hosting community events, their dedication and hard work has had an immeasurable impact on Milford and the surrounding areas. I'd like to thank the past and present members of the Milford Lions Club for their unwavering service and contributions to our community. Reaching this milestone is a testament to the club's enduring values and strength of its members. Please join me in congratulating the Lions Club of Milford on their 50th anniversary and wishing them continued success in future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Leo Vino, a dedicated veteran who recently celebrated his 95th birthday on January 31, 2025. Leo served our country with distinction for 22 years in the Canadian Army from 1955 to 1977, working at military bases all across our country. After his service, he chose to retire to our beautiful community in Annapolis, where he continues to be a valued and respected resident. I met Leo during the election campaign, and his girlfriend said, if you want to meet him on his birthday, he'll be at the pub in Greenwood, and sure enough, he was. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Leo Vino on his milestone birthday and thanking him for his years of service and commitment to our country. Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, John McCarthy is a dedicated boxing coach at Ring 73 Boxing Club in Glace Bay, as well as a valued teacher at Glace Bay High School. He's a pillar of strength and inspiration in our community. A boxer since the age of 15, John has traveled the world through the boxing sport and bringing a wealth of experience and passion back to our hometown. His commitment to keeping Ring 73 active over the years, despite countless challenges, is a testament to his love for the sport and for the kids he coaches. John's tireless dedication to his students, both in the ring and in the classroom, are admirable. He not only teaches them the art of boxing, but also instills the values of discipline, resiliency, and hard work. Our community is incredibly fortunate to have someone like John McCarthy, whose impact on the lives of young people he coaches brings, whose young people goes far beyond the boxing club. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to highlight an Antigonish business, Teddy & Sons, owned and operated by the DeCoste family. Caitlin and Graham are proud parents to Paxton, Bodie, Riggs, and Teddy. Tragically, Teddy died before her second birthday due to a rare heart condition. Before Teddy passed away, Caitlin was running Little Boho Apparel and had plans for a retail space. Her plans for her business changed as she navigated through grief and focused on art to help her heal. Teddy & Sons is an artisan market where local products are available to purchase, but also where you can go to create your own projects at their art bar. Caitlin says whether you are creating to heal celebrate, or just be happy, we have the supplies and the space for you to do that. I ask all members of this House to recognize the DeCoste family and encourage everyone to stop by when you're in Antigonish. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Square Roots Food Security Program in Guysborough. This group of volunteers, led by Community Manager Rhonda Pecure, started their group in December by holding bi-weekly produce markets. These markets offer fruit and vegetables that otherwise would have been wasted at the low cost of $1 or less per pound. The mandate of this group, that has several branches across the province, is to partner with local farmers to bring fresh produce to their community at affordable prices. They're supporting local, eating fresh, and helping close the food insecurity gap. Square Roots was developed and is run by the students from Enactus St. Mary's and is supported by the province of Nova Scotia. Mid-January, Square Roots Guysborough sold 1,727 pounds of produce, making it the largest order of all 13 locations in the province. On December 21st, they distributed 230 free bags of fruit and vegetables in the Guysborough community, a much-needed gift for many families just before the holidays. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate Rhonda Pecure and her Square Roots volunteers for their commitment to this important program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since 1985, the family-owned business of Cummos Farm Market in Meteghan has been offering a variety of fresh fruit, vegetables, and their homemade baked goods and breads. Earlier this year, they started working on an expansion to keep up with demand. Cummos Farm Market is a great example of a local, family-owned business in our area. This multi-generational, family-owned business is a testament to our Acadian values and dedicated work ethic. They've built a reputation for quality goods and friendly service. I ask all members to join me in acknowledging and applauding the owners and staff of Clare's own Cummos Farm Market for their recent expansion and continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize an extraordinary community volunteer, Barb Lyle, whose decades of selfless service have profoundly impacted the lives of many in Kings West and beyond. Barb has dedicated her life to serving others. From her early years teaching figure skating to her long-standing involvement with the Lions Club, Barb has exemplified the true spirit of volunteerism. Since joining the Kingston Lions in 1995, she has remained a tireless advocate for numerous community initiatives, including fundraising for diabetes research, organizing youth programs, organizing food hampers for the Christmas mummies and daddies, and supporting local events like the Port George Country Jamboree and Kingston Steer Barbecue. Her leadership has extended to serving as village commissioner in Kingston. Recreational initiatives were brought forward for both children and seniors. Barb's unwavering dedication has been recognized for numerous awards, including Volunteer of the Year in Kingston and the prestigious Melvin Jones Fellowship for Humanitarian Service in the Kingston Lions Club. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in expressing our deepest gratitude to my friend Barb Lyle. Thank you, Barb, for everything you do for our community.
Order. Order. The time is now 10 o'clock. We will finish at 10:50. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. Nope. Oh. My apologies. It is Friday. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General has unearthed missing contracts, raised the alarm about violence in Nova Scotia schools, brought to light the backroom deals and millions of dollars wasted on the Hogan Court boondoggle, and flagged the need for better cybersecurity to protect the health data of Nova Scotians. And yesterday, she was clear. She cannot do her job if this government has the power to fire her. So I want to ask the Premier, will this government back off on their ludicrous proposal to change the rules for the Auditor General?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that we have received 24 consecutive clean audits from the Auditor General. The Auditor General herself said that of over 200 recommendations in the last couple of years, our government, our senior civil staff, our departments have worked very diligently to meet all those requirements. We respect the work of the Auditor General.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with her first supplementary.
She has made it clear, if you respect her work, then this government will pull back this bill.
Order, wait a second. You can start over the clock, never finished from, so I just want to make sure that you have your full 45. Okay, I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Instead of attaching people to primary care, protecting renters, building homes that people can afford, this Premier has decided that his top priority is hiding information and keeping Nova Scotians in the dark about what their government is doing. Silencing dissent and reducing access to information hurts our democracy. Over the past number of days, my colleagues and I have been inundated with messages from Nova Scotians from one end of this province to the other who are deeply troubled.
Hiding is an unparliamentary word. I ask that you rephrase that. I recognize the Honourable Member of Dartmouth South.
I've made my point. Over the past
I have asked you to rephrase it. It was an unparliamentary word. Let's all get along here. It's Friday. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
By firing the Auditor General, by having the capacity to fire the Auditor General without cause, there is information Nova Scotians will not have access to that they should. Will the Premier admit he's made a mistake and leave the Auditor General's office alone?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, our government's priority is meeting the needs of Nova Scotia in this budget in numerous ways, including ramping up and increasing the school food lunch program. And I hope the Leader of the Opposition will support the budget for the fact of the school lunch program increase alone. I hope the Leader of the Opposition will support our historic tax relief to Nova Scotians. I hope the Leader of the Opposition will speak to her colleagues in Ottawa on the carbon tax, which will make life very unaffordable for Nova Scotians. On April 1st, when gasoline goes up by 20 cents plus a litre.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with her final supplementary.
You know they're grasping, Madam Speaker, when the answer to why we have only focused on increasing the secrecy and lack of accountability of this government is the Ottawa carbon tax. That's yesterday's news. Nova Scotians deserve to know how their money is being spent and if the government's policies are effective. The AG must be able to do her work without fear of retribution, and no government should be able to block, bury, or hide reports that make them look bad. That is what is about to happen, Madam Speaker. It is not too late for this government to acknowledge that they have overreached and made a mistake. I will ask again.
Hide is unparliamentary language as well. That's fine. I asked you to rephrase it with 3 seconds left on the clock. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Will they stop burying the work? Will the Premier change his mind?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I just want to assure all Nova Scotians that we respect the work of the Auditor General. In fact, when we're talking about this year's budget, we've increased this year's budget by almost 8% to the Auditor General, to allow her to continue to do her important function in our province, to allow her staff to have the money they need. And in fact, we asked the Auditor General ourselves to do audits on specific subjects recently as well. So we certainly respect the Auditor General. We're not hiding anything. This is all transparent.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the most important transportation routes in the province is the Prospect Road for our tourism industry and for industrial activity in HRM and my constituents, of course. A multi-departmental report I pushed for and the previous minister supported is ongoing, with Public Works being the lead. And CBCL, who conducted the review, said that they would be releasing the final version shortly at the end of January. I'll table that. Public Works Traffic Authority said they'd be making the final decision on making it public around mid-February. I would like to ask the Minister of Public Works for some assurance that if it is recommended in this study that substantial investments take place, that he will support it being added to the province's 5-year capital plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for the question. And we definitely recognize that this area has seen substantial growth, future projects, substantial congestion, and that's why the traffic study was commissioned, and public support for that study as well. And the study is expected to be received in the next month or so. So we'll have more to say at that point.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And over the last number of years, there has been some short-term enhancements to intersections, but with more growth, the member mentions, we're at a juncture where we need more short-term investment right away, and also a long-term capital plan to link communities for safety reasons, for the numerous times that the road shuts down, for fires, for motor vehicle accidents. I've referenced a new development also that is proposed for multiple thousand units, the size of a whole constituency, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, will he commit to ensuring significant upgrades take place based on the expert opinion available before any new development is permitted, whether that is commercial, industrial, or residential? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the idea of the study will provide that information for us. We'll review that study, and we'll work certainly with the member and the community group probe as we go forward in that area. Thank you so much.
Order. Unless you two flipped a coin this morning and you changed leaders, you only get 2 questions. Yep, that's fair. Not making up the rules here. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are worried about the Trump tariffs and the threat of what they may bring. Thousands of people in this province are unattached to primary care, and emergency services are often closed to those who need them. Young people are leaving our province because owning a home of their own feels impossible. Does the Premier believe that the best way to tackle the challenges facing Nova Scotians is to campaign with other Conservative premiers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Speaker, I do want to recognize the issue of the tariffs, and this is a major concern to us. That's why we've built a $200 million contingency fund in the tariffs. The Premier is in Washington right now working on the tariff issue, and I want to express my appreciation for how hard the Premier has worked on that issue, and the appreciation, I think, of all Nova Scotians for our quick response when the tariff issue arose. We thank the Premier for that. We know he's working very hard on that subject.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're simply trying to understand this government's priorities. First, we learned of their plan to remove bans on uranium mining and fracking with no warning and no consultation. Earlier this week, there was a rally where survivors and the loved ones of murdered women demanded real action on intimate partner violence in the wake of a number of deaths. Yesterday, there was a press conference from the Auditor General who expressed grave concerns about the independence of her office. Why is this government more interested in listening to other Conservative premiers than the Nova Scotians who elected them?
So before I recognize the Honourable Minister, I just want to do a warning to everybody asking, answering. Can we talk about the subject more generally, but not directly on the bill? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, again, I think this question was originally about the tariffs. What I want to say is that all Nova Scotians, all premiers across Canada realize that we need to do more to encourage trade with ourselves between our own provinces. The Premier made an announcement on interprovincial trade barriers, which there will be more to say about in the coming days, but I can't tell you how important that is. I can't tell you how the history of our continent is north-south trade. We have to focus on east-west trade with ourselves. Even if every Nova Scotian just spends a little bit more money on Canadian-made products, it will make a massive difference to our own economy, and I would encourage every Nova Scotian to buy Nova Scotia loyal, to buy Canadian, and we thank the Premier for his work on this important subject.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health. This government purchased an incomplete hotel at Hogan Court on the premise that it was ready to be a health facility. Turns out a hotel is not a hospital, as several architects had suggested. And stuck with millions of renovation cost overruns, the government announced last year they would sell the building to Shanix. Then from
Order. There's a member eating in the chambers. I asked that they not eat. They're not allowed to eat in the chambers. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Needham. Halifax-Armdale.
Okay. Then money allocated from housing, this government let Shanix the money in order to purchase the building. Not sure what the interest rate, but it doesn't really matter. Today, we learned that not only will they be able to charge back the mortgage costs, essentially giving a private for-profit building free. They stand to make over $11 billion over the life of this contract. How can the government possibly justify this gross misuse?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly West Bedford has been an incredible opportunity for Nova Scotia to create a new environment where people who need restorative care can actually be reconditioned and transferred home. As I've said, the value in this project is yet to be realized. In 10 weeks, since December 10th, whatever that is, since it's open, that it has saved 2,166 bed days. 80.6% of the individuals that have been transferred to that facility have actually gone home to community in order to live the remainder of their time. It is a first in Atlantic Canada. We are very proud of what's happening. The value not only to the people.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Halifax-Armdale.
My supplemental is simple, including the purchase price, the easement cost for access to the building, the renovation costs, and the cost of the sole source Shanix contract. What is the total cost for Hogan Court to taxpayers, and will this government make it public?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to continue, the value of this project is to really support not only the people who get care in that facility, but the difference that it's going to make in our emergency rooms, in our EHS response times, in our ability to perform more surgeries, in our ability to care for people with the right time, in the right place, with the right provider, is actually priceless. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, several members of the NDP caucus were honoured to attend a rally calling for an end to gender-based violence in Nova Scotia. Our team felt it was important to visibly demonstrate our unwavering support for survivors and honour the memories of those who haven't survived. Organisers and survivors have said the Premier was invited to the event, yet he was conspicuously absent. If this government is committed to ending the epidemic of gender-based violence, then why didn't the Premier or anyone from his caucus find the time to attend the event?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question on this incredibly important issue. We understand very well that gender-based violence remains a deeply entrenched issue in society, and that calls for significant investment, and it calls for, most notably, a cross-government and society-wide response. Madam Speaker, we recognize this, and we were so very pleased to see the advocates and the representatives not only at the rally, but also here in the House. And myself and other ministers had the opportunity to speak with many of those folks here in the House when they visited. But that wasn't the first time we had spoken to them, Madam Speaker, because we know that in doing this work, we have to connect with community and connect with our partners. So we have met with and engaged with them on many occasions, and we look forward to doing that work together.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, several people who attended the rally to end gender-based violence found it upsetting that a man in such a powerful position like the Premier did not show up, despite being invited. This government loves to point out how big its caucus is, yet not one of its 43 members managed to attend the rally. We appreciate that there's a lot happening behind the scenes, but it's also important for all of us to publicly show our support for ending gender-based violence. This will not be the last rally or event of this kind, so will the Premier commit to attending public events to show his support for survivors of gender-based violence?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can say unequivocally that the Premier and every single member of this caucus is highly, highly devoted to addressing this issue. Madam Speaker, we have female ministers in lead roles in key departments that address this issue, here in Justice, in status of women. We also have male ministers who are responsible in key roles such as in opportunities and social development. Madam Speaker, the idea that a man has to speak to this issue to demonstrate our collective commitment is offensive to me, quite frankly. Madam Speaker, the Premier speaks volumes in his appointment of these ministers in these roles, and we are fully committed to getting this work done.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. I'm very concerned for our nurses and for patient safety. Daily, our hospitals are over capacity. Cumberland Regional is consistently around 130% capacity. As well, the vacancy rates for registered nursing staffing is around 22%. So imagine over 30% number of patients capacity and minus 22% in registered nursing staffing. So you can imagine the situation that our frontline staff are working in. Can the minister share with us today what her and her department are doing to try and address this critical situation, both at Cumberland Regional but province-wide?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Certainly overcapacity is definitely an issue that we're experiencing in all of the hospitals, particularly the regional hospitals across the province. So at times we do have to use non-traditional spaces in order to care for patients, and we know that that's not ideal. It is a system-wide response. Certainly the member from Cumberland South and I have had the opportunity to speak about the healthcare issues in that area. He keeps me very well informed about what's happening. We are working very closely with Nova Scotia Health to address the overcapacity issues, as well as looking at the nursing workforce there. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually experienced it as a daughter. My father had a heart attack last month. He was put in a non-patient area 3 days post-MI with no code blue bell in his room, no oxygen, no suction. It was So upsetting. I hear about this from patients and from nurses and families almost every day as an MLA, but to actually experience it as a daughter, worried about my father's wellness, was quite alarming. I wanted to bring attention and ask the minister back to the issue around nurses. Why has the department stopped the bridging program for internationally trained nurses to help alleviate the nursing shortage in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
The bridging program has not been stopped.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Universities across this province were neither consulted nor warned that changes to their relationship with the Minister of Advanced Education were coming. Is the Minister of Advanced Education, with his proposed increased authority, planning to make a habit of making sweeping decisions without consulting with universities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank our universities, everybody working at the universities and the presidents, and all the youth that attend the universities for all the great work and the incredible things that they do right across this province. Madam Speaker, one of the first things I did as Minister of Advanced Education was meet with all the university presidents. And the second thing I did, to my staff's dismay, was give every single university president my personal cell number. So, Madam Speaker, myself and the university presidents have been texting, have been calling nonstop, Madam Speaker. I will continue to have open dialogue with them, and we will continue to meet with them as much as we possibly can.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Nova Scotia's universities are struggling right now, and it's not because their leaders need more direction from government. Peter Halpin of the Council of Nova Scotia University Presidents explained that the biggest issues facing universities right now are continuing and chronic underfunding, limited capital investment, and the loss of more than 2,000 international students in 2024, and what's expected to be even a greater number in 2025. I'll table that. Can the minister outline what steps this government is taking to work with universities to address these critical issues?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're going to continue to work with our universities. We're working on the MOU. We're talking with them. We want them to be sustainable in the long term. We want them to continue to be a beacon for Nova Scotia and an attraction for people all over the world to come to Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I will personally continue to work with every single president, every single official in the universities to make sure that they have long-term sustainable funding and goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, the current Auditor General has done incredible work over the last few years to hold this government to account and ensure that Nova Scotians' money is being spent responsibly. Sadly, through their professional public accounting processes, OAG reports have shown us over and over again that it's not. In the last fiscal year, almost $1.4 billion were spent outside of the budget process, 8.2% of the total budget. We are on track again to reach at least $1 billion in additional appropriations for this fiscal year. Will this government admit that their bill to limit the Auditor General's power is an attempt to punish her for highlighting irresponsible spending?
Yeah. So that was, it was pretty overtly that was a question about the bill. So that question is out of order. I can recognize you for your second question, or you could rephrase. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians want to know that their money is being spent well. And I would say that when it comes to the public purse, actually nothing is priceless. That is an irresponsible statement. We're not referring to vacations. Every dollar of the public purse that's allocated to a priority, to a good reason, is a dollar that doesn't go to another priority. And, well, I guess, unless one plans to overspend $1 billion a year outside of legislative purview without justification or many contracts. So my question is, get to my question. Can this government tell us, why won't the government admit that you want to take away the Auditor General's power because they're embarrassed that she holds them to account?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I actually think that being able to take your loved one home and have them live with you in a very functional way is actually priceless. We were elected the first time on a promise to fix health care, and every free penny we had of the taxpayers' money went to do just that. There are 840,000 more appointments in this province to get access to primary care as a result of that. There are a number of acute care beds. There are better response times. There are more ambulances. There are more staff. There is more infrastructure investment. And I'm telling you, resoundingly, Nova Scotians told us to do it again.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Service, Nova Scotia. Families across the province are struggling with the cost of home heating. The HEAT program helps families from falling behind during the cold winter months. But there's a catch. The child tax benefit is counted as income, which is pushing families in need of support over the program's income thresholds. So my question to the minister is simple. Why is this program counting the child tax benefit as income?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for this important question. And as a new minister responsible for this program, I know how important it is to Nova Scotians. I have volunteers, and I know that many members in this House probably do the same thing, Madam Speaker. I have volunteers dedicated to making sure that every constituent in Digby and Annapolis knows that these programs are available, so we know and appreciate how valuable they are. But I do appreciate the member's comment, and this is something that I will absolutely look into. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the minister's response to that. And I do have a second question, so this will add to the information that she can use when she's looking into this issue. So both the Nova Scotia Child Tax Benefit and the Canada Child Benefit are non-taxable. By the books, they are not considered to be income. They are there to help parents cover the cost of things like meals and extracurricular activities for their children, and counting these benefits as income in the HEAT fund's eligibility is implying that funds can be taken away from what would otherwise be spent on a child's development to pay for heating costs. So the question again is, why is the government forcing parents to take money away from their children to cover their heating costs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member again for this important question, and I will make a commitment to look into this. We know how important these programs are for Nova Scotians, and we made changes, Madam Speaker, as a government to increase the threshold of HARP when we know that the cost of living was very high and that Nova Scotians were feeling the pinch. Nobody should have to make that decision, Madam Speaker, of whether it's paying for childcare or paying for food or paying for rent. Everyone deserves an opportunity in this province to thrive. So we want to make sure that these programs are doing exactly that, Madam Speaker, is supporting Nova Scotians in the best possible way.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, who won 3 questions in this round. Yes.
Or 2, I'm going to have to make one up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care. Back in 2021, I was proud to stand next to my colleague as we announced a number of long-term care homes that were going to be constructed, new buildings within the CBRM. Some of them are now under construction, which is great to see, but one of them in particular that was announced was the McGillivray Guest Home in Sydney. That is in the core of Sydney, and I know that the board has been working diligently significantly over the years to see that under construction. So now we're into 2025, and it was announced by the government that there would be a delay in the project, and the explanation given at the time was that there was too much construction. My question to the minister: can she provide a new timeline for the McGilvery guest home?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. We've talked about this a number of times. I want to start out by reassuring all of the members' constituents that we are 100% committed to this nursing home in particular. And as the member would know, when you're building 50...
Order. Just stop the clock for a second. There are a couple members using cell phones for question period. I ask that they stop. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a new modern facility is going to happen in that community. Because there was only one tender that was received that was so significantly over budget, we're taking the time now to work with them, and the member would know this as well. We have a responsibility to all Nova Scotians to make sure that we're using taxpayers' money wisely, but we are absolutely committed to making sure that that nursing home gets built.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the response from the minister, and I appreciate the conversations that we both had on this. This is important for Sydney. The facility itself, the reports that came out, there are 22 different deficiencies within that building when it comes to the size of the doors and the size of the rooms and with the bathrooms, and staff is aware of that. The one thing that came up with the board ultimately is that they just want stronger communication with the department. I know the department is doing that now. So my question to the minister: can she commit to a schedule to work with the board to ensure that as construction lightens up, and ideally we get some new tenders out the door?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So absolutely, we are 100% committed to that. And as a matter of fact, the year before we won the election in 2021, we actually announced 2,500 nursing homes before you announced that nursing home. So we have 18 nursing homes under construction right now, which is fantastic. But this nursing home is a high priority for our government. Our department staff, because they're working on so many nursing homes at the same time, have regular communication with the facility, as the member knows that as well. And certainly we are as eager as they are to get this project moving forward, and we'll continue to work with them, and hopefully we'll get that project moving very quickly. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party with his final supplementary.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, through you to the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care. I do appreciate the conversation. Staff has reached out to me to talk about the McGilvery. And I know it's really kind of a timeline on when the government will look to put a new tender out for the McGilvery guest home. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, can she provide a timeline within the next 6 months of whether or not the government is going to actually look to put a new tender out for the building?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I cannot give the member an exact month, I do know that they're actively working with the facility to ensure that there will be competitive bids so that we can move the project forward very soon. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health. The latest annual accountability report in emergency departments showed that 9 emergency rooms were closed for more hours than the year before. In 2024, Eastern Memorial Hospital, Queen's General Hospital, and Digby General Hospital were each closed for approximately 4,000 hours. My question is, what does the Minister have to say about the lack of emergency room services? And do it again doesn't seem to be cutting it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we recognize that emergency care is so important, particularly in our rural hospitals across the province. As you know, we are struggling with recruitment of emergency physicians who are trained appropriately to work in those spots. So we do, through the PACE clinic and through some of the other work that's happening, we are looking specifically into markets like Australia, like South Africa, working with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, where we know that there is capacity within the workforce there, and also that the skills and qualifications really quickly match ours. So that work is ongoing. We do know that there are also some locums who cover those areas, and we're certainly grateful for that. But the work continues, and we continue to look at different markets in order to attract and train new physicians.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians deserve timely access to care, and it's disappointing that this government's been able to improve emergency room services, particularly in rural Nova Scotia. Despite this government being called to elected to fix health care, the best solution for health care seems to be scrapping an annual accountability report. Why is this government refusing to be accountable for the failure to fix emergency care, again in rural Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So an outdated report is not overly helpful in the day-to-day management of a system. It's at least 9 months old, and I know it was a very important report at the time, but I just want to draw the members' attention to the ways in which people can understand what's happening in the emergency room. Action for Health and the Progress Update Dashboard, there are a number of places you can look at the ED visits, you can look at the number of ambulance response times, wait times, and the percentage of offloads within 30 minutes. In the Action for Health dashboard, you can also look at the number of visits, where the services are interrupted. Nova Scotia website. I have about 15 data points here, places where people can go and find out how the system is functioning and where they get care. We are working very hard. The unplanned closures is the issue that we're struggling the most with.
Order.
And we'll continue to work.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Needham.
Madam Speaker, when this government says it is spending more and more on rent supplements, what they are really saying is that they are spending more and more on a Band-Aid solution. Rent supplements only exist because tenants cannot afford their homes. My question for the minister responsible for housing is, what is the minister doing to ensure that actual physical homes that Nova Scotians can afford are being built?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What our unprecedented investment in rent supplements acknowledges is that there is a problem, that we need to ensure that Nova Scotians can afford a place to live, Madam Speaker. The issue was on the table when we formed government. That's why we've increased our budget 7 times, Madam Speaker. We are supporting now 8,900 households. When we formed government, Madam Speaker, 3,000 households. We know that the solution to the housing crisis is more housing, Madam Speaker. We are creating the conditions to build more housing. We're 125% of our target, and we'll continue that important work.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yet, with all of that wonderful investment, the numbers continue to rise, which for me, something that would be priceless is homes that people could afford.
Hear, hear.
The demand for truly affordable homes is far outpacing the supply that this government is delivering. Like I said, across this province, there are over 1,000 people experiencing homelessness, 7,700 households on the public housing wait list, and 54,000 households in core housing need. So my question to the minister responsible for housing, why is this government failing to deliver the scale of affordable homes that our province needs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This problem that we're seeing in our province is long-standing. It did not start when we formed government. It started many, many years ago, Madam Speaker. But the fact is that we're taking action. action in writing. We have a plan, a 5-year plan, over $1 billion. I think it's $1.7 billion, Madam Speaker. We acknowledge that we need to increase supply. There's a role for private sector, Madam Speaker. There's a role for our community housing partners. We're supporting them with unprecedented investments. We, as a government, are making unprecedented investments in public housing for the first time in 30 years, Madam Speaker. 515 new units, Madam Speaker. These are generational investments in the province, and I hope the NDP can stand behind this budget, too.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that, along with the things that I just spoke about, we have the highest set rent cap in the country at 5%. Nova Scotia renters are desperate for some relief. They need rent control, set at a predictable rate that is tied to the unit. Yet, this government continues to refuse to take meaningful action on this issue. They have tons of plans, no details, no clarification. But I want to ask the Minister of Housing, what does this minister have to say to renters who are struggling to keep up with their increasing costs?
I didn't know we had one.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, there's been a couple reports tabled or presented in the last few days, and I'll table it on a future day, but they're actually confirming that our action plan is working, that our supply is increasing, that the projection for housing starts is going to continue not just this year, not just next year, but the year after that, Madam Speaker. That the vacancy rate is going to continue to increase. That housing prices are starting to stabilize. That rent prices are starting to stabilize, Madam Speaker. A rent cap is not going to fix the housing crisis in this province, Madam Speaker. Increasing supply is. Our action plan is working. We will continue to work with people that want to be problem solvers, not problem stretchers.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this government loves big words. We're going to bring it down so that we know what we're talking about here. Madam Speaker, Killam Apartments, Nova Scotia's landlord. I'm just saying, let's bring the tone down. Bring the tone down. Nova Scotia's largest landlord raised rents on average by 19.8% when tenants moved out last year. This is up from 16.4% the year before, with the prevalence of fixed-term leases. Many tenants are faced with these astronomical rent increases year after year. So can the minister tell us how young families are supposed to save up to purchase homes with this information?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, don't take my words, take Statistics Canada. From January 2024 to January 2025, housing starts across Nova Scotia increased 38%. We have supported almost 670 households in this province with the down payment assistance program, Madam Speaker. We will continue to invest in Nova Scotians. One of our campaign platforms, Madam Speaker, was to a loan program, Madam Speaker. We're evaluating that, and we'll have more to say on that to support more Nova Scotians as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Sorry. It's okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. And just in follow-up from my last question to the Minister, I have been contacted by internationally trained nurses that do have their Nova Scotia nursing license, but have been told by Nova Scotia Health that the bridging program has been stopped and it's paused right now. So I brought that to the attention of the Minister because we do have such a high vacancy rate of registered nurses here in the province. And Nova Scotia Health does have a lot of staff hired for new grads and for new hires to help support them in their workplace. So hopefully that's something the Minister can look into. I do want to draw attention to, as well, to the Minister about the increased use of non-traditional care spaces, and wondering if the Minister can address what is her plan to ensure patient safety when non-traditional care spaces are used.
Order. You ran out of time. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam. So thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the overcapacity that we're experiencing in hospitals is a genuine concern. We recognize that it's happening across the province. The ways in which we can address that overcrowding is to create spaces in community, like the long-term care beds that the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care is building, like transition to care facilities in Bedford. We know it is not ideal. We have the C3, which is a provincial resource, a care coordination centre that has saved 29,000 bed days in the system. I know when you're in a hallway, it doesn't feel like we're working hard on it, but I can assure Nova Scotians that we have shoulders to the wheel looking at every lever that we can pull in order to make sure that there is capacity in hospitals.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think this is very important for us to be talking about here in the House, because our nurses, not just at Cumberland Regional, but across the province, are demoralized. They are burnt out, and they are so discouraged, especially when they are continuously being asked to take care of patients in non-traditional care areas. And just this last week, I had several nurses contact me from Colchester and Cumberland to share with me a new document that they just received, which basically is telling them they have to receive patients in non-traditional care spaces. And I'll table this document. Madam Speaker, they are worried about their patient safety, trying to take care of patients where there's no electrical outlets, no code blue bells, no oxygen. Can the minister say, what is the plan to ensure?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we know that there is strain in the system, and we depend on those clinical teams to make sure that the appropriate patients have the acuity level is assessed when people are cared for. We depend on those clinical evaluations. We trust our clinicians wherever possible. We make sure that we can move people into community as quickly as possible. We are continuing to build. We are continuing to look at capacity options. We are looking at a redevelopment at the site in order to expand the emergency department there. There's nothing being left on the table. This should have been looked after 10, 12 years ago, but unfortunately we're in the position we're in because it has been ignored. We are doing our very best, and we will continue to work very hard.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, this government has spoken a lot in recent weeks about quote-unquote special interests, who are allegedly responsible for all of our province's economic woes. The problem is, this government won't say who exactly these special interests are. We are therefore forced to speculate that these special interests may be those who are concerned with this government's lax approach to protecting our environment. Can the minister clarify who exactly these special interests are and how exactly they are preventing this majority government from doing what they want?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
So, Madam Speaker, this government is going to move Nova Scotia forward in a very positive, responsible way. As a government, Madam Speaker, we are committed to responsible resource development, and I want to assure all Nova Scotians we have the tools at our disposal to ensure the safe, responsible development of our resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Last spring, hundreds of protesters were outside this legislature calling on the government to revive the abandoned Coastal Protection Act. These include coastal landowners, environmental organizations, families, seniors, and students. Are these the special interests? The warden for the municipality of Pictou County, who was also there, so we can't have a patchwork system when it comes to protecting our coast, and we need a uniform set of rules. Can the minister clarify if the warden is a special interest?
Order. Order, please. The time allowed for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Earlier in an answer and question period, the Minister of Finance referred to the fact that the Premier has been in Ontario and Washington, but you're not allowed to refer to people's presence or absence in the House, and so I would ask that that rule be reminded to the Minister.
I would like it to take it under advisement, because I don't know if just because the honourable member said that, it could be 3 weeks ago. It could have been 5 weeks ago, because I want to look. Yeah, well, it's more so the looks that I'm getting from your leader a couple of seconds ago. I'm taking it under advisement. Okay? I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for February 21st be not 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., but instead be 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
There has been a request to change the hours from 1 to 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into the Committee of Whole House on Supply.
So it'd be... I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierce.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Agreed. Order, please. Someone is about to speak. Let's give that honourable member the respect and try to keep it down. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is now time for one of my annual speeches into supply. And it's on one of my also annual topics, youth. Speaker, it has been well over 4 years now since the Conservative government appointed a minister responsible for youth. And I have tried to remain positive and optimistic that we would actually see what those responsibilities were. I waited every budget year to flesh out the minister's role, and I awaited for the mandate letters outlining its responsibilities. Unfortunately, this year, no ministerial letter came. 4 years later, and I think that the office responsible for youth has become like the Department of Seniors under the Liberals, out in the wilderness. Cape Breton has one of the country's highest child and family poverty rates. Food bank usage continues to be at an all-time high. The cost of living crisis has diminished the purchasing power of many families, creating more financial instabilities for families. To top it off, we are in a housing crisis. All these issues have an impact on children and youth. I have frequently met with youth organizations eager for leadership and advocacy. Speaker, it is disappointing that no mandate letter has been released outlining the goals of the minister responsible for youth. So let's imagine there was such a letter. The letter, in my imagination, would discuss the need to help the programs and organizations that foster the skills youth need to succeed. That would include core funding to youth centers and organizations, one-time grants that government pats themselves on the back for is not enough. Madam Speaker, these organizations need core funding they can rely on. It would emphasize preventative measures for youth to keep, that's what youth centers do. They provide preventative measures that keep youth out of the criminal justice system, and they break the cycle of poverty. However, to do this work, they need trained youth workers. That is why a ministerial letter And a budget should include funding for youth development programs at NSCC that would, including Cape Breton, that would train our youth workers. Because, Speaker, as you would know, we are in a trained youth worker deficit. So more training programs that would benefit many communities, such as mine and such as yours. To provide quality youth programs, they need to be able to pay people at competitive salary rates. This can only happen if the government invests more money into youth centers across the province. I recently just received, ironically, a text from such a youth organization that said they're preparing their operational budget for next year. And they go on, I'm paraphrasing here, they go on to say that that the increasing costs like minimum wage, food, utilities, and operating costs are taking a giant hit on their budget. And that core funding that they can rely on, is truly needed. And yet, we don't see that reflected. We haven't seen it reflected in years, if ever. Speaker, the government spends more money on the criminal justice system than funding after-school programs and youth centers. Imagine, Speaker, if we invested more in proactive cycle breakers such as youth after-school programs in the centers. The cost of our criminal justice system with regards to youth and adults would rapidly decrease. So imagine a budget that's brought forward, Mr. Speaker, and in it, we didn't talk about youth as if they were just cogs in a wheel for the workforce. Or cogs in the machine, I'm sorry, not the wheel, but cogs in the machine for the workforce. That didn't just emphasize that their only, what's the word for it, use in our country, in our province, is to get into the workforce. But we actually told them they can have a childhood and their teen years in centers where they learned the skills they're going to need to succeed in life. Places of safe, a place where they can feel safe. A place where they don't end up in the criminal justice system. Because one wrong move can often end somebody's ability to go on to a bright and happy future. And we could do that if we provided this kind of funding. Speaker, our young people are struggling with so many issues. Poverty, isolation, disengagement from school and community, family violence, and family and youth substance abuse and addiction. From many studies over the years, it has become well known that youth are more likely to get in trouble and become isolated and disengaged during the after-school hours. Youth centers run during after-school hours, and they play a vital role in combating many youth issues and creating positive experiences. These centers provide a safe place for youth and allow them to learn things, make friends, improve their academics, and have fun. Youth centers help youth develop essential life skills, such as teamwork, communication, and critical thinking. What we've learned from many of the studies is that better grades and test scores through the children who are involved in youth centers, because this occurs because they participate in homework programs at those youth centers. Many of those youth centers have these programs. After school, you go and you get help for whatever help you need, whether it's math or English or social studies, what have you. But it provides that other learning experience and make sure that the homework is done. The after-school programs provide safe and nurturing environments for children to learn and grow. They also give the children, again, a chance to really socialize and make strong connections that are friendships everlasting. And all in all, when these youth are together and they're learning and they're improving their academics, that also allows for the school system to see an improvement in academic performance, reduced behavioral problems, and increased graduation rates. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my community, we have the club. And it used to be the Whitney Pier Boys and Girls Club. And, you know, their director would tell me all the time, if one of my club kids act up, the school will call over and say, so-and-so has been acting up. They're working together to help these kids, keep them, you know, in check, as some would say. When the kids go out into the community, they're reminded that they represent the club, and they represent the values of the club. And they feel that, and they feel very prideful of that. That is an important connection that these youth centers create. We've also seen improvement in school attendance. So many children who are involved in youth centers actually go to school. They're not skipping classes. They're actually attending the classes they need to attend. These youth centers are also important in keeping youth safe. There was a study done that found that kids who participate in after-school programs were less likely to be involved in crime or risky behavior, and kids get a chance to be part of a community and develop positive relationships with adults. It is also a place where people can recognize if there is something going on in the family and work to improve the conditions of that family. I know many youth organizations who actually reach out when they know that a family needs support. Madam Speaker, there's so many other things. Children get to experience diverse interests, whether it's activities of organized sports, fitness, arts, hands or crafts, to STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Something I think STEAM is, I'm a big supporter of STEAM because of the art aspect. And they learn coding, Madam Speaker. I would have, these are so amazing things, and yet we don't invest properly into our youth centers. Now, Madam Speaker, with all these benefits that are connected to the programs run by youth centers, this government continues to fail to provide core funding to youth centers or organizations. Instead, it'll be another year of youth centers fundraising, writing grants, and looking for money wherever they can find it. All of these youth centers are just trying to keep the lights on, Madam Speaker. They continuously try to keep the lights on, and by doing that, they don't get to do the work they truly want to do with our youth. So, when youth centers have met with government, and I've been in their presence as they've met, the first thing they'll say is, we want core funding. We need core funding. Money for these programs, that's great, but then we have to find someone to run the program. We need core funding to help our youth, to be there for our youth. And Madam Speaker, there's a quote from the BGC Cape Breton, the club as I call it. Kids don't care what you know until they know you care.
That's right.
How are the youth of Nova Scotia supposed to know that this government cares if this government does not invest in them? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to speak for a couple of moments about the budget through the lens of post-secondary education in this province. Universities and the Nova Scotia Community College are vital economic anchors in our province. Lots of people understand or think about our universities as places of learning, of workforce development, and drivers of innovation through research. However, it's also no less true of these institutions that they are economic anchors in many communities across our province, like Antigonish, Wolfville, Pointe de l'Église, Cape Breton Regional Municipality, Port Hawkesbury, Amherst, Yarmouth, Spring Hill, Digby, Kentville, Pictou, Stellarton, Shelburne, and Truro. The same is no less true of the impact economically of these institutions in HRM, where we have many of such institutions. Some characterize government spending to support and fund post-secondary education as spending, as a cost to government. And I would say that that does a disservice both to the government and to these institutions. In my mind, cost is money spent that you never see anything for again. You know, when you buy that cup of coffee at Tim Hortons and you drink it, that money's gone. The benefit has been realized and that's over, it's expended. However, public funds in a budget that are divested to public institutions like universities and NSCC are actually investments. The money that we spend or that we deploy in universities and in the Nova Scotia Community College aren't just spent and gone. They actually generate economic revenue and spin-off activity in the communities where those institutions operate. And that spin-off activity benefits many small businesses and entrepreneurs and local business owners without whom the presence of those institutions would not be able to operate and sustain their operations. So, you know, as we look at this budget and the impact that, you know, the government's plans to spend the people's money in Nova Scotia, I think it's worth spending some time looking at the economics involved in terms of how universities make a difference for our province economically. And I want to turn our attention to some of the issues with students. Universities and the Nova Scotia Community College are able to operate because students enroll and pay tuition to be able to attend and pursue learning at these institutions. Most often, students that attend these institutions are, you know, some are able to live at home while they attend, but many have to relocate from their homes in order to be able to be close to the institutions while they'll attend class. And this reality means that students in seeking housing are 30% more likely to rent than the average Canadian. I raise the statistic because when we think about students as renters, they are unique in that many of them do not yet have the financial base to afford the rising cost of rent that working Canadians, and many working Canadians struggle at this time to afford the cost of their rent. So students are particularly vulnerable to changes in the cost of rent. And unfortunately in Nova Scotia, we know that students are struggling because of the astronomical rise in the cost of rent in Nova Scotia. We know that a lack of access to safe and affordable housing is associated with a decrease in the likelihood that students will A, enroll in a program, or B, be able to successfully complete them. And that number ranges between 8 to 12%. And that's a massive opportunity cost for Nova Scotia. If we look at the exploding cost of rent in this province, it's costing universities and colleges students who might otherwise attend and sustain their enrollment and complete their training. And that's a lot of money not being spent by students that enters the local economy and supports local business and the prosperity of our province. Nova Scotia post-secondary students are increasingly forced to trade off quality in finding housing while they attend school and instead turn to precarious living conditions. The 2023 Provincial Housing Needs Assessment showed that 9% of Nova Scotian students are unhoused at this time. Another 17% live in overcrowded housing that doesn't have enough bedrooms for the residents of the households. Half of students in Nova Scotia live in units that need repairs, and 95% of students report a lack of alternatives if they needed to move on short notice, which is an issue because students in Nova Scotia are more often than not subject to fixed-term leases. One of the pressing issues of housing in Nova Scotia is the use of fixed-term leases by landlords. The government will say, you know, we've got a 5% rent cap, but that rent cap is tied to the renter and not to the unit. So the apartment that costs $1,500 this year, at the end of that lease, there's no obligation for the landlord to continue that arrangement with the renter. And instead, what we're seeing widely is that unit, the lease is not renewed. And when a new tenant comes to rent that unit, that price is raised significantly in the matter with the stroke of a pen. So when we look at the cost of rent, it's not going up by 5% a year. It's going up by double digits per year on many, many units, particularly units in environments that students need access to. So one of the things I urge the government to consider is a change in the way that the rent cap is implemented. Instead of tying the rent cap to the unit or to the renter, we urge the government to make all haste to tie the rent cap to the unit instead. This would alleviate enormous pressure on Nova Scotia students and help make their education instantly more sustainable and more affordable. The other thing that I would point to, Speaker, that the government could do as part of this budget, not currently contained, but a change that could be made, is students oftentimes do not take or are forced to move out of on-campus housing because it is more costly than off-campus housing. The average cost of on-campus units is generally 25% more expensive than off-campus housing. And that's before students have to take on mandatory meal plans when they live in on-campus housing. While residences on campus are often full at the beginning of the fall semester, high costs often cause many of these students to vacate those residences and move off campus partway through the semester. This means that there are unused units on campus that are inaccessible to students on the basis of cost. So we want to join our voices with Students Nova Scotia for the creation of a $1,500 grant to support students who are living off campus to be able to move on campus during the semester to take advantage of on-campus housing vacancies when they occur. These are tangible things that the government could do to bring immediate, much-needed relief to students that are feeling the squeeze of rapidly escalating rents that are ultimately driving many of our students, 1 in 10, to leave programs of study, which of course, you know, I want to talk about that for a minute. The failure to act on this piece means that many students are looking at a lifelong earning potential that's compromised because the cost of post-secondary education means they simply can't afford to complete it and obtain credentials and degrees that enable them to be higher wage earners in our economy and contribute to our province in a way that generates economic prosperity. So as we look at this budget, this is one aspect that I would urge the government to take into consideration and consider amending before moving it for approval. Students in Nova Scotia matter. They are not only our future, Madam Speaker. Students in Nova Scotia are our present. Through their learning, through their participation in research, they expand our capacity, our knowledge, and our expertise. They form an important fabric that makes Nova Scotia an attractive place for business to relocate. And I would urge the government not to underestimate or sort of diminish the importance of students in their present and the economic impact and value that they have to the province. By taking these measures to support them, it enhances the prosperity of our province. And I thank the Speaker for the opportunity to share these thoughts and remarks on the budget and how it could improve our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to stand up and speak again today. My discussion is going to be about, it's a call to action, because the eyes of the world are on Nova Scotia. With the launch of the second International Decade for the People of African Descent on January 1st, 2025, the United Nations has renewed its focus on recognition, justice, and development for Black communities worldwide. As home to one of the oldest Black populations in Canada, Nova Scotia holds a unique and historic place in this global conversation. The world is watching to see how our province addresses systemic inequities and delivers meaningful action to advance justice and equity for African Nova Scotians. So, as members in this House know, I have spoken this House to a large extent about our African Nova Scotian communities, and my concern has been the same since being way before I was elected. As a mom of 7 Black children, my main priority is them, always. In everything that they do, I'm always concerned about how things will turn out, reactions, where they go. I'm always concerned about them because that's my job. And in the work that I do, I have that concern as well. And in my entire life, even up till now, I still am concerned about the trajectory in which this world is going in. I grew up fortunate to have a strong Black support system in my life. Growing up, and even today, facing racism and discrimination, it's never an easy task. As an advocate for youth and parents in the education system, many of you may not know, but I was also a part of the school board before they became disbanded, which is why I'm so passionate about young people in education. As an advocate, I have come against multiple barriers and challenges, yet never gave up on those issues the folks were facing to fight those challenges, and always spoke up about them. When I was elected, I spoke on many occasions about systemic racism and the effects of generational trauma. And as a descendant of Africville, I know all too well the effects of displacement. I have watched my mom feel affected by the system, feel defeated and not heard, and she never wanted to rock the boat. Well, I take after my dad, if you don't already know. I enjoy that. But folks from Africville, at times, have felt like no one is listening, which is why one of my first questions earlier in my time here was to the Premier about reaching out to Africville descendants and having conversations with those folks. So let us fast forward to today. Just recently, I was in Upper Hammonds Plains, and there was a discussion about water pressure and fire hydrants and safety when a fire happens or if a fire happens in that community. And when you enter Pockwalk Road, the road runs through both the predominantly white residential area and the historic African Nova Scotian community of Upper Hammonds Plains. The community hosts the Pockwalk watershed, and decades ago, the government expropriated their land to supply water to other communities throughout HRM. However, the Black community of Upper Hammonds Plains was denied access to that water, and that has happened as well in the Preston area. In 1999, the Hammonds Plains folks took legal action to fight for access for drinkable water and critical infrastructure. And guess what? They won. It was an atrocity. They fought for it, and they won. Yet last year, folks in Upper Hammonds Plains uncovered that the government had deliberately installed smaller pipes in the black section of Pockwalk Road, along with only 3 insufficient fire hydrants for the entire community. Shame. In contrast, the white section of Pockwalk Road has fire hydrants spaced every 400 to 500 feet. Worse still, the hydrants placed in the historic black community, because there are hydrants in the community, are incapable of being used to fight fires. Can you imagine that? How devastated these residents were when they found out about that. At a meeting that I went to, Halifax Water and Halifax Regional Municipality informed them that they were going to be working with all levels of government to address these concerns, upgrade the pipes, and restore proper water pressure. However, they also stated that it would take 3 years before any digging could begin. 3 years, again, for this community to be without any services, without any access. I haven't heard anybody on the government side talk about how it's a priority for our communities, all of our communities, but I'm speaking about a black community in particular. Instead, I'm hearing priorities to ram things through so that we can get out of here. This lack of urgency is unacceptable. And even though the officials claim that it's a 3-year wait, in reality, they've been waiting since 1999, when they were misled into a false sense of security. Upper Hammonds Plains is the only community that had to take legal action just to access drinkable water. The money that they secured for infrastructure in the community was secretly redirected by the Halifax Water Commission, HRM, and the Nova Scotia government. In a closed-door meeting, they decided to use those funds to provide adequate fire protection for the white residents, and at the other end of Pockwalk Road, leaving their community underserved and vulnerable. So I speak this because I was in this meeting, and I heard the plans, and I listened, and I was really actually disheartened to not see anyone from government stand up. Well, actually, I was the only one from government, and I did stand up a couple times. But I will say this, from the government side that talks about priorities and how it's important for us to move things through quickly. But yet these folks have been waiting since 1999 to actually have the access and the needs. And I know that we've all talked about, the fires that were here, and I know the member from Hammonds Plains who was here previous talked in extent about his community, talked in an enormous amount about the care of their community and how important it was for them to make sure that the people in their community were taken care of. And yet we hear of a black community in the same area, and I don't hear any mention of what's being done as a priority by this government. So, as you've heard, this is an inequity. Black communities should always be a priority for access. And I mentioned that I was an Africville descendant. And if anybody wants to do some history, learn all about it, the Black Culture Center has amazing information. The Black Loyalist Center has amazing information. And actually see how harmful and hurtful and the challenges and the barriers that folks from the African Nova Scotian community has endured and continue to endure, as you hear just now. This was just a recent meeting. Because black communities should always be our priority for access. And in this instance, water, which is a basic necessity, to this government is not a priority because they're still waiting. They're still waiting to be able to put out a fire, which actually there was a fire there the other day, and I got a photo that showed that, they couldn't put the fire out with the fire hydrants on the street because there's no pressure to be able to put that fire out. So there's a process, absolutely. Those firefighters and fire services are doing amazing jobs with what they have. But it should never be an inequity for this community and for the communities in Nova Scotia who have built this province. So we have heard from folks throughout the years about inequities and racism and discrimination, yet we see no action from government to eradicate this. And you know what? We heard from members last evening about, sometimes change is hard. Change is very, very hard, especially when the system is not designed for folks that look like me. Which is why I find it so strange that we would be sitting here talking about pieces of legislation and resolutions that have no positive impact on the African Nova Scotian communities today. None. So, you know, for me to see what we're doing in this House and why we talk and why we get up and speak these things is extremely important, not just for us, but for the work that we do for all Nova Scotians. So we can look at the justice system. I'm just going to bring that up because, you know, the long-standing street check discussions and the apologies that were being made by police services that we still face these challenges, and yet government is continually slow to respond. So we know, even though we have all of these things in place that are words, the actions of this government shows otherwise. Priorities are important. Nova Scotians deserve our undivided attention to the challenges that African Nova Scotians face daily. We have a bill on dismantling hate and racism, and yet I still hear after 3 years, it's been 4, but I say 3 years from the bill. 3 years, what has changed? I said this yesterday. What has changed? Actually, things have gotten worse, which is why it's so important for us to speak this in existence, because there is no other way possible to do that unless we speak it on the floor of this House, because clearly we don't get to talk to media the way we need to. We don't get to have these opportunities to be in the House for long periods of time and have, you know, robust conversations. So this is our opportunity right now to speak it in existence and to hear and to listen and to understand. We've been here, African Nova Scotians have been here for over 400 years, and we've been here. The extension of the decade shows that we have a lot of work to be done. And as someone in community mentioned in the community meeting that, you know, we have to stop the blatant disregard for Black lives, because the lack of these services is disrespectful. But as well, the lack of us not examining our legislation through the lens of African Nova Scotians, through the lens of our Indigenous folks, through the lens of all of the other folks that are included in our communities is actually disrespectful. So I say this is a pivotal moment. The Nova Scotia government must act decisively to address long-standing injustices and demonstrate, which means we have to do more than talk. We have to demonstrate it in our actions, in our day-to-day, in the things that we do for our communities and for the people in our communities, not just the ones that I'm just not going to say it. Not just others, not just some, all. We need to demonstrate a commitment to real change for everyone. Recognition without justice is hollow, and development without action is an empty promise. I'm going to say that again because I think this needs to be in a piece of legislation or a resolution or something. Recognition without justice is hollow, and development without action is an empty promise. This is the time to lead. Now is our time. The eyes of the world are on us right now. Let us make African Nova Scotian safety a priority. Let us make Indigenous safety a priority. Let us make all Nova Scotians a priority. Because when we do it for one, it helps everyone. And as Black folks, you know, I've said this before, we've made our home here in Nova Scotia. And as we say, we've been here. And I want to thank Ms. Cindy Kane for that, because our origin story in Nova Scotia is one of hardship and heartache. Because my ancestors were stolen from their families and their country. But we have made Nova Scotia our home. And we have built Nova Scotia. You can read in the history books about how Citadel Hill became about. You can read about how we have our Black farmers and how we have our Black landowners and how we have a number of Black amazing legacies in Nova Scotia. So it's not just for February that these are the things that are highlighted. Every single day of the year, we should be a priority as African Nova Scotians in this province to the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
Seeing no more speakers, the motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will now come to order. It is now 11:42 a.m. The committee must rise to report to the House before the hour of adjournment, which today is 5 p.m. I recognize the Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolution E13 and E31.
Estimate E13, resolved that a sum not exceeding $5,976,833,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. Estimate E31, resolved that a sum not exceeding $8,627,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of the Healthcare Professionals Recruitment pursuant to the estimate. With approximately 40 minutes left in Liberal time, I recognize the member from Timberley Prospect. Sorry, I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to take a moment to introduce Barry Burke, who's with us today. He's the Executive Director of Finance for the Department of Health. And also Dan McKenzie's back with us today, but I did want to acknowledge that Mr. Burke is here, so thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and welcome. Thank you for all you do for us. I recognize the member from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my questions will be surrounding the Bayers Lake outpatient development today, and hope to get some detailed answers on some of the questions. Of course, it's an important project for my constituency where the building footprint is, but many surrounding communities and indeed a lot of the province because of its desired location. It was an important project that I supported, and at the time it was announced, we were the only political party that supported it, but in fairness to the Minister, of course, she wasn't in the Assembly. I know the government is very supportive of that project now and has done significant work there to expand services, and there's questions around how that expansion is going, how the services looked when it opened just over a year ago, and how it's looking today. So I'll start off with maybe a general update would be helpful on the operational performance at the Bayers Lake Outpatient Center.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So some of the information is coming in as we're going to be talking with the team. So of course it's a very successful spot. I can tell you that in the 24-25, there's been around 23,000 x-rays, 6,300 ultrasounds, 1,650 MRIs. They've done almost 1,500 bone density exams, 6,000 ambulatory care visits per month are happening from that space. And so in addition to that facility is the relocatable MRI that is there, which has been very helpful as well to increase capacity, particularly in Central Zone. So of course, there's also the subjective about, I'm sure we'll get to parking, but the ease of parking, the brightness of the space. So there is a lot of positive feedback about that facility.
I recognize the member for Kimberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the opportunities that was brought up right after it opened is the ability to house primary care teams. Of course, that's of great interest to many Nova Scotians that are not attached to primary care. And the minister would recall she did write a letter, this was some time ago, to say that there would be planned 2 physicians added to the complement there. And she did clarify there was concerns that this would be simply moving an existing primary care team from a Kearney Lake clinic over and not an incremental new opportunity for taking patients off the list. But she clarified that it was anticipated there would be 1,350 new patients being attached in the process of adding those 2 family physicians to the complement. So my question, because I asked this back in September of 2024 to the main contact I had at the center, Kristen Goldsworthy, about if this indeed happened, I was then directed to a couple other people, Colton McDonnell. He then directed me to somebody that was, I think, in charge of the Chief Data Officers team to facilitate an update later that month. I kept asking follow-up. A fairly direct question, so this was a half a year ago, if this happened. So I'm really hoping that I can get a specific answer on if the 1,350 new patients came to fruition, if those 2 physicians at least were hired, or what does primary care offerings look like at the outpatient center? I'll table that letter in case the minister wants to see what she said back then.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. I'll get back to you about that just to confirm it. We don't have it just at our fingertips. But I also would like to add, which should have mentioned in the first, that there is an operating budget of around $23 million annually for that facility.
I recognize the member for Kimberley Prospect.
Thank you. I would really appreciate that answer in writing, a description of what exists for primary care, how many patients are at the clinic. I would ask the question as well, is I think it was the intent to be able to service unattached patients as well, either through the virtual care referral program or potentially even having the opportunity for walk-in visits. And so I'm wondering if the minister has any comments on if there is service happening now to unattached patients, and if not, maybe I can get that on that same correspondence when that's ready.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Just to respect the member's time, I think we'll get back to you about that, so you can keep going. Yeah.
Recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate as much as I can get all of these answers in writing. It's pretty important to watch the progress of the development and what's happening at this huge opportunity we have, the physical space. It was also mentioned that there would be urgent care offered and extended hours. So a lot of times people think of the outpatient center as the Cobequid Center or something mirrored off the Cobequid Center, which was talked about when the approvals were going through, but it doesn't have that extensive wide scope of services. People have the option of either going to Emerge a lot of times with their acute care needs or to the Cobequid Center. But if there was an opportunity for that urgent care with both attached and unattached patients, which I believe has been the intent, the long-term intent at the center, I'm just asking the question is, how is the progress going in being able to offer extended hours at the center, acute care, in any shape or form, whether that's known as urgent care or emergency care at the Bears Lake Outpatient Center?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So it is a primary care centre, which means that if a patient is seen to be needed to be seen in person, that they can be referred there. It's not an urgent treatment centre, as far as I know. We're just trying to get a bit more information for you. And I know that wherever possible, we are looking at the expansion of, evenings and weekend access, but just more to say about that. So I would say, but it is a primary care clinic.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I note that you mentioned ambulatory care visits. Maybe you can expand on what those are if there's no urgent care being offered at the, what does that mean if there's ambulatory visits? Presumably it's patients coming in an ambulance, but maybe she can clarify. And maybe it's helpful just to break down, since you have your finance people, the 23 million OPEX might reveal, if that could be broken out, where those expenditures are going and what services.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So we'll get some more information about the specifics, but ambulatory care is actually, it's services where patients actually can walk in and get the things they need. So that could be IV therapy, could be a dressing change, could be a removal of a lump or a bump, just those different types of things. Dialysis, in theory, is ambulatory care. You go in, you come out. So those would be the types of services. There's 6,000 visits, so I don't know if we would have the exact breakdown of all of those, but those would be the services around that. So people would need to present themselves there, and then they would be booked appointments. IV antibiotics, maybe iron, those types of things that people would need through intravenous. So it's not urgent. It's not an injury or an episodic event. It's actually care that they receive on a scheduled basis to manage a condition.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
And just speaking of ambulances, I did write the minister recently. There was an older gentleman that was he was laying down on the side of the road in the Prospect area for over 2 hours waiting for an EHS response. And I won't get specific into that case, but this is a recurring pattern in rural HRM, especially in this area of the Prospect Road, Peggy's Cove loop, well beyond where I represent, but the ambulances are stationed pretty far away. There's been multiple requests, petitions on trying to get EHS stationed like a depot on the Prospect Road, and I'm just wondering if there is any appetite to look at stationing ambulances in a place like Bayers Lake, which has infrastructure already there that could accommodate ambulances, and is there any other strategy around rural HRM in terms of having response times come down by having those EHS vehicles stationed much closer to where a growing number of Nova Scotians are living?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I'll start a little bit, just, it may not be exactly what you're looking for, but we can drill down if it's not. So the previous model from years ago that we had, where there were bases and people were attached to bases, it has really evolved. So if we would be talking about a system status plan. So EHS units are a provincial resource. They wax and wane. As you said, sometimes they're staged, but they would not routinely be staged. It would always be changing, and it would be changing based on dispatch and the medical comm center. And so there are a couple of static units that are quite remote in the province, but it's really not the model currently. So there's a number of things that have happened around EHS, which I think are important just to highlight. So first of all, certainly the health human resources related to paramedics has certainly improved, covering tuition, supporting them. The emergency medical responders as well have been quite helpful. So you know, helping extend paramedics, the transport units, all trying to put capacity back in the system. The other thing that happens really routinely is when someone calls 911, of course, the emergency support that they have starts immediately for emergency care, but we also have physicians and nurses now at the medical comm center so that people can be triaged, and in fact we do have a video link that physicians are using a bit. We're going to get more advanced with it so that they actually can send a link. It's a good SAM camera, and it allows physicians to actually see what's happening in the field to support intervention for patients. So that work has been happening. There's a new CAD system, which is the dispatch in the ambulances, which will also further support their ability, and it's more modernized communication system. So, you know, wherever possible, we do know that there are some waits. The individuals as well, in the event, this, you know, I can't speak to that case particularly, but there are a number of cases where perhaps a SPEAR unit would be, a single paramedic unit would be dispatched now. We have them particularly in HRM. Close, not quite out as far as all the rural HRM, but actually a single paramedic responds to a call. They assess the patient and decide what's required, transport to hospital, and it is an advanced care paramedic that provides that care, and of course they have access to medical comms as well. So we know that there are still some wait times. The system can be strained. The call volume actually is fairly significant, working really hard to where possible, divert people away from the emergency room. So people call 911 for lots of different things. I think I'll have to check the number, but the majority of calls are low acuity calls, and so really allow the system to be able to respond to patients' needs in a very different way. And always, you know, if there is high acuity calls, those ambulances that are responding to lower acuity calls would be redeployed always to go to those. So it is such as, it's just moving and changing all of the time based on the needs, but there has been some real progress made in terms of putting ground ambulance hours back into the system through, you know, different diversity in the units, and also with the plane that we're able to fly folks from Sydney and Yarmouth to put, I think it's like 12,000 hours that have gone of ground ambulance back into the system. So the improvements are there. We know that there are times where there is an issue. Anytime that happens, if we're made aware of it, we can interrogate that. The department has moved really from a contract manager to a regulatory entity, and really very well connected now, you know, monitoring and making sure that response times are improving. So if there is a particular case, we can certainly have that interrogated, for lack of a better word, and look into it and have either the department or EHS respond to the person.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that particular case, there was questions around why wouldn't, like, the volunteer fire department that's very close by at least be notified, and then they would come and see if that, like, I'm not in that field, so I don't know. I know there's issues when someone's on the ground, whether, you know, you don't want to cause any more damage to their back and things like that. But I'll leave that correspondence, and the minister can answer me in due time. But going back to just primary care access, especially in this area that I have the most interest in, we are probably the fastest growing kind of region in the province, between Timberley and maybe the Bedford West area. We do have, I think, probably more primary care access than most places, because it is a desired place for people to practice. The Timberley Clinic was one doctor when I became an MLA. Now they have 4 at least with nurses. The Hatchet Lake Clinic existed as a collaborative care center before I was an MLA, and they were really pioneers in how a collaborative care center works with nurses. And then there's 2 clinics in Tantallon at the edge of my area that services people into St. Margaret's Bay. So that's 4 stand-up collaborative care centers with doctors and nurses, presumably all working well. I'd like to just kind of understand if there is any data on how many total doctors are at these clinics that I mentioned, how many family practice nurses or nurse practitioners, and any detail on how many patients are actually taking it. And where I'm going with this is I still somehow get calls from people in the Timberlea area that aren't attached. And I know that doctors do have the choice when they go through 811 list. And I just find it odd sometimes that people can be on the list for several years, despite all the success we've had recruiting doctors to these collaborative care centers where they want to practice. And then others that come in, move into Timberlea, they're attached right away. So I think there's some picking and choosing going on. But to start, I need to understand how many doctors we have. It's hard to get this detailed information in a medium like this, but at least I'll try. In terms of doctors and other complemented staff at Timberlea, Hatchet Lake, and the Tantallon clinics.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So you won't get it today, but we can have a look. But there's just a couple things I'd like to highlight. I just want to speak briefly just about the comment around the fire departments. So I'm wondering if it's a volunteer fire department. Yeah, and so some volunteer fire departments are and aren't designated as medical first responder departments, and I can't speak to that one in particular, but we've worked really hard with the medical first responders to try and enhance one, their training, making sure that they feel supported by the emergency and public and really public safety response. So have invested over $1 million in training for medical first responders, really supporting that access, sometimes transitioning departments to medical first responders. So certainly if that department is interested in that, we wouldn't dispatch would not send someone there if they didn't have the appropriate training or if they were willing to do that. So it just depends on the preference and also the volunteer workforce in the department as well. And just in regards to the folks who are on the Need a Family Practice Registry, it's really important if you would, ask folks, have they updated their information either through email or on 811? There's no picking and choosing anymore. When new HR resources come into the system, they're actually given a panel of patients, and that is obviously balanced. So if we want to make sure that nurse practitioners, physicians, et cetera, have a manageable caseload. So 1350 for physicians is kind of the median number. They can certainly go above that. But if they have a very complex care assignment, it may be a little lower than that. And of course, we need a balance of folks who are going in for immunizations and wellness checkup and all those things and are relatively healthy up to and including ongoing chronic care. So that would be my first thing. Are they making sure that they are on that Need a Family Practice Registry and they can verify their information either through email or actually calling 811? And just verifying that they're there, that they have information. It's really important too if people's condition changes, that they notify 811. And it's been hard to get that message out a little bit. We've tried through a variety of channels, so certainly that would be very helpful. And then also, sometimes if you're on the Need a Family Practice Registry and you need support for a time-limited situation, such as a pregnancy, as an example, we do have an unattached baby clinic where infants and neonates are seen, and certainly we've been able to attach some individuals to diabetic education centers as well, as an example, so they continue to get care, and then looking at what is the best opportunity for them. So just to encourage you to tell folks, make sure they're on that list, make sure their information is updated, and we'll get some information about the complement. It may be I don't know if they're going to give it to us as people or FTEs. Like, you know, you could have 5 FTEs and 15 people doing it. So we'll just kind of see what we can gather up for you.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the advice. And as I said, Timberley's doing very well. A doctor recently left, and I think there's a locum there, but some recently newly approved physicians there. I will ask about Tantallon, though, because happens to be, it's not my doctor, but someone in my family. And when you go there, there is signage saying contact your MLA because of wait time. So it's a practice that has that takes weeks to get in to book your appointment. We met with the Nova Scotia Health Authority. The former MLA for Hammonds Plains did as well. And it was an interesting meeting because there was a nurse approved to the other Tantallon clinic. This might refresh some memories of staff. This is, it's known as the Crossroads in Tantallon, but there's 2 adjacent clinics operating at the same time. It was said to us, at least, that it was approved at the wrong clinic. So one of the clinics actually had an approved, I think it was an RN, but it could be wrong. It could have been a family practice nurse. But that incremental approved nurse was allowing one clinic to have a better operating system, and then the other clinic has to absorb nurses, like doctors in the older model had to absorb a lot of the cost of the salary of their nurse that was helping them take on more patients. So maybe I'm refreshing some memories around this clinic, because the question, to get to it for that Tantallon clinic, because the health authority was supposed to go away and look at approving another nurse. So I'm wondering if I can get an answer if that indeed happened. This would have been over a year ago, so, but it was a very important issue, and I think the member for Chester St. Margaret's was very interested in it as well, because it was kind of the area where all 3 constituencies connect. So the question is the Tantallon, can't remember the exact name, but it's something like the Tantallon Medical Clinic, if they were able to get their extra nurse approved by the health, by Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you for the question. We'll get some information, but I think one thing that I would like to circle back to is kind of the question, or the way we talk about attachment versus access all the time. So even though some people are attached, their access may be limited as a result. So I would just let you know that there is a physician hotline where physicians can call primary care, kind of signal that they need some support, and there are practice optimization teams. And I go back to the success of the Dow family practice, initially feeling that they needed to decant patients, and the optimization team, which is industrial engineers and very senior and experienced administrative staff who go in and assess the practice and help, just help understand where some of the backlog and some of the clogs are and help improve the practice. And that's not a criticism in any way, but you open a practice with a clientele. If you've been in practice for 30 years, your patients are all 30 years older by the time you're ready for retirement, as you are yourself. So it is a resource that's available to physicians, and I really do encourage physicians to call that number when we want to help. We want to make sure that they have a good practice environment, and it's manageable for them, because it feels quite overwhelming when people can't get appointments. And certainly there's been some success as well with physicians who have gone from regularly booking appointments to same-day, next-day access. I think particularly if you're fee-for-service, it probably feels a bit worrisome to see that your schedule is empty next week, but we all know that when you go to same-day, next-day access, or you have opportunities for that, it actually has shown in many practices to improve the flow for patients. So, but it's a big change. So just if they, if they would be if they don't have current involvement with the primary care group, that might be a really good resource for them, and I can certainly get the number for the member.
With 5.5 minutes left, I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, I'll just finish up with that request in writing to look at the Timberley Medical Clinic, the Hatchet Lake Medical Clinic, and the 2 Tantallon Medical Clinics. If I could get the existing complement that's there today, what's approved and maybe not filled as a vacancy for primary care providers and their support team, whether it's nurses or other allied health professionals, and if possible, the number of patients that are attached at the clinic level for those areas, so I can look at how it's going in this immediate area. They all operate a lot differently, and that's why it's kind of challenging to see happen without having the information. Like there's the doctor that's been there forever since I was a kid. My doctor takes on thousands, like 4,000 or 5,000 patients, and then the doctors that work with him significantly less less patients are attached. So once he's gone, I'd wonder what the plan is to deal with those thousands of patients that are coming off. And in my next round, I'll have some other questions around a more higher level look at the collaborative care centers and primary care access and the ages of physicians that we have today and the plan to bring more physicians in. But I really just wanted to get a sense on the local level, the access to primary care, and how the Bears Lake Outpatient Center can help with all that, given that opportunity we have there. So I look forward to getting some of the answers in writing on those key performance indicators as it relates to primary care, and I appreciate the Minister's time so far. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I think the member opposite, and I would just put a plug in, if you're concerned that your physician is going to retire, it's really helpful if we know that. Physicians are independent practitioners, of course, and we can anticipate a potential retirement, but some folks work, later, and some folks are ready to retire earlier. So I will say in my community, the physicians who have retired have been able to work with Nova Scotia Health, and as a result, very few people have gone on the Need of Family Practice Registry, and it really is a runway of 18 months or a year, and also providing opportunities for those physicians when they transition out of practice, one, for mentorship in some cases, but also perhaps there's something that he would like to do. Maybe he would like to do virtual care or a mobile unit or something that would just extend his practice a little bit longer, but not have the same demands and responsibilities of a practice. So if you would just encourage your physician to maybe reach out to, we want him to be successfully retired when he's ready, and we want him to feel good about it, and if he's got a little left, we would love to help him find a place to to put that. Well, it's good, but and he can tell all his friends too. Like we got a spot for him. Yeah.
You have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. Passing over to the NDP party now. So we'll do 1 hour now with the NDP party. I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Great. One suggestion I could suggest, if it's not, and it may be space, with the senior physicians, if they can become a teaching site, teaching is the best recruitment for get him a resident or her a resident. No, I'm retirement age now. You want a doctor that's younger than you are. So thank you very much. Thanks for yesterday. I wanted to follow up on a couple of questions regarding access to women's reproductive health care regarding surgical therapeutic abortions in Nova Scotia. So I know they're not, from the feedback I got from colleagues, it's not available in the Eastern Zone. I don't know.
Your tapping is being picked up through the microphone. Sorry. Thank you. I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Okay. I don't know if surgical therapeutic abortions are available in the Northern or Western Zone. Do you know if those services are available?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there are abortion services available in Northern Zone, and my understanding is I'm fairly confident they're in Western Zone. We're just double checking. But the provincial self-referral line actually, when patients phone, actually helps people navigate to the service which is most appropriate for them. So whether that's medical, surgical, the type of supports that they would require. So there are other spots. There are none in Eastern Zone though currently.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. So yesterday we both had the question whether there be capacity in the Eastern Zone. I spoke with colleagues about is there capacity in the Eastern Zone to do surgical therapeutic abortions. They said definitely yes. And I want to put it in the context that we see restriction on abortion in the U.S., and that restriction not only is to a therapeutic abortion, but also an incomplete miscarriage or spontaneous abortion. And here in Canada, we treat them with, we call it D&C. Very much so in the Eastern Zone, if a woman has an incomplete miscarriage, 12 weeks or doesn't matter, they can get access to a D&C. However, if they request a therapeutic abortion at 6 weeks, they can't get that. So there is the capacity in the facilities. The other thing I would note that since medical therapeutic abortions have come along because of access to medication, the number of requests, I believe, for surgical therapeutics has dropped because access is better through medication. But there still is a need for surgical therapeutic abortions. So I said to ask my colleagues, they said they've had very amicable conversations with the site leads at St. Martha's and Cape Breton. Their feedback is this is a political landmine. No one here wants to touch it. It's going to have to be a decision made by the Minister of Health or the Premier. I'm not surprised by that because in 2018, as a medical assistance dying provider, we came to heads with St. Martha. As you know, there's a historical relationship. The St. Martha's Hospital was previously run by a religious order, and sometime, I think, 70s or in the 80s, that transferred the running and the governance transferred over to whatever the health system of the day was called. There is a historical document that suggests that the religious order still has some oversight in governance. So that was a huge barrier for people requesting medical assistance and dying because of the historical document and the religious oversight. In those days, we were taking people out of St. Martha's who were nearly dying, requesting MAID to Glasgow. That was a lot of push and shove, but there was a resolution that came that people could get medical assistance in dying in St. Martha's. But there was a historical there was an understanding that because of this document that the St. Martha's could do whatever they wanted, didn't have to abide by the Nova Scotia Health guidelines or even the mandate of Scotia Health and the Department of Health at the time. So I'm wondering if, and it's probably one of those elephants in the room, is there potentially a barrier for women accessing surgical abortions because of this cloud of this historical documents of religious oversight of what care gets delivered in St. Martha's?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I thank the member for the question. So I want to start, I think, to do this question justice, I really do want to talk about the legacy of the Congregation of the Sisters of St. Martha's. They are an incredible organization in our community. They minister all over the world. So St. Martha's Regional Hospital was founded by the sisters in 1906, and it was operated by them for 90 years. Not only did they operate the hospital, but they also, we talk about the nursing home, R.K. MacDonald Nursing Home, because of a very generous donation in 1957 from R.K. MacDonald and his wife Mary. But in fact, the Sisters of St. Martha mortgaged the mother house in order to build the long-term care facility in our community, and actually ran it for a number of years. So the debt we owe the congregation of the Sisters of St. Martha's for the love and care that they have provided to our community for over 100 years is incredible. Not only did they provide care, but they also trained thousands of healthcare workers. So they, of course, I'm a graduate of St. Martha's. I arrived there in 1990, I guess, and one of two Protestant girls. I stuck out like a sore thumb when I got there. They knew exactly who I was. But trained, you know, thousands of nurses, laboratory techs, you know, x-ray techs. I mean, it really, I just can't underscore. And the legacy of the Sisters goes beyond that. So of course, they have been incredible leaders in issues like farming, homemaking, healthcare. I mentioned the hospital in R.K. Macdonald, teaching, social work, spirituality, and justice, and certainly incredible leadership in our community. And when our, you know, more broadly, when things are really hard in community, perhaps for those who are practicing Catholics, the Sisters walk right towards that. And I think about all of the people they have accompanied in very, very difficult times, and really taking on, right now, I know, involved in housing, food security, and really reconciliation is very top of mind. So I could not stand and talk about St. Martha's without talking about the firm and compassionate presence of the Sisters over, you know, over 100 years in our community and throughout the world. And I'm not fully prepared, so I may not have done them justice, but so St. Martha's Hospital, certainly there is, the Sisters pulled back, I guess, from managing the hospital in 1996. And then it was transferred to the Eastern Regional Health Board, and in 2015 the hospital became part of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So right now the hospital is no longer managed by the Sisters. There's no governance by them, but there is a mission assurance agreement which was signed in 1996, and it does remain in effect, and it continues to you know, hold up some of the Catholic tenets that, you know, that identify in the mission of the St. Martha's are upheld through that agreement. So in regards to services, the Sisters have always found a way to lean in and compassionately care for the community. So MAID now is offered at St. Martha's, and when a procedure is medically indicated, certainly people have access to that in the community. As we mentioned before, there, you know, it extends past community. The Sisters are not in any way promoting that there would be a barrier to any care for patients. The motto actually is that the Sisters of St. Martha's, the nursing school with science, service, and sanctity. So that mission assurance agreement is in place. It requires Nova Scotia Health, and it requires the Mission Assurance Committee to think creatively sometimes about how to support individuals in the community. But that agreement is still there. It is reviewed on a regular basis. I'm not sure when it's up for review again, but certainly medical assistance in dying is available in Antigonish. Certainly reproductive health is available. Certainly I worked in ambulatory care clinics where vasectomies were offered. You know, I know people that have had their tubes tied, and certainly if a procedure is medically indicated, it would most certainly be provided by the staff at St. Martha's.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I do applaud and recognize, as someone who was Protestant born in a Catholic hospital because my mother felt the Catholic hospital was better, I appreciate the hard work of the Sisters of St. Martha, who are still, as you know, very much involved in community and fundraising. So from what I'm hearing then, there is capacity that is willing to provide it. It's a publicly funded hospital. I'm not hearing any real barriers why a surgical therapeutic abortion couldn't be completed at St. Martha's. Is that fair to say?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So this is not a political discussion. There is an agreement in place with Nova Scotia Health and the Sisters of St. Martha and the Mission Assurance. This is around surgical capacity. I'm not in any position on the floor of this legislature, regardless of my background as a healthcare provider, to make operational changes in Nova Scotia Health. So there's no commitment I'm going to make here today in regards to that. I need to speak with Nova Scotia Health. There's obviously a couple of conversations with singular clinicians, which provides one perspective, but it certainly is not a 360-degree understanding of what's happening there. So no, I will not commit to anything here today.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. But I think it's fair to say it is a publicly funded hospital. It has public services. And where we're hearing is there are barriers to care that if somebody in Cape Breton or St. Martha, they have to travel to Halifax. And I use the analogy that at that 5-hour distance, which may be normal to us, if we were looking at other jurisdictions, could be the equivalent of crossing 3 state lines to get access to care. So I'm certainly willing to help, but I think it's something that women are asking for it. It's rare, but it's valuable. Physicians are there to do it. And so I hope we can move forward and make access to reproductive care where it's needed and not ask women to have to travel to Halifax at a really stressful time. Thank you in that. I would like to move on, unless you had anything else you want to say about that. Okay. I want to move on and follow up my passion, as you know, from question period in the last 2 days, is really around the access to emergency care. And I want to tell you a story to put it in the context. So I got really frustrated and quit medicine in 21 and took up flying. And then I felt guilty, so I came back in 2022, did not return to primary care, but started doing emerge across the province. And that's how I got familiar with cancer. About 2 years ago, I go for a weekend, Friday to a Monday, or I usually finish off at Monday mornings at 8. I was about to leave. It was 8:15. The ambulance came in. A person came in, a young 60-year-old, I like to say, who was having a heart attack. We treated the best of the ability. The person did not improve as expected. And needed to be in Halifax to go to a cath lab ASAP. Normally, it would have been great because there would have been the EHS, but of course in Canso there was fog 6 feet thick, so EHS couldn't land. Then the next solution, and the patient was deteriorating, was to try and go to Antigonish. The EHS could not land there because of the fog. So then we made a decision that the patient had to be transferred to Port Hawkesbury to meet the helicopter. And as resources go, we would have normally have sent that patient in a ACLS advanced care paramedic. There was none at that time on that shift in Canso. And the nurses, like a lot of emergencies, were new and didn't feel comfortable going. So I had to make the decision to close the emerge, hop in the ambulance, and drive like heck to get to Port Hawkesbury to meet the ambulance. Patient did okay, not great. But I tell that story not in blame, but had I been gone half an hour later, what would have happened to that patient? And so I don't know, and I don't expect you to know. But I guess what I'm concerned is that was 2 years ago, and Canso remains closed as we sit here. This is the kind of things that keep me awake at night, and is closed to the 5th. I wonder sometimes whether I'd be a bit more valuable there than here, so that remains to be seen. So I'm really going to keep advocating and probing for more. Yesterday, I had asked about how many emerged physicians we would need in 5 years. If I heard you correctly, and I was getting tired of you didn't have available numbers at that time. And I also appreciate the fact that there's many different types of physician applied. There's family docs with lots of experience, there's family docs with an extra year, and then there's the 5-year family docs. But the reality is we have so many closures, in particularly rural areas. And it's often a combination of nursing shortage, physician shortage. So do you have any further thoughts on if we don't change, if we stick to what we're doing now and try and staff all the emergencies across the province and provide emergency care in every community that has an emerge, do you have any more thoughts as to how many emergency room scope of practice physicians we would need to keep them open?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. I thank the member for the question. And as I told him yesterday, that analysis is underway in the department. But again, we go back to that emergency care does start. There's been changes. I don't know. He said 2021 was when he worked there last. There's been a number of changes that have improved the emergency care system kind of writ large. So it is not uncommon. I have worked in rural hospitals as well, where physicians and nurses from hospitals transfer patients to the next regional site. It is very difficult when weather rolls in across our province, and we need to look at fixed wings. So certainly Port Hawkesbury is one spot, New Glasgow is another, where fixed wing can fly. And working closely with Halifax emergency room physicians and specialists to take over care. So what I will say first of all is that people should call 911. Thrombolytics can be given in an ambulance, and certainly if a hospital is not there, the system allows them to go to the most appropriate spot. But also now with different levels of emerge, the member opposite used the example of a heart attack, but there are also things that would automatically bypass emerges even if they were open. So a big trauma, as an example, would absolutely bypass a smaller hospital site. Someone who's experiencing symptoms of a stroke, with the code stroke guidelines that are involved, they absolutely would go past a smaller hospital that did not have CT scan capacity. So each individual patient is kind of looked at in terms of the acuity and the resources closest to them. And now with the doc in the box, they're able to support primary care and advanced care paramedics in providing the care that's required to patients as they are moving towards the next available helper. So just because an emerge sometimes is closed doesn't mean that if it was open that a patient wouldn't bypass there anyway. If a patient were having stroke symptoms in Canso, they would not go to the Canso Hospital. They would come to St. Martha's so that they could have a CT scan. So I just want to be really clear for folks that it's not that there's no care in these communities. There is care in communities. And I don't think we can underestimate the care and the scope of practice that paramedics are able to offer, and now with the added support of physicians and registered nurses and advanced care paramedics in dispatch, the ability for them to be able to provide more care as a result of that. So there has been progress made. So in some cases we do have planned closures, and we've worked really hard to create an environment based on the human resources we have to anticipate closures. And so ED closures occurred most often in small EDs, but we're open 87% of the time for their planned opening. So really have seen an improvement. So again, if you have one or two physicians in a community, somebody gets sick. We had an incident in a small community. unexpectedly. A physician had an injury, and certainly it caused some disruption in care until we were able to work with local surrounding communities in order to provide locum coverage. So this is ongoing work that's happening. Also, the skill set in the old days, our GPs were able to leave offices, manage inpatients at hospitals, manage their clinics, manage emerge in their small hospitals, sometimes deliver babies. All of these things around this general practitioner, which have really evolved and changed over the last 30 years quite significantly. And so skill sets are a bit scarce in some areas. So just because you're now a GP doesn't mean you're necessarily able to work in an emergency department, and sometimes those physicians don't feel that they want to work and have that responsibility. So it really has, from an HHR perspective, become more complicated. Where we see, and we look at the data around why communities and how communities are utilizing former emergency rooms. We've actually had very good success in a number of spots around the province where we have urgent treatment centers. And urgent treatment centers allow people to go for lower acuity issues as well as injuries, so fractures, some lacerations, etc., or assessment of maybe cellulitis, things like that, that wouldn't require them to go outside of community to an emergency department, at a regional facility. So the urgent treatment center model has been very effective. People are very pleased, and they've been able to see a lot of people as a result and offload some of the emergency for lower acuity issues. And certainly we know that the majority of transfers that happen now with EHS, the majority of them are not those high acuity calls, but in fact lower acuity calls, which allows them to be moved to a different place or a different provider in the healthcare system. So I will go back to the fact that we are looking at in-market recruitment, working in South Africa, working in Australia, looking at some of the pathways for individuals to come and work in Nova Scotia. People who have similar experiences, the rural, the training, but also the rurality that we would see in some of these countries would be very would be parallel to ours as well. So, we're looking in the emergency rooms at the regional as well as how we expand physicians' time through physician assistants and a variety of other folks, nurse practitioners, etc. And in some of the facilities, we have virtual emergency care as well. So there has been a number of things that have been undertaken to provide support to communities. I don't think we should underestimate the important work of our emergency services. So calling 911, your care does begin immediately with dispatch and the ability to get treatment and advice in terms of how to manage. And now with more technology, the CAD system as well as the camera system, we are just constantly increasing our capacity to deliver medicine, particularly in rural communities, in a different way.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Armdale.
Thank you. I was last in Canso just before the election, so October, and I was supposed to be there this week, but things changed. So you're right, there has been some change, and one of the most positive change was up until, I can't say within the last year, there was often no not even an ambulance in Canso. Sometimes they were in Sackville because of deferral, and I understand there's now the crew based. One of the challenges is that crew's not always an ACLS and can't do the pre-hospital thrombolytics, so it's kind of grab and run. So question on recruitment, again, I'm kind of a concept guy, so I'm not hearing how many we need, but I'm hearing a recruitment plan. So it's all probably good, but how do we, and maybe it's just you don't have them, but how do we recruit if we don't know how many we need and the skill set? So that's one of my first questions. And then I know the government has made significant investments in recruitment of paramedics, I think from Australia. And so my second question related to that is, how has that been, and how many vacancies are there in EHS for either primary care paramedics or advanced care paramedics?
recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So in regards to the emergency department vacancies for physicians, in March of 2024, we had 293 physicians. We're now up to 319 emergency room physicians as of December 2024. And so if we look at the vacancies, we would say that there are about 8.4 vacancies required. And in regards to paramedics, we had 135 vacancies in December of 2023, and we now have only 43 vacancies for paramedics.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Excellent. Are you familiar with the emergency data kind of planning tool, NEDOCS? So NEDOCS is the National Emergency Doc Overcrowding Score. So it's used, EHS, it's been used since 2020 in this province. EHS, and it's measures about, it's a very valid tool. It measures many things. It measures how many people are in the department, how many people are the time waiting to be seen. Also measures, and I'm not sure how often it's updated, it measures how many people are in each emergency department across the province waiting to be admitted. I believe there's 4 levels. People use it slightly different. And I think the maximum level when there's no more access because every bed is full of admitted patient, I think it goes code red. I'm surprised you're not aware of it because it is a good tool. But my friends and colleagues tell me in the 4 years that it's been used, there are daily occurrences where it's a code red, not just in the city, but other places, because when they monitor and upgrade that tool, there is 30, every bed in the department is full, or there's only 3 beds. And so I guess I'm going to ask you to get back to me on this has there been, are we okay to continue? Okay. Has there been any change in the NEDOCS, particularly in the scoring over the last year? And are there goals attached to that we could aspire to?
I would just like to take a moment to remind the member to direct the questions through the chair, not to the minister directly. Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so there are 2 versions of NEDOCS that are used, one for tertiary, one for community EDs in the province, and it's used for overcapacity levels and surge forecasting. So this is at the operational level, and it's used in the health authority on a regular basis. It's calculated every day, and so it changes certainly based on the situation in front of the folks. But yeah, it's used in Nova Scotia Health, and it's used by the operators.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
So there's lots of data in that tool, and and there's lots of really smart minds that better than mine know how to use that data. Are you aware if Nova Scotia Health or your department or the member's department actually has done analytics on NEDOCS to help with patient flow and bed flow, and where there might be areas for improvement?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I'm trying to not to be insulted on behalf of this incredible team at Nova Scotia Health, Department of Health, cybersecurity and digital security. Are we aware? Do we do analytics? Oh my God, I'm sorry, my heart rate's up. Of course we do. We have more data and analytics than we've ever had before. These are intelligent, capable smart people. So this kind of condescending, do you? Of course we do. Of course they do. They are so on this every single day. They live it. They know what the capacity is. They have a C3 program now that sees every single bed in this entire province. They are working with the EHS. They are working with acute care. They are working in community. The data and the analytics and the predictive nature, just because I can't articulate it here doesn't mean that I'm the only brain in the room. This is an incredible team with 35,000 employees who work every day to service Nova Scotians. So I just find it incredibly insulting that, do we know? I mean, I don't know if that's the right tool. I have experts that surround me and I get to speak on their behalf every day, and I apologize that I can't do it as articulately as they can. But there's never been more data in the system. There has never been more shoulders to the wheel. There has never been more technology trying to understand how to best serve Nova Scotians. And so I just have to put that out there. If I don't have the the minutia of the information, which nobody can have unless you have them sitting in front of you, I'm trying not to be triggered, but it is very, very insulting.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thanks. I'm glad you brought up the staff. So it's tough working Emerge, as anybody who works Emerge knows. It's really tough. It's my colleagues, both nurses, physicians across this province, are really demoralized. They don't feel like things are getting any better. Again, maybe they're on the front line. They don't see the big picture. But it brings the question is how demoralized staff are feeling, and not just docs, physicians, paramedics. What, if anything, can operations or someone do to actually acknowledge that, because we're going to lose people from burnout, and not even burnout, but just that moral injury. So I'm open to what thoughts you have on that, but I know people are probably going to leave their career early because they feel like they're drowning in overloaded and aren't seeing and are just feeling sunk.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I appreciate the question very much, and I'll go through some of the emergency and urgent care improvement plan that we've been implementing over, I would say, about 18 months. So I'll just go through them, and perhaps there's particular questions that the member opposite has, but hopefully this will be somewhat helpful. So what I would say is, if we start from the waiting room, we have improved support for patients while in the ED waiting rooms. And so there are now 100 waiting room care providers and patient advocates working in 12 of the EDs in the IWK, most particularly the busiest ones. And it supports patients in the waiting rooms, which can be very, it's very barren to be in a ED waiting room for a very long time. You don't really know what's happening. You're not really sure. But the advocates and the waiting room care providers are seeing patients, they're supporting them, but they're also a reassurance to the folks who are actually in the department trying to manage all of the different situations that are in front of them, because they know that there are people out there with their eyes on those individuals and can signal really quickly if there's a change. So those have been implemented. Expanding multidisciplinary ED models, so 10 EDs have a nurse practitioner or physician assistant. EDs have also been increasing the number of roles of allied healthcare professionals like social workers and also physiotherapists. There is an emergency room in the province that has a physiotherapist that works there and is able to see people who present with soft tissue injury or perhaps potential fractures, etc., and do some of that early work and actually order x-rays to sort of expedite that. And so that's a model that's in an emergency room that's underway. Again, we talked about the recruitment. It is a specialty. There's no question about it. You know, and it is a specialty area, and so not everybody feels great when they work in Emerge, and so we do know that we do have novice practitioners as well. So we have novice nurses, RNs and LPNs who are coming into that environment. So a lot of work's happening around the interprofessional learning work and mentorship support to really help these novice nurses as they gain knowledge and experience, because it does take a while, and particularly in some of the rural sites, they're really high acuity but low. You don't see many of them, so you might only see 1 or 2 arrests in a year in a smaller facility. So looking also at how we invest in simulation across the province, and I know that in the eastern zone in particular, it's the zone where I live, that the simulation program has been really essential in order to keep people's competencies up. So it's one thing to have the skill, it's another to have the competency, and so a lot of work has been happening around making sure that people have that opportunity. We are using some travel nurses, certainly in our emergency departments, because of the speciality of the work. We do have to rely on some travel nurses to work in that area. There's also, I'm just looking for it now, the float MD work that's happening. So there are additional hours. So there is a formula that was used historically to look at the number of hours available to emergency rooms, but we do know that there are times where it's not adequate. So there's additional physician hours available, particularly in the rural areas, the rural regional hospitals, to support physicians at those really constricted, congested times. Offering virtual care in EDs and urgent treatment centers, and sometimes, you know, when your triage score is lower, that means that you need to wait longer, and it can become very, very frustrating and very upsetting. And so looking at rapid assessment units wherever we can, certainly the IWK has had incredible success with their rapid assessment zone, and really starting to identify where we can offload some of those individuals, get them seen quickly, and move on. So, you know, in the terms of the zones themselves, the ED managers and then the director of ED services, you know, meet with staff on a regular basis. I know we've seen some gains in certain departments. In the Emerge at my local hospital, I know that, you know, 18 months or a year ago, the vacancies were quite significant, but through recruitment efforts and attracting travel nurses and folks to actually join the team, that the nursing vacancies have reduced. That's not been the case everywhere, but where we see high vacancies, we really do need to lean in from a culture perspective and understand what's happening in that Emerge. What are the situations that are causing there? Is it an overall issue in community around nursing supply, or is it, you know, is it a community-specific issue? So there's so much work being happening. We want people to feel supported. We also, if people have ideas, we had an ideas contest about things that would help. We really do need frontline staff to generate ideas, and wherever it's possible, we will implement those things. Small tweaks can make a really big difference. So, you know, if there are people who are feeling that they have something to offer, that there's a solution they think we haven't tried, really they should, if it's a physician, they can talk to their you know, their director of the department. Nurses can obviously speak to nurse managers. In my experience, chiefs in emergency department, chief physicians and nurse managers work side by side in order to create a real positive, strong team environment. So I would encourage those folks to make sure if they don't feel they're being heard. I know the CEO would, and Dr. B, Dr. Boutlier would say for them to email them directly. We want to hear from people. We want to make it better. So I would really, you know, we've invested a lot of money and a lot of time. We know things need to change, but the outflow is really what's essential. So waiting patiently for those long-term care beds to come online. We know that they'll be coming online as soon as we're able. Looking at ways we can transition people to community, looking at the transition care units that are across the province. I know that we've opened some beds at Straight Richmond Hospital as an example to try and support individuals who are medically stable, and also caring deeply for our elders in our community, that they don't feel that they are a strain or a burden on the system. They deserve care. They've worked and contributed to communities for their lifetime, and so we don't want anyone to feel guilty about being in the hospital. This is a situation That was long predicted. We knew that these folks, that our baby boomers were going to age and that we would have this, and it was never planned for. So this is a situation we're in. There's no stone being left unturned. We really do need community capacity, and we continue to work on that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So I'm sure that Minister of Health works 24/7 and there's not a lot of time in your day. I would suggest a very low yield but high time for you for a minister would be if a minister showed up of health in an emerged department and said, "How are you doing? How are you doing today?" That would have a huge impact and probably get the member or someone some votes. How are you doing? I'm the Minister of Health. How are you?
Order. Order. I mentioned once already about the table tapping, and now I'm going to explain why it's so important. The folks in Ledge TV are listening with headphones on, and the transcribers are actually listening to every word, and we all look for those Hansard records. We look for that. So they're listening very intently, and I really do have empathy for them listening. When your microphone is on, it's really picking up the tapping. I wouldn't say it to you any other time, but right now, I really do. With your microphone on, I don't want you tapping the table with your hands or even with your pen, most likely. It's really blunt. I don't know if you're aware of it because you're hearing it there. So please, just pay attention to the folks at Ledge TV. That's what I'm trying to think of. I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you for that. So I do recognize and my apology, I'll put my pens away and try and... I do recognize there's lots of things that have been done and are being tried and pivoted. If I could make a suggestion, I think what I would feel more reassured about as an emerged doc and also Nova Scotians is some type of consolidated, even conceptual high-level plan, like what does success look like for emergency medicine in 2030? What are the goals and deliverables we want to achieve? So give me some aspirations, give me some hope that I can celebrate with you as to what does emergency care in Nova Scotia look like in 2030? What are our goals, much like I was talking yesterday about primary care, and maybe every emergency department can't be open 24/7 given the restrictions. Maybe they can with good recruitment, but what does success look like? Get me excited, get me inspired, and want to feel that success is on the way. Your thoughts?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly our emergency rooms across the province are quite strained, and what we find with population growth and a more complex patient population, that many of the departments just really don't have the physical capacity to support some of the care that is required. So I will just draw the member's attention to this is really, you can speak more to the Minister of Public Works in regards to these projects, but there are a number of redevelopments underway. So of course, Central Zone Master Planning, we're looking at the Halifax Infirmary. We announced it this week. It's certainly going to double the size of the emergency room, but it's not just the size, it's actually the ability to have more better, bigger, brighter, more modern spaces, making sure that we have technology and the ability not only for today or when it opens, but into the future. So really future-proofing our ability to continue to implement new technologies and have bright spaces. And of course, the Cape Breton redevelopment project is underway as well. So Cumberland Regional Health Centre in Amherst will actually have a new emergency room that will be supported. It will also support 12 hemodialysis stations as well in that redevelopment. And what's really essential to understand about the work that happens, part of the people sometimes criticize it takes a long time, but if you had the opportunity to hear Dr. Christine Short speak the other day, there's over 40 clinical teams, as an example, 40 teams that are looking at how to best to redevelop. What is the space that they need? What are the services they need? So very engaged in that process. So similarly, as I list these projects, I want people to know that the frontline staff are so important. And actually, the former Minister of Public Works and I had the opportunity to tour the IWK redevelopment, which is also underway for their emergency room, and the mock-ups of the rooms. So different teams come into these emergency rooms and they run simulated events so that they can make sure that this facility has what they need and is set up properly. And they gave the example of a tower. They had set it up a certain way. After a couple of clinical teams had come in, they decided that actually the tower was in the wrong spot. And so, very cheaply in this room, they're able to move that tower, rerun those simulations to make sure that it's meeting the needs of the healthcare providers, which is essential. So again, IWK Emergency Department redevelopment, substantial performance date is 2026. South Shore Regional Hospital, Bridgewater, certainly there's a number of things that are happening there. A renovated emergency department, expansion of ambulatory care, 12 new dialysis stations. Yarmouth Regional Hospital approved, their redevelopment of their space. We've also approved SPEC CT there as well. And really looking at how do we support into the future. We need modern facilities, we need modern technology, and we need to make sure that, of course, we have a multidisciplinary team in the emergency room, social workers, pharmacists. As I mentioned, there's been a test and try with a physiotherapist, looking at physician assistants. Our first class of physician assistants started a year ago. And how do they work, not only in primary care, but in the emergency room? Nurse practitioners, rapid assessment zones. So really, for us, the redevelopments create the space around the function of the team. And so we'll continue to do that work. There are a number of others across the province that we continue to look at, see where they are in design phase. While we want to do them all really quickly, we also have to realize that, one, financially, we need to make sure that we can stage these over time so that we can do them, but also workforce. This isn't like going in and remodeling your bathroom at home. This is medical grade equipment. This is medical grade requirement. We know when we go in and start tearing down walls and doing things in hospitals, we need negative pressure, et cetera. So it is not a simple build. It's very, a lot of expertise is required in order to build these facilities. And I think the gentleman from Plenary PCL the other day said, we do this all the time, but expertise, is a very narrow group of individuals. And so to assure folks that are working across the province and emerge, there's education that's important, there's equipment that's important, there's facilities that are important, and certainly the work that we do around the compensation through our contract negotiations is also another important piece of that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
That's great, and that is truly excellent. The physical investment in capital project in Emerge is really great. Having been through 2 merge redevelopments in this province in the last 28 years, the risk is if we don't have the people. And I remember when Dartmouth was rebuilt once or twice ago, we had double space and we ended up having less beds and nurses because of nurses, and the anger rate went up because the expectation was we had a new build, we would be faster, when in essence, despite the planning, we just didn't have the people. And so I just caution that we're going to need the people for the new builds, and the new builds will attract people, but it's not always going to be reassuring. And I just have to say, you know, I get calls every week, even this morning, could you come here for 2 days? Could you come to do a 12-hour shift this weekend? As you're probably aware, but I just have to emphasize that every single emerge in this province is hanging on by a thread. Yarmouth is scheduling a couple days in advance. Amherst, I believe, is hanging on. And so it's really, I can only say it's really a crisis point. I'm sure you hear that, but I just have to echo from the front line, it really is. And people feel like they just can't keep on doing it. So I would very much help, and certainly if you haven't met Dave Petrie, who's an Emerge doc here, is probably an expert in systems planning, he would be a great resource as well.
Could the member please state if there was a direct question there or asking for a comment? I recognize the member from Halifax, Armdale.
No, that's just a comment. I'm actually willing to give up my 4 minutes because I'm running out of steam and need some lunch, and so I'm sure my colleagues might benefit from a break as well, so I don't have to talk if I don't have to. And I'd also like to start some other issues, not just with 4 minutes left.
Thank you.
Oh.
We will now take a recess. Thank you. Order. I recognize the member from Argyll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So with the few minutes remaining, I want to take the opportunity to thank the minister for answering questions from the opposition. I got to say, in my time here, I've never seen opposition this early in the game of estimates throw in the towel and stop asking questions to a minister who's been peppered with questions, and I got to say, doing a great job. I do want to give the Minister of Health and Wellness the opportunity to share more for the benefit of the House. Some of the amazing progress that we've done as a government in our first mandate, particularly in a field that I come from. I know the member opposite was asking questions about the pre-hospital EHS system, and I have a lot of passion, but I know firsthand that the actions of our government are paying dividends and are working. So I want to give the minister, if she can explain a little bit more on that file. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. It's always my pleasure to stand up and talk about emergency health services. Certainly such an integral part of our healthcare system, and have a deep respect and care for paramedics across the province. And certainly in my career, I've always said, you know, I have my own memories from my healthcare experience, but I was never in a position where I saw what or who didn't come in. And so understand deeply that paramedics and firefighters and police and tow truck drivers are on the very, very front lines of the care that's provided in community at really difficult accidents and emergencies. So I would like to highlight just a couple of things. Really happy with the paramedic training and tuition investment. So we've invested $6.83 million to date, which has had an impact of 180 new emergency medical responders, 150 new primary care paramedics, and 45 new advanced care paramedics, really supporting. And as I said, the vacancy rate in paramedicine has really reduced, and certainly being able to negotiate a contract with paramedics has been essential. The Air Medical Transport Service Life Flight plane, that has saved over 12,300 hours of ground ambulance time as of December 2024. And certainly the member from Argyll and I had an opportunity when we toured the hospital in Yarmouth, and we had an opportunity to stop in at the paramedic base and really had an opportunity to see the plane. And we got to tour it and see it, and it's an incredible opportunity. And it also gives primary care paramedics a different opportunity to use their skills and support patients. And we had a primary care paramedic say she never thought that she would have this opportunity to be kind of in the flight program. So it really was a great visit. The addition of the nurse to the Medical Communications Center, 16,590 911 calls were redirected to the Medical Communications Center nurse for triage and support since November of 2022, which is an incredible achievement. The establishment and the hiring of the emergency medical responders, and so that program, we anticipate that we'll be able to hire 180 EMRs over the course of 2025. And of course, the successful recruitment missions to Australia, 11 ACPs in 2024.
Order. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's been a while since I've done this, so I'll try to get in the groove. Minister, I've got a few questions, and I'm not sure if the minister and the staff have access to some of the questions, to answers to some of the questions that I have, because some are very specific for the hospital and facilities in my area. Some of the questions are more broader scope, so they'll probably be able to be easier to answer. But I'm wondering if there's anything that I ask that they don't have the answer today, if that's something that they'll be able to provide the answers in the future. So I'll start with some small things. They are more specific. So again, I understand if the minister doesn't have the exact answers today. So in Cumberland North, the area that I represent, we have two facilities, acute care facilities, North Cumberland Memorial, which is brand new. We're so grateful to have that, as well as Cumberland Regional. And one of the things that our cancer navigator had identified about 3 years ago is that Cumberland Regional was the only regional hospital in the province that didn't administer systemic chemotherapy, which of course meant that all of our patients had to travel for treatment. And thankfully, Nova Scotia Health and our patient navigator worked together, and they were able to hire Dr. Rondo part-time and as well as a nurse to be able to administer chemo at Cumberland Regional so that all of our patients won't have to travel either to Halifax, Truro, or Moncton. However, what I've been told is that while we have the physician and the nurse, which is a rarity, we don't have the equipment, that the hood that's required to mix the actual pharmaceuticals for the chemo hasn't been able to be installed yet at the hospital. So I'm wondering if the minister would either have the information or be able to get the information for our community of when we can expect the installation of the hood so that chemo can be administered, of course, to alleviate the travel costs and strain on patients and families in our Cumberland area. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that chemotherapy hood is operational and in use apparently right now.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you to the minister. That's not what, unfortunately, they have been telling me. But I'll see if I can even ask the question while we're having the conversation so I can let the minister know. That's great. Minister, as I've identified at other times, nursing vacancy rate is a major problem. I know it's not just at Cumberland Regional, but it's certainly, I want to make sure that I'm bringing the voices of the people I represent here, and I know the nurses at Cumberland Regional are feeling extremely defeated, very overwhelmed, very stressed, and certainly now that they've been mandated to take patients in non-traditional patient areas, meaning physical areas of the hospital. For anyone listening that doesn't know what that means, a non-traditional bed area would mean a patient is being put in an area that isn't necessarily equipped with all the things that a nurse would normally have access to take care of a patient, whether it be oxygen, suction equipment, even an electrical outlet to plug a bed in. When you're a nurse, you sometimes will position a patient in Fowler's or another position, and that's part of an actual nursing intervention. And when there's no electrical outlet where a stretcher or a bed is, they even can't do that. And even a crash cart, not being able to plug in a crash cart. A non-traditional bed area also often doesn't have a code blue button, meaning that there could be delays if and when the patient were to crash and a code is called. All of these factors, Mr. Chair, are contributing to an astronomical amount of stress put on our nurses because they want to be able to provide good, adequate care. And that accompanied by the vacancy rate. So the less, fact that they don't have enough staff, of course, makes things even worse. So one of the positives, let's bring a positive into play here. One of the positive things that's happening in our area is the government of New Brunswick have been working with Beale University out of Maine. And they worked together for about 3 years. And thankfully, just in the last couple of months, Beale University has opened a new campus at Sackville Memorial Hospital, which is only 10 minutes from our border, Nova Scotia border. And they're going to be doing an intake of 40 students 6 times a year. So that's a lot of registered nurses that are going to be graduating from Beale University right next door. And it's an accelerated course, so it's only going to take about 30 months. And so we're really hoping that some of these nurses that graduate will come back and work in Cumberland and work here in Nova Scotia. So I'm wondering, the reason I'm bringing this up is twofold. One is we need to make sure that we capitalize on this new registered nursing program that is so close to us. And I have been told by someone in Nova Scotia Health that they've been working with Beale University on making sure there's clinical practicums in Cumberland County, like the nurses can come and do practicums in our hospitals. But when I talked with Beale University, that actually hasn't happened yet. So I'm wondering if the minister might be able to work with people in Nova Scotia Health to make a commitment to work with Beale University so that their students, some of their students, are able to do the practicums in Cumberland County, because often where you do your practicums is often where you get hired and where you want to stay. You develop relationships and you get comfortable. You find out if you want to be an obstetric nurse or a med-surg nurse or a emerge nurse or ICU or community. So I'm wondering if the minister would be able to look at making a commitment, working with Beale University, and also looking at would she be willing to work with the Minister of Advanced Education to ensure that the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program starts becoming available for Nova Scotians that study outside of our province. And it's so, you know, I know the Premier's talking right now a lot about these interprovincial barriers. Well, we live and breathe them every day in Cumberland County, and they're so obvious. And this is one that I've brought up quite a few times in the last 3 years, and it still hasn't been fixed. And there's no question that the nurses that live and work, so they're taxpayers, they're Nova Scotia taxpayers, living in Cumberland County, and some even in Colchester and Pictou, that study in Moncton and now will be studying in Sackville, in my opinion, and in their opinion, should be eligible for the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. So those, all those questions, I guess I want to just bring forward to the minister, all for the purpose of trying to help alleviate the nursing shortage and improve the vacancy rate for registered nurses in particular in Cumberland.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you very much. The leadership team at the Cumberland Regional Hospital is working towards looking at innovative ways to support and recruit RNs and LPNs. So the overall vacancy rate at Cumberland sites has stayed consistent in 24 and we'll continue to monitor it in 25. LPN vacancies actually improved in Cumberland by about 2% between April and December of 2024, and the RN vacancies have improved by about 8 percentage points in the same time frame. So there actually are strides that are being made. In terms of the retention piece, looking at very innovative thing that happened in Northern Zone specifically was talking about stay interviews. So really trying to understand, what are the reasons why people stay, and what are the ideas that they have that would support other folks in staying. And so it is a very busy site. There's a number of opportunities for people to work in different specialties throughout the hospital, and so really looking at those stay interviews. The Northern Zone, specifically Cumberland Regional Emergency and the ED at North Cumberland facility, plan to implement a permanent full-time multi-site position for RNs as well, which will support care in the community. Agency nurses continue to be in place at the regional hospital to augment Nova Scotia Health staffing as required. Again, there's some other advancements in community around other healthcare professionals as well. There is some work happening with partnerships in place with UNB and Beale University to help strengthen placements, but we also have to remember that we have a number of learners, and so that is part of a limiting factor for sure. We need to make sure that our internationally educated nurses have opportunity to mentorship from senior nurses and experienced nurses as well as students, so that work is ongoing. In the broader sense around nursing recruitment and retention, recruiting healthcare professionals has really been top of mind. We have the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, and it certainly was one of the most pressing issues and continues to be since 2021, working with partners across the health system to bring more nurses into the system, and these efforts have added hundreds of nurses, as well as more nursing seats across the province, so we're really proud of that. So since 2021, government has provided $4.7 million per year in funding to employers, the largest portion of which goes to Nova Scotia Health. So this funding supports educational, professional development, orientation and mentorship initiatives which foster recruitment and long-term retention by enabling nurse career progression and professional development, which is a really important point. So career progression is certainly an option for some individuals. We know that LPNs will sometimes bridge to RNs, RNs sometimes bridge to nurse practitioners. And so they aren't necessarily net new people into the system, but the skill set is a net new designation. And so we encourage those programs wherever people see that may be the correct path for them. In 2021, Premier Houston guaranteed to all new nursing graduates in the province a job. Right through to 2026 in order to demonstrate just how valuable and essential nursing is to our healthcare system. So Nova Scotia Health has hired 119 new graduates from Nova Scotia Nursing Program since September of 2024. So great influx of new graduates into the system, which we're really pleased about. In 22, the government provided funding to expanded nursing seats, so there are now 143 new permanent Bachelor of Science seats, 63 at Acadia, 28 at CBU, 26 at Dalhousie, and 26 at St. FX, and 300 new permanent LPN seats at Nova Scotia Community College. So significant investment. And I think what's really important too, when we talk about people having to leave maybe their communities for a little while in order to get education, certainly not able to train all the time in our communities. But the important part is that there are jobs in every community in this province for healthcare workers. And so when we think about the economic potential of having people being able to work in small communities, they don't have to leave when they're involved with healthcare. And I say the healthcare today, we think about physicians and nurses and paramedics, but really data analysts are healthcare workers today. We have power engineers working in a number of the hospitals across the province. So really, with an organization the size of Nova Scotia Health, unbelievable the opportunities for people. And certainly when we did community consultations, I think we did 24 of them across the province in communities. We talked to folks who attended to really encourage people to go into healthcare, whatever their passion and gift is. We assured them there's a place in healthcare for them. So the key priorities of nursing recruitment and retention really are around financial incentives, job offers to Nova Scotia graduates, a comprehensive nursing strategy, expanding access to education and career development opportunities. So based on the annual registration data, there are 23,500 nurses licensed to practice in Nova Scotia, and 17,000 of these nurses are employed in Nova Scotia, with an increase of really 1,500. And so some of the gap is actually related to the Patient Access to Care Act. Among those licensed to practice but not employed, 1,000 were from outside Canada. Internationally educated nurses, 1,500 reside in Canada but did not list an employer, and another 4,000 reside in Canada and listed at least one employer but only reported working for employers outside of Nova Scotia. So also there is strategic international recruitment markets for nurses from India, the UK, US, Australia, the Philippines, and the Caribbean, with international outreach campaigns and partnerships. The Nova Scotia Nursing Strategy, the government has provided $4.7 million per year in funding to employers. The largest, of course, goes to NSH for educational, professional development, all of those different things. Includes the RN Education Incentive and the NP Education Incentive, which provides financial support for nurses pursuing further education, which I mentioned before. In July and December of 2023, agreements were signed with unions representing most of the province's nurses. Examples of compensation increases. So 12 to 17% increase for licensed practical nurses, 15 to 21% for RNs, and 21% for nurse practitioners. So really competitive wages. Increases to existing incentives such as shift premiums and new incentives for preceptorship and reassignment. So I mentioned in the chamber in the last couple of days, there was recently a nursing conference that was held here at the end of January, and I had the opportunity to attend and speak to the participants. And there was a nursing student from BC who came over and identified that the incentives we have here are very generous. As a student nurse in BC, recognized there were things about the climate, as an example, that perhaps were more appealing, but when they looked at the benefits and the pay and the package and the willingness and the welcoming of Nova Scotia, they were really torn about which coast they wanted to live on, which is really encouraging to hear, because we think these big provinces, they have a bigger population. Sometimes you think that they have more to offer, but in fact, this student recognized that we really were leaders. In 23 and 24, there were targeted incentives as well for nurses, so there was the $10,000 thank you bonus. We also have a really great program that sits in finance and more opportunities for skilled trades. So this returns provincial income tax paid on the first $50,000 of earned pay for workers under the age of 30, and that was extended to nurses, which is great. We also have an all-new nursing strategy. So Indigenous people are underrepresented, of course, in Nova Scotia's nursing workforce. Mi'kmaq nurses are about 1.5% of the total registered nurse population. And so the all-new nursing strategy is led by Dudja Gamick, and it seeks to address the gap by creating supportive pathway for Mi'kmaq and Indigenous students in Nova Scotia's nursing program. That program is led by the incredible Dawn Gugu at Dalhousie University. She is originally from Waigaba and spent some time at St. FX, and just an incredible asset to our province, and has been an absolute champion for all new nursing. And I had the opportunity to teach her sister in nursing school when I did some time at St. FX. So the All New Nursing Strategy offers a comprehensive plan covering recruitment, transition into practice, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of Mi'kmaq Indigenous nurses in Nova Scotia's workforce. And we did talk about the student nursing offers. We talked about education and career development. So I would say that nursing has never been more top of mind in the province than it currently is. You know, we want to make sure that nurses feel appreciated. There's work happening to make sure that nurses are involved not only in patient care, but also in the planning and the systems. They're leaders throughout the healthcare system. There are a ton of us in the healthcare system. We outnumber pretty well every other healthcare professional, and so you know, really the scope making sure that nurses across all designations work to the fullness of their scope, and the Patient Access to Care Act allows us to do that. So working with the colleges, if nurses identify new opportunities or ways in which they feel the scope of practice can grow, through the colleges and with the Department of Health, we can actually change scope of practice now by doing an OIC. So Cabinet can actually work directly or hear directly from Department of Health and the colleges around what is the capabilities of nurses across the 3 registered designations in order to support expanding scope and providing care to Nova Scotians. So lots on the go. There's other things that are happening in seniors and long-term care, and certainly there's some work happening in addictions and mental health as well to support nurses and make sure that they have good job satisfaction and see that there is a really diversified career path for them.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answer, and thank you to her and everyone in our department for all they're doing for registered nurses and LPNs and CCAs and all healthcare members here in the province. And going back to some of the questions that I had asked, I know I get contacted by a lot of nurses around the province, so I don't want to take away from the rest of the province, but I do want to make sure I represent the people that elected me, and specifically I do want to go back to Cumberland, and it's not just Cumberland, Colchester and Pictou. The three counties in the northern zone specifically don't have a registered nursing school. So if someone was to live in Colchester, they could possibly drive to Halifax, or if they lived in Pictou, maybe could drive to St. Yvette's. But most people living in Cumberland, if they're not able to move, driving to a school to become a registered nurse is pretty much impossible unless they go to Moncton and now Sackville, which is going to be even closer. But unfortunately, they're punished, even though they're Nova Scotia taxpayers and want to work in Nova Scotia. They're not eligible for the Nova Scotia student loan forgiveness, and it's not fair. And I didn't hear the minister respond about that. And it is interesting, and I'm sure the minister would agree with me on this. I'm not sure why nurses aren't being treated fairly on it, because when the government came out with the free tuition for paramedics, there was quite a few paramedic students from Cumberland County that study in Moncton, because again, there's no school in Cumberland, and they were all denied the free paramedic tuition from the Nova Scotia government. I contacted the minister at that time for the paramedic students, as well as EHS, and they fixed it right away. And every paramedic student that's studying in Moncton is able to get the Nova Scotia government free paramedic tuition. But our nurses continue. So it seems to be discrimination against nurses in particular. And I'm happy for the paramedic students, and I'm glad that my advocacy worked on their behalf, but I do really feel strongly that our nurses shouldn't be, that they should be treated fairly. And now that we're going to have this university accelerated program for registered nurses at Sackville, it's even more important. And it really could help our vacancy rate. So the minister did mention some positives, that the vacancy rate for registered nurses is up 8%. That is true. It was 30 and now it's 22, but 22% is still a pretty high vacancy rate. If you're a nurse and if you're working with a 22% vacancy rate, and coupled with a capacity of over 130%, you can imagine the working conditions and why they're having such a hard time. So anything we can do to alleviate that, I think we should be trying to do that. And I've recently had a meeting with a couple of, I would call them rock star nurses. They're like PhD and just at the top tier. And they actually helped me to sort of prepare for estimates. And one of the things that they actually asked me to ask the minister is, how much is the government saving by by having such a high vacancy rate of nurses in the province. And I want to make sure that the minister doesn't take the question the wrong way. It's not ethical to purposely have a vacancy rate to save money in a budget. But it is a valid question to ask. And when the nurses did propose that is a question I ask, I do think it's a valid question to ask. And we are doing estimates looking at the budget. So I'm going to ask that question specifically for Cumberland, and knowing that we did have a 30% vacancy rate and now still have a 22% vacancy rate. And I don't know what it is around the rest of the province, but what does that look like financially for the province? What kind of savings is there in the budgetary process with such a high vacancy rate?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I think it's important for people to understand that there's no savings associated. Vacancies, actually, the majority of them are from expanded programs. So when you think about things that nurses are able to do, programs that we've expanded, it actually, not only are we trying to staff, but we're also trying to expand programs in various sections of the healthcare. So there is no savings. When we have a vacancy and it's filled and we don't have a person to be in that line on a regular basis, we're filling that vacancy with overtime or with travel nurses. So there's nothing being saved. Over the last number of years, salary base has increased at Nova Scotia Health because of the one, expansion of programs, and two, our reliance sometimes on travel nurses. So there's a number of things that are underway, but there's no savings being realized by vacant positions. So I don't want that certainly to circulate. So providing options for people to be seen in different environments. You know, if we're opening, as an example, in that area, a 12-bed dialysis unit, of course, there's going to be additional staff required in order to do that. If we're looking at primary health care collaborative teams, of course, there's going to be more staff required to do that. So there's nothing being withheld. There's been more money spent in health care in the last 4 years than there has been in 30. And so certainly people should not think at any point that there's being any resource held back in order to save money.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the response. I noticed, I don't know if the Minister wants to respond to my comments or question about just fairness for the nurses with regards to for the fact that the paramedics were granted free tuition that study in Moncton, but that our nurses weren't. I'm just not sure if the Minister, because I had asked that twice.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's no nurses in the province of Nova Scotia that are getting free tuition that I'm aware of. It's certainly not a program that's being rolled out. I do have my hands full in healthcare. I have a lot of things that are happening, and so around the provincial student loan program, those questions are best directed to the Minister of Advanced Education. This book is thick and wide, and I work really hard to work across departments in order to support a variety of different folks, but that's really not something that I can take on. I know that the Minister was asked a similar question in question period this week, and he did commit that he was going to look into it. I trust him to be able to do that, and so really right now I don't think there's any role for me in terms of starting to look at advanced education and their mandate.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister, and thank you to the Minister for the answer, and certainly I'll follow up with the Minister of Advanced Education on that. And the only reason I wanted to ask is I know when I did ask the Minister for help getting the paramedic tuition, we were able to get that done, and I do know, I just will add one last point on that, is that I know that certainly the nurse managers that work in Nova Scotia Health under the department's purview have been advocating for this as well, because they've been struggling with the nursing vacancy rates, and they believe 100% that this would help with the vacancy rates. So I know that, I just didn't know if her advocacy would also benefit Nova Scotia Health staff that have been working, trying to get this happen as well. So, so I will mention I did get a response about the hood, and just to go back to my very first question about the cancer hood. So yes, I guess it is installed now, but now the staff are being told it will be not till September that they can use it, because now they're looking at other things that are in the way. So it's disappointing, but eventually we'll get there. So I did want to bring up one other point, and this is maybe something the Minister may not be aware of, because the Minister did bring up one of the positives is the internationally trained nurses, and how the College of Nursing looked at, I believe it was seven countries, I believe, looked at their curriculum and approved that any nurse that came from those countries would be able to get their nursing license easier than, it's very, very difficult for people. They spend a lot of money, and they come here to our country, and oftentimes takes 2 or 3 years to get their nursing license. So I am aware of nurses, and I'm not going to break confidentiality, and I don't want to say or do anything. I want to make sure the Minister knows this. I don't want to say or do anything that would in any way jeopardize them getting hired, because that's not fair. However, they have come to me because they've been told they can't be hired and won't be hired by Nova Scotia Health, and that Nova Scotia Health has made changes recently that they are no longer doing the bridging program. It's paused for internationally trained nurses. I was actually told that face to face, as well as in an email. I have it documented in an email from a Nova Scotia Health staff, and I was told that face to face. So the concern that I have goes back to my nurses, I say my nurses, our nurses and our patients in Cumberland and across the province that are struggling to work with high vacancy rates and overcapacity. And we have nurses that are licensed in our province, so they have their nursing license from one of those 7 countries. So technically, they should be able to be hired. Whether you're an internationally trained nurse from India, or a new grad from Dalhousie, or St. FX, or CBU, you should, if you have your nursing license, I don't understand why Nova Scotia Health won't hire these nurses and mentor them based on their needs. Just because even if you're a new grad that studied here in Nova Scotia or in Canada, and the Minister's a nurse, so she would, I mean, we both can think back to when we first started. You're terrified, and you need mentoring is very, very important, whether you're a new grad or from another country. You're nervous. It takes a long time to, and I always used to say, you don't know what you don't know. And it takes a long time to really gain your confidence, especially in acute settings. But I do want to bring this up, and I don't know how much money is being spent by the province right now, or how much is budgeted for the bridging program here in this budget. But I'm wondering if the Minister wants to comment on that or give any insight on what the plan is moving forward to restart that bridging program, or maybe they're going to start a different program to help support and mentor the internationally trained nurses, keeping in mind that they are licensed. These are nurses that have obtained their Nova Scotia nursing license, but are being told that they are not being hired by Nova Scotia Health. And they want to be, and they want to be.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So the bridging program that has happened for internationally educated nurses certainly is still underway. There's still people in it, and it is a test and try. That was, and the reason I say it's a test and try because there's this cohort of individuals who came through that program. The learnings from that really inform the path forward. So there's still a number of individuals in that. So. There's been some learnings from that situation, understanding, as an example, what the English language requirements are. And when you work and study in English, it could be very different than conversational, as an example. So really digging down and understanding when people had a protracted period of time in that bridging program, what exactly were the barriers that they faced. So we recognize that there are people who do have licenses. We need to make sure that first of all, internationally educated nurses are while they're trained as nurses, the practice environment can often be very, very different from the country which they were trained. And so we need to make sure that both the patients are safe and also that the staff are safe and that they have the supports that they require. So there's nobody newly being accepted at this moment, but there are people who continue in the bridging program and looking at where is the best and most appropriate place based on the skills and the abilities of those individuals in order to work in the system and contribute to healthcare. So there is a bit of a change, but we do really need to have robust evaluation to make sure that that program is as efficient as possible. Similarly, when we did the practice ready assessment program for physicians, we have had a lot of learnings over the years from that program, and now have, as a result, looked at the PACE clinic, which allows us to do competency-based assessment in a different way. So all to say that certainly the number of internationally educated nurses is certainly increasing in the province, and we want to be very supportive of them. We recognize that the college has been able to acknowledge that they're training and there are some equivalencies there. And now it really is around making sure that the practice environment is one they're familiar with and feel confident in, and that we have the actual resources. So those learnings are being evaluated now. There are still some people in the bridging program, and there'll be more to say about it in the future.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister, and thank you for that response. And I'll share with the Minister some of the comments that I call them these rock star nurses that I had meetings with to try and prepare for today. And some of their suggestions were for Nova Scotia Health to consider that these are nurses with a Nova Scotia nursing license.
So the fact that they are from India or another country is actually discriminatory if they're taking that into consideration, because they have a Nova Scotia nursing license. So that's something to consider. These nurses that have contacted me haven't even been given an interview. So there's been no establishment of what their skill set is because they've not been tested. But they have a Nova Scotia nursing license. So whether they trained wherever, in Canada or another country, our regulatory body here in Nova Scotia has deemed them to be safe to receive a Nova Scotia license to practice. It's not a defined license, so it's not like you have a license to practice in long-term care but not acute. No, they have a Nova Scotia nursing license. So it's something that needs to be considered. Is there discrimination based on origin of country, language, considering there's been no assessment done because there's not even been an interview in many cases? And I think that this is important to consider, Mr. Chair, because we have a nursing vacancy rate that needs to get filled for patient safety and for the safety, the practice of our nurses that are currently practicing. I didn't mention earlier, it's public knowledge, but recently, the vacancy rate of 22% that was 30%, it's not like these are frontline staffing positions often, not always, but often. Like recently, we just lost 12 nurses from our medical unit. 12. And the direct reason that most of them gave was because they felt they're not being listened to, of patients continuously being placed in non-traditional patient areas. They don't feel it's safe to practice. And the fact that it keeps happening, they feel like no one's listening, and they're quitting. And they are moving to other places within Nova Scotia Health that there's vacancies, so we're not losing them to another province. Sometimes we are. But the fact is, so that's why I tabled in QP today the document that was sent to me by a few nurses, because it seems like even though the nursing union was involved back in November and said to Nova Scotia Health staff, you can't keep doing this to our nurses, it's not safe for them. The practice did stop for a period of time, several weeks. The nurses felt safe again, and then the practice started happening again. And now it's actually a policy that was sent on February the 14th, both at Cumberland Regional and Colchester, saying that the nurses have to receive patients in these non-traditional patient areas in the hospital. So this is one of the reasons that I'm asking a lot of questions today about nursing, hires, vacancy rates, education. And I do think that if Nova Scotia Health are refusing right now to hire nurses in Nova Scotia that have a Nova Scotia nursing license, I believe the nurses that are not even being given an interview actually have legal, like they could take it, look at taking legal action. Like, why are they not even being given an interview? They can't say they don't have the skills or there's a language problem because they haven't even been given an interview. They just see that they're from another country and they're not, they're saying they're not eligible for the bridging program and we're not offering that to them anymore. So this is a concern to me, and it's not fair to the nurses that have contacted me who have moved here from other countries in hopes of practicing and becoming a registered nurse, and now they are a registered nurse, and now our Nova Scotia Health is not offering them a position. So I think this is important to look at, and I know we're talking about budgetary and its estimates, but this is all part of our budget here in the province of Nova Scotia. I did want to say one more thing about that. Yes, so also with regards to whether it's a new grad nurse, I just want to reiterate, I mentioned it a little while ago, but whether it's a new grad nurse or a newly licensed nurse who came from another country, Nova Scotia Health, any employer, has a responsibility to provide mentorship and fill any educational gaps that may be there. And so my question to the minister is, does the department need to look at, or would the minister look into, are there deficiencies within Nova Scotia Health that there's not enough staff educators? Is that maybe the underlying reason why they are not willing to hire some of the nurses that have a Nova Scotia nursing license, but maybe from another country? Is there a lack of staffing for patient educators, for nurse educators rather? Because every hospital has, for those that don't work in the hospitals, they have staff. Their whole job, in every hospital, their whole job is to support the nurses that are already working. So whether it's making sure they feel comfortable responding to codes, making sure they know how to properly do an IV, any of those skills. If there's new equipment that comes to the hospital, that staff educator would be responsible to make sure that everyone is educated on the new pump that just arrived, that kind of thing. So is there a need to look at maybe hiring more staff educators for our nurses? And the question that I will tie in with that is, can the minister find out how many nurses have applied to Nova Scotia Health that have a Nova Scotia nursing license that may be one of these internationally trained nurses that hasn't been offered an interview? And if the minister isn't aware of that answer today, which she may not be, is that something that she would be willing to find out that answer? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So I think it's really important. There's a lot there. But when we look at bringing new nurses into the system, there's a variety of ways in which nurses come in, of course. Sometimes we have people who return to service. They've been off for a period of time. They re-enter because they've been off. We have a number of new graduates. And the mentorship program is a big focus for us. Certainly internationally educated nurses have contributed significantly to the care of Nova Scotians, and we want to continue to do that. We've worked with the college, and I think we just have to realize that there is a way in which, so I was an internationally educated nurse. I worked in Scotland for 4 years, and I had a registration, but I didn't understand the system. And you would think, you know, it's pretty uniform healthcare, but it actually wasn't. I saw Nightingale units for the very first time. I had no idea what they were. I got in a lot of trouble because even some of the words that we use here that are part of our vernacular are not socially acceptable over there, and I won't use those here. But just very simple words that are just part of a regular conversation here were actually quite offensive over there. And so it actually took me you know, a fair amount of time to settle into a system. One of the things that I didn't understand, we actually had to wash and change the beds. And so, and I also couldn't understand how all of the charge nurses and all of the nurse managers in the hospital were sisters. And of course, again, back to the language. I couldn't understand how there were so many nuns working in this hospital because the only sisters that I had been exposed to, of course, were the sisters from St. Martha's. So I came to find out probably about 5 weeks after I started my job there that is just exactly what United Kingdom refers to as their charge nurses, that they are the sisters. So it did take me a really long time to settle in. And I think, you know, despite the fact that I did have a license, I think my competencies took a long time to come up, and I would have really appreciated having an entry to practice opportunity for me. And so, you know, certainly in Nova Scotia, we've worked really hard to welcome Nova Scotia nurses, people with nursing license who are educated in other countries, but similarly, we want to make sure that, yes, that they're eligible for licensure, but we also want to make sure that they are feeling supported in their practice. So I would also say that when we think about the nursing workforce and we talk about the expanded role, we have to balance, we have to move things forward incrementally. I can't imagine that we would take our most experienced nurses all the time. We have increased, Nova Scotia Health and IWK have increased their interprofessional learning and mentorship programs, but we have to realize that every time we take a nurse away from the bedside and move them into different roles, it's not it's not a new person into the system. It actually is. It's just kind of spreading around the resources that we already have. So it has been challenging for us not to move too quickly to deplete a workforce in a particular area. And I think, shift work, after you've been doing it for a long period of time and you have a lot of expertise and wisdom, it is very enticing for people to be able to move into different roles and support more novice nurses or nurses who are coming in from other areas to socialize them to the system. So I would say, there's lots of work that's happening. But, when I think about new graduates as well, I think about the senior nurses who helped me. When I was a new nurse, I had a lot of knowledge, but not a lot of experience. And I remember actually working a night shift and trying to, in a long-term care facility, trying to figure out with a wrench how to turn the oxygen cylinder on. And I had never really understood how much like a torpedo they looked like until I had a wrench in my hand at 20 years of age trying to get some oxygen out of that. So I actually had to call maintenance to come in and help me because I was petrified I was going to cause an explosion in the nursing home. So those mentorship opportunities are so key in order for us to do that, and we want to give people opportunities. The test and try that we've done with internationally educated nurses has actually been very well received. It makes sure that they're familiar with equipment, make sure they're familiar with the hospital, all of those things, and I think it would be disrespectful not to support individuals to come into a new system if we have the capacity to do that. So the learnings have been important. The bridging program is an essential piece. We have to evaluate and make sure that we understand what the feedback is directly from the participants, what would have been better for them, maybe what we could do differently, and also, where folks are needed, and working in community around the recruitment efforts that, where, if you come in through a bridging program, where else might you want to live, and making sure that we have a system where we look at where individuals can be matched. Are there opportunities for us to create communities of practice so that people maybe have a preferred community that they want to live in? So there's been a number of things. We've been working with Labour Skills and Immigration, working with the college. We've been working with Nova Scotia Health and IWK. And certainly the continuing care sector. We have a number of individuals who've worked in our system for a really long time and contributed to, particularly in continuing care, maybe initially as continuing care assistants, perhaps as licensed practical nurses. And so really looking at providing an opportunity for those individuals who are in the system, the opportunity to use their skills to the highest scope. So I don't think there's anything that's awry here. I think it's very incumbent on the operators to make sure that people have the supports that they need when they come in, whether they're a new graduate re-entering practice after a number of years, internationally trained. I know I certainly would have benefited from that. Even just as simple as equipment. So these are protracted periods of orientation at times, but really are committed. We know that internationally educated nurses are part of a recruitment strategy that we have. It's one lever. The college has been very, very proactive in this space, and certainly the work that they've done has been very helpful, and we get updates on a regular basis from the at the Premier's summits where he meets with healthcare workers. So from those conversations, it's really allowed us to look at how we credential folks in a different way, how we do competency-based assessments. And certainly when we had healthcare workers who arrived from the Ukraine, who came unexpectedly, who came from a war-torn country where their credentials weren't available. They just simply were not available. Perhaps the university or the place of training was no longer in existence. And so how do we understand the competencies that these individuals have, how they contributed in their home hospitals and home environments, and then how can we transition them into practice here to the best and highest use? Also, we've looked at other areas where internationally educated healthcare workers have come in and they haven't been able to fully credential. And so as an example, we've been able to work with them specifically around clinical associate and clinical assistance programs. So there's so many different avenues for people to come into our system. We've increased the number of seats that are available. We've looked at extending people's careers by giving them, novel opportunities to work through mentorship, maybe through mobile units, through different care environments. We're expanding teams across the province. We're expanding different opportunities, such as the dialysis that's going to be going into the members' local hospitals. So as we do this, we have to incrementally increase the workforce, but we need to do it safely. We need to make sure that the folks we're training in Nova Scotia are floor ready and that they feel supported in their practice. We need to make sure that internationally educated nurses are supported in their practice, and we want to make sure that while their education and abilities on paper seem to be equivalent, we really need to make sure for the success not only of themselves but the system that they really are in a position that they are not going to misunderstand or do something that may cause them to put their license in jeopardy. It is a worry, not for all, but for some folks. And so we see that with novice nurses, making sure there's a supportive environment. We see that ourselves, always trying to make sure that our skills and competencies are where we need them to be, making sure that there's specialty training available to nurses that have a particular interest in a particular area. So there's no one cookie cutter approach. Our patients are complex, our technology is changing, educational requirements are different, competency-based care, and assessment is really an important part of this. So I just want to assure the member that there are so many things happening in a supportive work environment in order to create practice environments where people feel welcome, that they are supported. The last thing we want is for someone to come into a job and feel overwhelmed. We've heard that from our own nursing students in some of the nursing schools. We've heard that from internationally educated nurses. That's some of the feedback. It's very overwhelming to come into a system, and so we will continue to work on that. And I also want to just comment on the overcapacity. Again, we appreciate that there is a number of facilities that do go into overcapacity, and we are looking at where do we support different units in being able to provide care. And unfortunately, when they're over capacity, we have to look at the acuity of patients. And so the overcapacity in the emergency room is also a very big concern. The most acute patients are in an overcapacity situation. But where throughout the system can we, if we have to go into overcapacity, where are the most stable individuals in hospital to do that? And so that is a very much a clinical decision. We work with clinicians, but there are zones of accountability, and we are seeing that. So previously, overcapacity happened in emerge, but very rarely did it happen in the hospital. And so when you think about that, the acuity and risk in an emergency department is often a bit different than the acuity perhaps in some units, not all. So we really have had to look at that from a perspective of a system. Where are the places, if we are in the unfortunate position of overcapacity, where is the best and highest use of individuals and skill sets and safety? So all of that is taken into consideration. It's done on a daily basis, on an individual basis for patients, so that we understand their acuity, also the supports. And so I just want to assure the member that everybody is working very, very hard in order to make sure. And again, so proud of the work that's happening in seniors and long-term care, the investments our government has made in long-term care facilities. And the folks that work in the sector have been saying for a long time that we need more support, and that really long-term care, we needed the expansion not only of the workforce but also of the ability to care for seniors. And so certainly when we formed government, we were we were very fortunate to be able to be in a position that we're able to invest very heavily in long-term care for the first time really in a number of years. And it's taken some time. Certainly there have been challenges around supply and workforce and all of those things, but we'll start to see those new beds come on board. And so incrementally we will see overcapacity improve. And also I think we have to look at our community programs as well. And Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care and I talk about that often. What are the opportunities? And certainly now that we are considering how best to move forward with the remedy, there's a lot of conversations that happen about the provision of care in community and patient choice. So lots happening, and I really am hopeful that this will make a significant difference, having cross-departmental work that happens, and I look forward to what's next. Thanks.
It will now be the turn of the NDP for the next 60 minutes. 60 minutes. I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Speaker. Recently been involved in teaching with physician assistants, which is a great asset to our workplace. And I advocated 20 years ago to bring physician assistants to Nova Scotia. So I'm happy to see they're here. Concerns I hear from the students in the program is, will they have a job and a full-time job? So my question is, are the physician assistants guaranteed to have a job, and are there any conditions attached to those jobs in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So in this fiscal, there is $3.5 million associated with that. So the physician assistant models are being implemented in multiple settings. So areas of practice would include emergency departments, orthopedics, as well as primary care. Certainly there's lots of people who are interested in physician assistants, and I believe the cohort is at 24, and I don't anticipate there being any difficulties for those individuals to find work. We have requests throughout the province, especially with the collaborative care teams. I think there's definitely an opportunity, the pilot program that's happening now with physician assistants in emergency departments. And, very fortunate to be training our own workforce. So I think they should feel very confident that there will be a place for them to work in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you for that. Where does the minister see the physician assistants being deployed in terms of rural versus urban? And will the graduates of the program have a choice in their location?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I just mentioned possible practice environments for physician assistants. So certainly there will be opportunities in emergency department. It was part of the emergency department improvement plan. Certainly primary care is a particular focus. We know that there's been some physician assistants who've been hired in collaborative practices throughout the province and are doing well and enjoying the work. And also in orthopedics, we know that there's been the earliest trial or test and try that was in the province, I believe, was with orthopedics. So I think, you know, as we expand practices, there will be opportunities for individuals. I think, you know, we won't give people, I mean, we can't tell people where to go and work. There's no return to service that I'm aware of with any of these individuals. So this is new. They'll be trailblazers. They'll be breaking ground, and you know, we'll be looking at all of those different practice environments. There are a number of vacancies, and so people will get to choose and apply to those vacancies as they wish. If they maybe aren't successful with their first choice, maybe they'll try a second vacancy and see if maybe they'll try a different type. So I don't want people to feel concerned in any way. We know as we continue to build these teams around access and attachment, and certainly, you know, looking at the opportunities in emergency departments across the province, that there will absolutely be work for this class.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss virtual care. How long is the contract, I believe, that, I'm not sure if it's Nova Scotia Health or Health Nova Scotia, with Maple, and what are the deliverables attached to that contract?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So the cost of Maple is around $23 million a year, and that contract goes until August of 2026. So the variety of different deliverables. So there's they provide over 700 primary care visits per day. So there is those individuals who are unattached, who get what we would call a full care. So integration, if there were to be tests ordered, any of those different types of things, just a more comprehensive care as a primary care provider. And also the ability to refer into the primary care clinics if required. So as the member will know, if you're seen virtually by a provider and they feel that you need to be seen in person, there's an opportunity for them to refer you to an inpatient appointment so that you can be assessed in person by a different clinician. So that's part of it. And then, of course, we expanded that with Your Health NS when we opened up 2 appointments for every Nova Scotian who's attached on an annual basis. And so those are more, I guess, basic. And so obviously there's auditing that's being done around, you know, those visits. There were 79,266 unique visits overall with full care. Almost 200,000 visits, but 79,000 of those were unique individuals, and an additional 83,000 visits through the app, people that would get basic care. And so certainly it is a comprehensive service. It leverages Nova Scotia's providers, physicians and NPs, and there would be a variety of you know, we need them to be available. I don't have the contract in front of me, and I'm not sure how much of the information is proprietary, so I'm not actually sure what I'm able to provide to the member. But certainly those are, the contract is evaluated on an ongoing basis, and certainly we will be looking at, you know, as that contract comes to a close, what the conditions are in terms of giving people notice and posting RFPs, et cetera.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
How many Nova Scotia family doctors and nurse practitioners are employed through the the virtual care program?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we'll have to get back to the member. We don't have that readily available. It'll take a long time, so he can either wait or ask a different question. It's up to him.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I'm happy to receive that information whenever we can. Piggyback onto that is how many nurse practitioners are working exclusively for Maple and not providing other services outside of their Maple contracts. Or
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so that's not at my fingertips either. You don't have that, so we'll have to find it.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I am told that primary care, Nova Scotians with primary care providers can pay to access Maple as a separate private care route. Does the minister have any feel or scope for how many Nova Scotians who have primary care providers are accessing in a pay-for-use virtual care?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the team can certainly correct me, but we would not have line of sight to the business operations of Maple. If there are people who are paying privately, we don't keep tabs on private companies in terms of who are or what they're doing.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Two performance questions I have. I have had both heard from patients in Emerge and from other family docs that who are relatives. Unfortunately, one of the challenges with Maple is we've had seniors call in, make an appointment, and get some heavy news, like they have cancer or the pathology came back. And it was a shock in the moment. They asked for follow-up and were told, oh, call back and get another appointment. But it wasn't necessarily with the same provider. So on that note, I'm wondering if the minister's given any consideration how we might reduce that episodic but significant discussion care through the contract with Maple.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. I don't have anything to tell me other than anecdotal information that that's happening, and so it's hard for us to track that. So certainly if the individual is unattached, then that individual, if the clinician who's seeing them virtually, who have ordered the test, who have done that, they're responsible really then to that person seems to be seen in person. So, I mean, to me, I don't think that's a policy. I actually think that would be the clinician that is choosing in that moment. There are pathways for patients to be seen in person. I think that's news that people should be supported through, particularly if they're getting a very heavy diagnosis. So I think, it's very difficult for us to measure that. And so what I would encourage anybody who's unhappy with the care that they get, we ask them to reach into the Nova Scotia Health feedback line and share their experience. And while I know that's difficult, it's the way in which we can get to the bottom of it and be able to track the incidences, whether it's, a situation that's happening across, a number of different providers, if it's particular to a singular provider, those types of things. So, our expectation as primary care providers, there's a standard of practice and code of ethics that everybody is held to, and so the expectation would be that they would handle a situation compassionately, that they would use the opportunities to refer that patient to in-person care rather than provide a heavy diagnosis over the phone or virtually or however that would work. So I don't know that that's happening in terms of statistical analysis, so I'm very sorry if people are experiencing that, but it's so important that we understand so we can improve the quality. And if it is a single or a couple of primary care practice providers, then we really do need to dig into that a little bit more to better understand what's happening and make sure that it's not a clinical practice issue.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Is there capacity within the virtual care and in the contract for someone to, rather than have a different provider each time, book a series of appointments with the same provider so they might get that diagnosis, but also have a follow-up conversation about next steps? Very similar to what we saw in the mental health program suggested by the Minister of Mental Health, is that maybe 5 episodes or a certain number of encounters. Is there capacity within Maple to have that consistency?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
I would say that is not necessarily a current application. So again, if somebody felt that a patient required ongoing care, there is an opportunity for those primary care clinics to refer to those primary care clinics, and certainly we've seen that. In the hospital visits that I do, there are primary care clinics where actually patients are followed for extended periods of time until a new provider is added to the community, and then they are, kind of graduate to a more permanent health home as an example. But while they wait for that permanent provider, they are seen in a clinic. And sometimes it's locum physicians that move through those primary care clinics, but the clinic itself holds the information and it's staffed by people who they're familiar with and they recognize. So that would be one option. The other thing I think is important to note is also the primary care clinics that happen in pharmacies. So particularly in local pharmacies, and even if not in the primary care clinic itself, but actually the scope and role of pharmacists writ large in the province is pretty significant. So what are the things that they are able to do to support people who maybe are not currently attached, or even if they are attached? So we know now that they can do some work around anticoagulant therapy, and there's opportunities for them to manage hypertension. There's just a variety of different things that pharmacists can do. And so that's another suggestion that I would have for patients. There may be an episodic issue, or perhaps you're concerned about something, but checking in with your local pharmacist and utilizing scope of practice to the best of their ability, they'll tell you what they need. If you are attached, physicians and pharmacists actually often have a way in which they can communicate. Physicians will often accept pharmacists' calls in their office just to make sure, and we are moving towards a time when the records are shared. But in the interim, Nova Scotians have all that information on their phone. They have their diagnostic results, they have their medications, they have their recent visits, all of those different things. So that is an enabler to help patients navigate. And I say to patients all the time, the most important person on their healthcare team is them. I'm the most important person on my healthcare team, and so I may access different people in order to support my wellness. It is really important that patients feel empowered, citizens feel empowered to see a clear line of sight into what their diagnostic imaging, have a list of their medications, understand who and why they're being referred to a variety of specialists or other practitioners. So I would say you can't necessarily make an appointment with Maple, but there would be opportunities to be seen in a primary care clinic if that was required.
I I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. How is virtual care being evaluated, and any early lessons learned that the minister could share?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So there is a full evaluation that's happening now, and that's happening through Nova Scotia Innovation Hub. But we do know that, as an example, the present satisfaction rating for virtual care is 4.7 out of 5. So very positive results, but that full evaluation is underway now through Nova Scotia Innovation Hub. That's my thing.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Will that evaluation be released once it's completed?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
I would say parts of it are. I don't want to commit on the floor that all of it would be, because I'm not sure what's proprietary because of that single provider. So I think there will be things that definitely would be public facing. I think there will be things that are learned and ways to improve the program, but I don't know if the full report will be released. I can't really commit to that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
With my understanding, I'm not sure I understand the language, the Minister of Health is the sponsor of FIA, or certainly the lead, and I stand to be corrected in the language. With the expansion or the changes to FIA in March of last year, correct me if I'm on the date, does that extend to the data in Maple? Does the minister then have access to get whatever data that's collected through the Maple private delivery system?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So yes, the Minister of Health is a custodian for health system data across the whole system. So that would include Maple, virtual care, but it is subject to FIA as a custodian, subject to FIA, so that information is protected, and so it's only aggregate data used for system planning. So there's no, as I said yesterday, there's no ability without consent an informed consent for me to be able to see there's no need as a custodian of that to do that without consent. So as an MLA, sometimes I have consent to reach in and talk to people on behalf of patients, but as a Minister of Health, I don't have access to records. I'm bound to the regulations and legislation of FIA as well as a custodian.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Another FIA question, although it speaks to mental health, it's really more a FIA question, so it's not, I don't believe, a question for the Minister of Mental Health. The question is, with the rollout of the new program, Universal Medical Care, I'm assuming, is it fair to assume that FIA will apply to that data while those paid for private encounters with psychologists or counselors?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so FIA encompasses personal health information. So it doesn't matter if you're a publicly funded custodian, private, like you're deemed a custodian. And so FIA applies to anybody who holds personal health information. So whether someone's publicly funded or privately funded, the expectations of that custodian is the same. And me as a health minister, you know, there would be aggregate data around utilization perhaps, et cetera. But again, the fear-mongering around reaching into people's records and reading them and all of those things, it's absolutely not on the table. It's not what this is intended for. The role is around system planning. So again, without consent, there's no record that I'm able to look at unless I have express consent from an individual or their substitute decision maker.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I raised the question, certainly not fear-mongering. In the days after that, I was contacted of the news release. I was contacted by about 50 psychologists, and I asked them, were you at the table? But more importantly, I don't know the answers, will FIA apply? Because you're now going to be paid by public funding. And it could just be aggregate data. They were completely surprised and a bit taken back. So it may be something that requires a little bit of further education as part of that rollout. That's why I bring it forward. Moving on to pharmacare, other provinces have entered into agreement with pharmacare. Where is Nova Scotia with an agreement with federal funding or a relationship with the federal government for pharmacare?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as I mentioned on the floor earlier this week, I think in question period, we are in active negotiations. I had an opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with Minister Holland, who's the Federal Minister of Health. We had a discussion about a couple of things, and that certainly was included in our discussion, and then again at Health Ministers meetings the following week. So the departments, the officials in both departments are working at understanding where the opportunities are and where maybe some of the barriers are. It's really important. The money that comes with the bilateral agreements is much appreciated and important, and we recognize that it's for a limited time, and so part of the work that has to also be done is for us to understand the costs, and while it is covered, the sustainability of the program. So that's not to put a damper on it, but it is part of the due diligence. We need to make sure that it is a program that's sustainable moving forward. So those discussions are happening actively now. We do feel that there is an urgency around some of the things that are happening in Ottawa, so those conversations will continue.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Can the minister tell us if there's, on that agreement, are there any deliverables that come from the federal government that the province may agree or disagree with, or is there anything that the province may want to be included that's not in the deliverables from the federal government for a pharmacare agreement?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so we're in active discussions right now, and there's no other information I can disclose.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
If I may, I would like to ask them a specific question. Will IUDs, oral contraceptives, and hormone therapy for gender-affirming care be included, or is...
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I really, again, active negotiations, it's very difficult for me to be able to disclose any of the information. We are working really hard to get the best deal that we can for Nova Scotians, so I really can't share any information about that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I certainly echo the minister's concerns about some sense of urgency given what's going on in Ottawa. Does the minister have, within the best of their ability, a goal and a time frame to get this agreement signed?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So nobody's dragging their feet. We appreciate the situation in Ottawa, and we know that we want to, do the best we can. So it's under active discussions. Can you pass your?
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Look forward, and if there's something we can do to help, that would be great. Kind of a more upbeat and curious question. The Premier's contest to find healthcare ideas that didn't cost money claimed to bring in over 2,000 ideas. How many actionable items came from the 2,000, and how many of those have been implemented?
recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. Thank the member for the question. So I'm just trying to pull the details of the contest back in my head, so I might have to double check a couple of things. But certainly there were over 2,000 submissions from frontline healthcare workers. If memory serves, there was a raffle. So if you put your name in, whether your idea was chosen or not, you were eligible for cash prize, which was really great. And then there were 10 that were chosen, which was always part of the original idea and pitch of the ideas contest. So the first one was a text notification system for appointment reminders. So as you know, we're working with that. The program was tested in beta, and we know that we did have a time difference issue when it was launched, and so that is underway. We do expect that to be, that's being worked on right now. So they're just doing a little bit more testing, so you can expect that one to be completed soon. They want, so the description of the next one, electronic appointment letters, provide patients the option to receive appointment letters by email instead of posted mail. This would save money, reduce no-shows, and missed appointments, and reduce waste. So that's currently being actively worked on. Allow for audiologists to send direct referrals to ears, nose, and throat physician specialists. So instead of making patients go to their primary care provider, their family physician or nurse practitioner to get this done, and so that's actually complete. That was completed in January of 2025. Expand scope of practice for continuing care assistants. So the idea that was pitched was support continuing care assistants to work to their full scope of practice. For example, let them take vitals. This change would reduce the pressure on nurses who can spend that time providing better patient care, and certainly that is part of the scope of work that CCAs would do in long-term care, and that is happening, currently underway. In a variety of practice areas across Nova Scotia Health. Install screens or monitors in all emergency departments that show publicly available wait times, public health information, and other related information about what a patient should expect in the emergency department, and that item is complete. Enable hospital caller ID. Seems so simple, but that was really a tough one to, because there's so many different places that would come up as Nova Scotia Health. And so folks said often it would come up as no caller ID, and the assumption, as all of us make, is that it's a spam call or a telemarketer, et cetera. So that actually was a bit tough, but they got that done in August of 2024. Stop using emergency departments for preoperative blood work. For patients scheduled to have a Monday morning procedure, it creates added pressure in emergency departments. And so this was completed in August of 2024. Online pre-registration for patient in advance of their surgery. So this would allow patients to pre-register online by sending them a link to fill out a form in advance of their surgery or specialist appointment. This will make intake for nurses working in clinics or preoperative settings faster, which is a really great idea. And so we're very close to completion. We expect that by end of fiscal. Registration app for patients. Develop a registration app. Patients enter their information. It generates a QR code. Clerks can then scan this on arrival for their appointment. It would save time, remove data coding errors, and would be linked with the new e-referral initiative. And so that is currently underway, and we're hoping that over the course of the spring this will actually be fully implemented. And allow patients to cancel diagnostic imaging appointments online. So if you book a diagnostic imaging appointment, MRI, ultrasound, etc., you should be able to cancel online, give patients the option to cancel these appointments. And so that action is complete as well. So very successful, really good ideas. But I will say as well, there were ideas from maybe individuals or certain departments that even though they didn't make the short list, folks went on to implement themselves because they generated a lot of discussion in the unit. If they weren't chosen, they spoke with managers, they had discussions about it, and so we know that it actually generated some meaningful change at the front line, and people really were empowered to participate and do that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
For as long as I can remember, in the last 28 years in Nova Scotia, there's there's been a constant tension of people who are seeking out-of-province care, out-of-country care, and sometimes end up spending cash or their GICs in to seek that out. And we've heard some recent examples of that. Is there a process for applying, approval, or adjudication of out-of-province care, out-of-country care, before or after the care has been provided?
So, James. I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So yes, there is a process in the department. So with a referral from a relevant Nova Scotia medical specialist, Nova Scotians may be able to access out-of-province and out-of-country services. If the medically necessary service is not available within Nova Scotia, the potential care pathway and the related requirements are set in the hospital insurance regulations. So out-of-province and out-of-country program is administered on Department of Health and Wellness's behalf by Medavie Blue Cross for several years. So upon receipt of an application, the medical services insurance consultant, which is a physician contracted by Medavie, determines the medical eligibility for coverage, while the Department of Health and Wellness Benefits Eligibility Branch determines if all administrative requirements have been met. So Nova Scotia's requirements for out-of-province and out-of-country pre-approval align with with the other jurisdictions across Canada. But Nova Scotia is unique in offering some financial assistance for travel and accommodations when out-of-province or out-of-country service has been pre-approved. Most other jurisdictions do not provide any travel assistance or the assistance is limited. So under the provincial travel and accommodation cost assistance, coverage would include travel fares, $1,000 round trip, a 12 trip limit annually. Is capped. Personal vehicle, so gas receipt reimbursement. There's also short-term accommodation of $125 a night. That's capped at $1,500 a month. And long-term accommodation of $2,500 a month. So, you know, this program is utilized for a variety of different things. So in 21-22, there were there were 63 people approved for out-of-province care and 12 out-of-country. In 22-23, there were 105 people who received care out-of-province and 13 who received care out-of-country. 23-24, There were 117 people who received care out of the province and 21 individuals who received care out of country. So that's a bit of an overview of the program. So it is important that people have the referral from a relevant Nova Scotian medical specialist. The Nova Scotian may be able to access at a province care, but we need to make sure that it's medically necessary and it's a service that's not available in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
So just so I'm clear, so if I understood, there's a process and the application process is through Medavie as the vendor. If that's, I just want to make sure I understand the right process. And then my question is, who is the official sign off or approval of that? Does Medavie approve of it, or does somebody within the Department of Health or the minister, who gives the final sign-off? Because I realize some of these are expensive, are really high dollar claims. So if Medavie is the process, who has the final signature and approval?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the application, the medical service insurance medical consultant determines if the medical eligibility for coverage. So we want to make sure that it's clinically indicated, and then the Department of Health and Wellness Benefits eligibility branch determines if all administrative requirements have been met. So Department of Health in the end, but we don't do that unilaterally. We want to make sure that that there is a clinical lens applied to the application.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
And if a submission is brought forward, it's reviewed, it's denied, is there an appeal process?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So historically, it has been contact with the patient or the person applying for services, but because of the way things are changing in terms of the number of requests, et cetera, and the different things that people are looking for, we are in the midst of formalizing an appeals, more formal appeals process.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
I have several experiences with patients of this, and one of the frustrations in the past, I can't speak to it recently, is that when a claim was denied and it came through the Minister of Health's office, this again was 4 or 5 years ago, it was claim denied, no reasons provided. And when the patient or their family member reached out and pursued it with phone calls, they wanted to know who made the decision, what evidence was used. They were told that we can't disclose that, or it was just the decision was made, which really was quite unfair because, and the burden was really put on the patient or the caregiver to do the research, to find the location, to find the sources. And when one patient actually discussed that with somebody in the Department of Health, they said, oh, I'd never heard of that. So the burden was very much on the family and the patient to do the literature, do the research review, which requires a high literacy level. So I guess my question to the minister is, whether it's for consideration now, is could the decision actually provide reasons and references as to how the decision is made?
With 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much. So yes, there's been some changes in this past year that explain to people why things have been declined, if they are declined, but a number of people actually do receive care, as the numbers suggested in the note.
I recognize the member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. And if I could ask that when that process is completed and if there's an appeal process, that it's on a website, because it's people tend to be searching as to who to contact, what's the process, and are really looking for a clear pathway. Not to throw away the towel in my last 4 minutes this time, I'm going to start with a new conversation. Is what was the average length of stay in the last fiscal period in hospital in Nova Scotia? And how does that stay compared to any standard or any goal? Big question, but it's a high-level question versus breaking it down to surgical medical. So there are metrics in terms of average length of stay. There's goals, benchmarks, recommendations. Can the minister speak to goals versus real data in terms of average length of stay in the hospital? A hospital in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So yes, there's a number of metrics that are are looked at on a regular basis. So 29.4% of patients in Nova Scotia Health acute care units stayed longer than 28 days, which essentially has been static, although it was reduced a little bit from last year. Also, we measure the length of stays. The ED benchmark for length of stay is now being met about 59% of the time, with a target of 70%. And certainly over the last 5 months, the length of stay in the ED has seen some, that's where we've seen the most improvement. I will also talk a little bit about what's leading to that. So of course we talked about C3. We talked about, I mentioned the accountability framework, but also Safer F. I don't know that we've really talked about Safer F yet. So it's a set of best practices for adult inpatients. Units, and so Safer F really has a focus on improving patient flow, preventing unnecessary waiting, decreasing length of stay, and improving patient outcomes. And so what we know from the implementation, Safer F improves compliance with estimated date of discharge, and it reduces length of stay and reduces actually ALC patients. The Safer F units, because there is a big change management associated with it, have lower acute occupancy by an average of 5%. Safer F units have higher estimated date of discharge compliance by a rate of 3%, and acute Safer F units have fewer long stay patients by just under 1%. So it's really been an effective program. And when you couple that with the Care Coordination Center, it really has had a significant impact. And
Order, please. So the time has expired for the NDP. Next up is the time slot for the Liberals, and I understand it will be the independent member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to give the minister, if she wanted to finish making her
I'll just
remarks.
recognize you, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to offer the minister, I don't know if she wanted to finish her comments from that last question before I started.
I recognize the Minister of,
No, that's okay.
of Health and Wellness.
That's all right. I think I'll have lots of opportunities, so I'll finish the next time.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more question to do with nurses, and Mr. Chair, this actually may not be for the minister, so she'll let me know if this is better directed to another minister, and if so, I do apologize. But the Nova Scotia Nurses Union latest collective agreement settled in June of 2024, and retroactive compensation for NSNU members dated back to 2020. Registered nurses that work outside of the union, any union setting, so non-union settings, they only received 3 months retroactive. So our understanding is that there's legislation in the province for equal pay, like if you do equal work, you should receive equal pay. So a lot of registered nurses were not pleased that they didn't receive the same retro pay as registered nurses doing the same work that are part of the union. So this disparity is particularly concerning, given that all nurses in long-term care, for example, do perform the same work and fulfill the same roles, yet only the NSNU affiliated nurses receive the retro pay. And I'm wondering if this is something the minister could speak to, and would she be willing to advocate for all nurses to be treated fairly for compensation with that regard? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So that really is a question for Labour. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'll certainly direct that there. So some of my questioning earlier on, Mr. Chair, was around nursing vacancy rates, but also in relation to capacity rates and capacity levels in our hospitals, and specifically placing patients in non-traditional patient areas and the concerns around that for patient safety as well as nursing standards being met. I'm wondering if the minister could speak to accreditation in relation to these concerns. So all of our hospitals have to be accredited. And I'm wondering, is this something that the accreditation process looks at, the percentage of patients that are placed in these non-patient bed areas? And in relation to this, does the department have a plan to look at how many acute care beds does Nova Scotia currently have, and how many should we have based on not only our population but the demographics of our population, and I guess in relation to, say, high standards. So a couple of questions in there, but I'm wondering if the minister could respond to those.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So a couple things there. So of course, Accreditation Canada, I don't think would necessarily endorse hallway medicine or hallway care. I also think if they're in hospitals across this province and across this world, they recognize that it's happening. And so what accreditation calls jurisdictions and facilities and organizations to do is really around understanding the population and planning for the future. I don't have the accreditation standards, but you know, I can't imagine that they would endorse it. They also recognize that there has to be system planning done in order to address the current population and healthcare needs. So there is projections. There's a lot of work that's happening around projected trends and population growth. And so as a result of that, we also know that you know, we're going to need upwards of about 600 beds by 2035 in order to support, just in, you know, centrally, in order to support the needs of Nova Scotians. And why central is important is because it is a provincial resource. So when people come to the city from outlying hospitals, they really do need tertiary and quaternary care and have access to specialists and diagnostics that maybe are not available in some more rural sites. So part of the work that's undertaking, we're looking at redevelopments across the province, and I outlined some of those earlier today to look at the growing utilization of healthcare services, also looking at what can be decanted into community. So where are the places that we can safely and respectfully care for individuals? And so one of the projects, as an example, that I'm very fond of, I saw it on a trip to Denmark, was the chemo to go concept. So really, instead of always for certain blood cancers, you can come in and actually get your medication and go. And rather, what the patients that we were able to talk to described is that you actually, instead of sitting there with people, everybody being sick in a room, you actually get your medication and you go out and you live and you cut your grass and you pay your bills and you have lunch with your friends. And so it really, that whole mind shift about that. So really looking at where are the places that we can extend care and normalize care in community is an important issue. So there is future and phases in master planning happening in Central Zone. To look at exactly that. They're looking at the services, looking at disease burden across the province and across different types. There's a variety of information, community profiles. So there's a number of things that are happening, and the stronger and stronger we get with data and the analytics associated with it, the better able we are to plan throughout the province, but also, you know, looking at where the care will be provided and what services should happen where. So there's a lot of people who have more experience with data analytics, collection, those types of things, and then also understanding target population. So we know that 37% of children in Nova Scotia are considered overweight or obese. And we also know that 65% of Nova Scotians aged 12 years of age and older have one or more chronic diseases. So while we also have to plan for people who require the care throughout the system, we have to look at health promotion and prevention activities as well. And so, you know, as we look at that, we all inherit bodies, shapes, and sizes. And it's not really about that, but we know that we live in obesogenic environments. And so what are the things that we can change that help us live healthier lives? How do we gamify things for kids? How do we create movement? So the projections not only tell us about utilization, but they also give us insight into target populations. And Accreditation Canada would say that that is some of the most integral work that you can do in system planning. So that work is also underway, understanding communities, understanding disease burden, understanding ways in which we can work with stakeholders. We have a great program, partnership with Nova Nordisk around Lighthouse, looking at childhood obesity and ways in which we can prevent it. But the outcomes and the initiatives have to be tied to an entrepreneurial or an economic driver, because health is our wealth, and we need a healthy population in order to have a healthy and vibrant and prosperous communities. So lots of work happening in that space. It's probably my favorite part of the job, and really just the fullness of the system and understanding how the system is functioning and the wellness of Nova Scotians is really an important part, not only of Nova Scotia Health, but also of the department.
Quiet, please. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. It is interesting work, for sure. And so the Minister had shared, I believe what she had said was 600 beds by 2035 in Central Zone. And I'm wondering, I have a couple questions, but I'm wondering if this similar kind of work is being done in the other zones throughout the province, so Western, Eastern, and Northern. And if yes, what kind of, would she be able to share? Are there plans underway to add more acute care beds? So, and I'm not sure, does the Minister know like where we stand here in Nova Scotia for the number of acute care beds in relation to what High would recommend for our population and our patient demographic? Where do we stand right now? And also into the future, like do we have enough based on what they say we should have, or are we under? I know we are over capacity, but I also know there's a lot of factors with that. Like even at Cumberland Regional, 12 of our beds are transitional, so they're not acutely ill, medically ill patients. They're transitional beds taking up space in our acute care hospital, and then those are all people waiting for either go back home or waiting for long-term care. So I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to that as far as what is planning being done underway for the other zones, and of course I'm representing Cumberland in Northern Zone. I also have an add-on question to that, and I'm going back again to the patients that are being placed in non-traditional bed areas. This isn't really sustainable, and I've had people come to me concerned about, are we going to be able to meet accreditation standards in the future? Not just our hospital, but all hospitals here in Nova Scotia, based on what's currently happening. So are there plans underway now, knowing that we're consistently between 120 and 140% capacity? Are there plans underway now to somehow magically get us more acute care beds? And I know we have some local people that have shared some good ideas, like we have some conference rooms. Do we really need the conference rooms for meetings that happen once a month? Could those be transitioned into some acute care beds? Because right now we have patients in hallways, end of hallways. In some situations, there's no electrical outlets for beds, as I've already mentioned, and other equipment. So to continue in this way, knowing that we're putting patients at risk and also expecting our nurses to perform in conditions where they have said themselves time and time again they cannot meet standards of practice. I think we have a responsibility as a department, as a government, to make changes, like not wait 10 years. Like we really need changes now. And so I'm wondering, are there any plans underway to try to get more acute care beds where needed, and definitely in Cumberland Regional as urgently as possible?
With 2 minutes and 45 seconds, I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so I think the assumption is always that we need more acute beds, but what we actually, we may need some moving forward, but we actually need beds in long-term care. We need opportunities in community. So it isn't only about acute care. We need to make sure that, as an example, transition to care facilities, there'll be 178 additional beds associated with transitional care, which will free up beds in acute care settings. So it isn't just about acute care beds. We want to, in an ideal world, there would be an occupancy rate of about 90%, which will allow people to move through the hospital freely, but we need to make sure that we have respectful and appropriate care for individuals who are in hospital longer than 28 days. So the work that's happening in seniors and long-term care, it would have been wonderful if that work was started 10 years ago, but it wasn't. So in the last 4 years, we have worked tirelessly to invest in long-term care beds, in home care, things that actually support people in transitioning out of hospital. And I know the Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care will be thrilled to talk about the programs, and certainly the test and try that's happening around the Capable program, making sure that people not only have the things they need like grab bars and ramps, etc. There's a carpenter on that team to make sure that people can transition home, because sometimes that's the biggest barrier, is actually the physical environment. So it's not only about acute care, it's also about prevention. So when we look at target populations, as I said earlier, what are the things that we can do? And as we get more nuanced in our data analytics, how do we work, for an example, with municipalities? And we work with schools, and we say, okay, this is the things that we want to try and really tackle as a community, so that we don't need so much healthcare. So, you know, when we talk about our partnership with Novo Nordisk, they have a huge social component, a social responsibility component, because they say they're always going to be able to make enough medication. That is not their issue. Their issue is around stopping the people who need the medication, right? So really looking from a whole health system approach, what do we do up to and including prenatally with people? How do we move people through the system? Yes, we need acute care beds, but we also need other opportunities for patients to be cared for in the right place at the right time. So, as I said, this is a very exciting time in healthcare, looking at new models of care. Safer F has really had an impact in terms of people staying. We have early mobility teams in hospitals, keeping people on their feet, keeping them conditioned, making sure that they are fit to go home after an acute stay in the hospital. So,
order. The time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
All those in favor, say aye. Contrary minded? The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. We will go to recess, and we will return around 4 p.m.
Order. The Committee of the Whole on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met, has made some progress, and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the House sit on Monday, February 26, 2025, between the hours of 3 p.m. and 10 p.m.
There has been a motion for the host to sit on Monday, February 24th from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Would you please call Resolution 5?
Resolution 5. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I recall, I was regaling the legislature with my comments on Resolution 5, and I had mentioned while I was making my comments that I was going to move an amendment. And so, without further ado, I would like to move that amendment. So we do have change sheets for the benefit of the members. I'm wondering if while I read the amendment, perhaps the change sheets could be passed out. And this is change sheet NDP 1, and it reads as follows. Amendment to Resolution 5, amending the rules and forms of procedure of the House of Assembly. Section 5 of the resolution is amended by deleting proposed Rule 27A and renumbering 27B as 27A. And so someone else has to pop up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to this amendment here, it's amended by deleting proposed Rule 27A and renumbering 27B as 27A. So it's essentially crossing out what was being said initially. I wanted to bring the members' attention to just a few things when we think about what this means. The members spoke so well last evening. My member from Dartmouth North spoke extremely well last evening about changing the rules and why we changed the rules and why this is something that we need to make sure that we uphold here in the House, and making sure that that rule isn't changed. Because, you know, amendments are really important. Being able to put forward amendments to help with ideas and thoughts, to give recommendations, to be able to put forward information that might have been missed, because none of us in this room are perfect. To be able to speak to, you know, some of the things that Nova Scotians may be asking or saying that they want to put forward as an amendment. But when we take away these things or these opportunities, it takes away the voices of Nova Scotians. And that was something that we heard ringing true last evening about how we are here to represent Nova Scotians, and our role is to be their voice here in this House, because this is the people's House. So I believe that the amendment speaks for itself. It just crosses out exactly what the proposed resolution is saying, because first and foremost, we don't have any explanation or clarity on why this resolution is put forward. We have no idea or understanding of why this resolution is put forward, which is why it's so important for us to revert back to the original clause. So in saying this, I have a number of things that, you know, we could be putting forward that would make so much more sense if we're thinking about changing the rules. Because, you know, This is also a part of what this amendment is saying. Why would we need to do that? Why would we need to do such to change the rules so that we are not able to put forward information, speak those voices in the House, and as well have a robust debate on the things that are important to Nova Scotians? The member last evening from Dartmouth North mentioned about, imagine what we could be putting forward. Imagine what types of things could be in a resolution. Imagine what we could be talking about here in this House that is a priority for Nova Scotians. Positivity questions like, how about this? What if? Yes, and that's our favorite, actually, yes, and. And this is an opportunity for us to propose our ideas to make things better without limiting our abilities. So, as opposition, that's all that I know is being opposition, which I'm super grateful for, and I absolutely love my job. As opposition, we have so many tools in the tool belt. And this is one of those tools. Think about this. Would you send a carpenter to a job site without its tool belt? Would you ask them to fix something without the necessary tools to do that work? How could they do that work? How would they be able to build? How would they be able to hammer a nail into the piece of board if they don't have the tools in their tool belt? So, I'm asking members in this House to really think about what it is we're asking for. We haven't learned anything about why these changes are coming forward. No one has said what this is for. And I'm just speaking to all members in this House because some of us are new to this position. And I was once new in my last election, and I had lots of questions. I'm fortunate to have, an amazing team that actually answers questions and informs me and keeps me in the know. But some folks may not know that you have a majority. It's been talked about multiple times in this House, but I don't know if you know what that means. And I've said this before when there was a majority last time, that when voting time comes, guess who wins? Guess who passes the bills? Guess who actually can move things forward? So it's really kind of interesting to see a resolution like this being put forward without any clarity and with an actual majority to do this without putting it to the floor. So, like I said, these things are really important. And amongst these things, a part of this resolution is that we would just cross out the fact that there wouldn't be a time allotment. There wouldn't be, the debate silence. There wouldn't be, these other pieces to that. It would nix out that part. And I think when we think about what our role here is in this House, is to speak for the people of our riding, but more importantly, for all Nova Scotians. And that is not what we're seeing here in this House. That is, the resolution, and this in particular resolution, doesn't speak to anything that can help Nova Scotians. It doesn't speak to the priorities of any of the Nova Scotians in our province. Actually, we could be putting forward a resolution to basically talk about eradicating poverty. I don't see that. We could put a resolution forward talking about affordable housing and housing as a human right. We don't see that. What we see is a resolution putting forward about changing rules that you don't need to change because you have a supermajority and your vote will make you win regardless. So it's actually like my member from Dartmouth North was saying last night, it's like, it's really, really strange to see a resolution put forward that will change rules when you already are going to win. What do you gain from this? And then two, I'm going to get back to, it takes away our opportunity to participate in the bill-making process, which is a privilege, which is why we're here. As a member of this House, we all have a privilege. And I take my privilege very seriously because if you don't already know, I don't always have these privileges. And I understand what this looks like to be able to be in a position like this. And we have a privilege and an honor and actually a duty to Nova Scotians to do the right thing for them. And when we change rules without any clarity, without any information, without any consultation, without any of these things that could be done collaboratively, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So just like everything that comes forward, we're seeing no consultation, no access, no preview, no recommendations, no reasoning, because I don't see a reasoning behind this. And I say this because I just want folks to think about this. So how come this is just now coming forward? What is the reasoning? I mentioned that earlier. What's the logic? Think about it. If we were at a hockey game, or better yet, a basketball game, because I love basketball, what do you think would happen if partway into the game, the referee changes the rules, doesn't tell anyone, doesn't tell the players, doesn't tell the coaches, definitely doesn't tell the fans, and you got to tell the fans things at a basketball game, because if you don't, things can happen. And I've seen it firsthand. It expects folks to just play the game as usual. Actually, I don't know about you, just imagine that. Imagine what would happen, because I know there's a lot of athletes in this room. If we were playing something and doing something, and all of a sudden the rules change for no reason, no apparent reason, and it's actually like really like unclear, how do you think that would end up? Tell me all about it. Because it would be something about where we would have robust discussion about it, absolute discussion, very firm reasonings why things would be not appropriate, and we would actually probably have a chaotic situation, which is, I know, and I only say this because I respect the democratic rules. I respect democracy, and I respect the role that I have as a legislative member, and I hold it high, because not every day someone like myself sits in these seats. So I understand that this is something that's very serious, and we need to start taking our role and our job here in this House very serious. And some people may laugh and think it's not a big deal, but when you change rules without clarity, context, reasoning, anything like that, you're gonna get questions. You're gonna have criticism. People are gonna ask questions about what's happening, why do we need to do this? And yet we haven't heard any reasoning why things need to be changed, which is really important, why we want to change it back. Because we think that what has been put forward in the resolution is not necessary to be done. Because as we know, like everything else in this resolution, the government already has the power to vote against everything that is put forward. The government has the power. I don't know if anybody knows this. Is just, just a spark in my head right now. There's like a flash saying, guess what? You have 43 members. There will be a vote. Each of you will get to have a say about that. Everyone in this House will vote. And I don't know if you know this by now, because I just said it, but I have to repeat myself, because it blows my mind to think that we would change the rules midway when you already are going to win. This is just us going through the motions and using our democratic process, which is our right as members to speak for the people of Nova Scotia, specifically the constituents in which we represent. So when I say that clarity is necessary, things that we need to think about is, why are we doing this? What is the purpose? And why are we going to vote on this? Because at the end of the day, it's not necessary. So I just want to say this one last piece before, I move on to other things. I just want to say that, as elected officials, we should take our jobs very serious. And I mentioned that earlier. But I mean, I can't stress it enough, because there's a lot of new members in here that are not going to get the opportunity to do the right thing and do the work that's necessary, because this is not how government is supposed to run. We're not supposed to change the rules midway. We're not supposed to be ramming through legislation as if we're in a race when you're going to win. And we have a duty to protect democracy. We are in Province House. We are in the first as my colleague said, responsible government place, which is in Nova Scotia, the birthplace of democracy in Canada. And yet we are changing rules that don't make sense to do, and yet we want to be upheld and looked to. I think it's really actually very, very, very disheartening to see this again. And I just want to say that, like, it's strange that we want to dismantle the rules of order in this House to fit the needs, their needs, not the needs of Nova Scotians, but yet we can't put forward a resolution, or sorry, the government can't put forward a resolution to help Nova Scotians. The government can't put forward things that are actually going to be priorities for Nova Scotians. Like, we come here all the time when we talk about how it's so important for us to be in this House, to debate bills that matter the most for Nova Scotians, and yet we haven't seen anything come forward that makes Nova Scotians' lives better. So I just want to say that I know the host leader in their previous role, I'm actually very surprised to see this put forward by the host leader, because the host leader was like the master of debate. Yeah. And no one in this house can say that they aren't. Because I'm gonna tell you right now.
Order. Just a gentle reminder to speak about the amendment, please, and thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the amendment is about debate, and I want to say that, you know, removing this brings back that opportunity for us to have these conversations here in this House, because the member used to be able to, was the one that showed us a lot about what this looks like and how important it is for us to speak for our constituencies. And as a new member, I was in awe to watch this person stand up and talk about so many amazing things about their constituency that never gets talked about any other time in this House. So I say this because I found it a shock to see that resolution number 5 would come forward, which is why it's so important for us to go through this amendment. Section 5 of the resolution is amended by deleting it, proposed Rule 27A, and renumbering 27B as 27A, which brings it back to the original state. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise and say a few words to this amendment, and I think it's important to bring us back to what this amendment does. As my colleagues have said, these rules, these sweeping changes of the rules, which I know one of the new members said things change, things don't change that often, that dramatically in the way we do business in this House and the way we have done business in this House for a couple hundred years. These are dramatic, draconian, I would say, changes to the way we do business in this House. Yes. And for the new members, whether or not they believe that that is the case, I am telling them that that is the case. And if you are not hearing that from your staff, they are not telling you the truth. What this amendment does is it limits debate. It means that the government House leader can stand up on a contentious bill like, say, Bill 1, which I have never in my political lifetime received as much correspondence on a piece of legislation from every corner of this province as I've had about this bill. And if this resolution passes before Bill 1 is introduced, it's well within the purview of the government House leader to say, I move that we allot 1 hour of debate on second reading of Bill 2. That's what this provision does. I move that we allot 1 hour of debate in Committee of the Whole House on bills where amendments could be brought. So not only have we seen a slew of legislation this session consolidating power in the hands of an already powerful government, limiting debate, limiting dissent, but the very rules will ensure that that passes without debate. What is this government afraid of? It's a real question. What is this government afraid of? I sat in this chamber through the last Liberal government, and they were just as proud of themselves as this government is proud of themselves, and they clapped and they stomped, and they were just as happy. And in their first term, you really did. And in their first term, they did something similar to this. Their House leader decided to make big changes to the rules, decided that they could change the sitting hours without any consultation. I don't want to give anyone any ideas about sitting hours, but in their second term, Madam Speaker, after the acrimony and protest and challenge and vitriol and toxicity that was present in this chamber, they decided to do things differently. They appointed a new House leader. And you know what the House leaders would do? I was one of them. They would sit down on a Monday morning and talk about how business was going to come through the week. It wasn't a legislative calendar, which is what we need. It wasn't certainty in the way that we should have it in this House for Nova Scotians. It wasn't a functional committee structure, but it provided certainty to the members and their constituents about the business that would move through this House, and it allowed for those voices to be heard. And we would have conversations like, this bill seems pretty easy, we can probably get through it in an afternoon, right? Right. You guys are going to be really mad about this bill, we better leave a few days, right? Right. Well, we're probably going to call extended hours. Fair enough, we get it. We can do that. We're grown-ups. Yeah. You won. Congrats. With great power comes great responsibility, as someone in this chamber likes to say. So be responsible. Run this government like it's a parliamentary democracy, not like it's your own rubber stamp factory. The last week has seen the most contentious slate of legislation that this government did not campaign on, that Nova Scotians were not made aware of, that consultation was not done on in generations. Yeah. And that's okay. You're allowed to do that because you have a majority government, and this government can bring whatever legislation they want. That's how democracy works. And you know what? This government will be able to pass that legislation if at the end of the day they decide that that's the best thing to do. None of this is necessary. What these rule changes are designed to do is to stifle debate on controversial legislation that this government wants to bring. And so my message to this government is, if you stand behind your platform, if you're putting the yes in Nova Scotia or whatever your smear campaigns that you're sending out to your constituents say, I retract that, I retract that. So if you are just trying to get things done for the best possible future for this province, and I really believe we're all here to do that. I believe that every single person who got elected in this chamber is here to make a difference for their community. I do. I really disagree with the way that we want to get that done, but I believe that that's what you're all here to do. And if that's true, then stand behind your policies. Stand behind your legislation. Get up and tell us why it's the best thing for Nova Scotians. And you know what? If it takes an extra week to do that, that's okay. Use that time to educate Nova Scotians, to educate us. We get a bill briefing 30 minutes before a bill is dropped on the floor of this House, if we're lucky. Yeah. We don't have the staff that government has. We don't have the resources that government has. We have to read hundreds of pages of legislation and then be able to talk about it 2 hours later. And then 5 days later, and it's the law of the land. That in itself is outlandish. And this bill makes it worse. Why? I want someone from this government to stand up and tell us why they need to limit debate in this House when they have a majority and can pass any legislation that they want. And I want to remind the members that this is not a change that only impacts this session. These changes last until someone can undo them. These changes fundamentally alter our democracy. I know many of you feel like that's hyperbole. It isn't. No. It isn't. We can't debate legislation if the government House Leader decides we shouldn't. Tell me how that's democratic, Madam Speaker.
Shame.
So I support this amendment. The resolution is going to pass. I am fairly certain that the government members are going to vote for it, but here's an opportunity to make it a little bit better. Here's an opportunity to stand up and say, my constituents deserve to know what we're doing in this House, and they deserve a government who stands behind the legislation that they put forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise and speak a little bit about this amendment and right off the hop say that we are not going to be supporting this amendment, that's for sure. And I'll respond a little bit to some comments from the opposition when I say the reason that we're doing these amendments is to mainly bring us back in line with other jurisdictions in Canada. If you listened only to what the opposition was saying, you would think that we're power-hungry monsters and all we want to do is have control of everything. But the members opposite, the members adjacent, might be interested to learn that this is a standard form of parliamentary process called time allocation. It is currently employed in the House of Commons. It is also used in the jurisdictions of Ontario, Alberta, Quebec, and even more interestingly, it's also employed in Manitoba and in the province of British Columbia. So curious that the draconian measures that we're accused of employing here in this House are used in multiple jurisdictions across the country. In fact, I have copies of the BC rules of forms, and I can compare that to the entire resolution that we're putting forward, and I will table that for the benefit of the other members who might not be versed in BC's rules. Another rule is closure. It's also contained in the standing orders in BC, as I said, and I really just want to say that this is not groundbreaking. This is not revolutionary. We didn't sit in a corner and make these things up. We are looking at this through a lens of continuous improvement and streamlining the process. We are in line with other jurisdictions in Canada, and that's all I have to say on this for now. I may speak later on the main aspect of the resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the amendment. Questions have been posed by previous speakers in support of the amendment, wondering why. This is the first we've heard of a rationale, and being fair to the previous speaker, it sounds like the rationale is we want to be like some other places. What's lacking from that argument, Speaker, is what positive impact has derived from the adoption of these measures in other places. There are 10 provinces in Canada and 3 territories. each of which operates a legislature. We're talking about less than half of those. I'd be interested to peruse the origin story of these changes and procedures in other provinces. At face value, legislatures in Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta are governed by parties who have been excoriated by political scientists, journalists, and their own citizenry for being autocratic, non-democratic, non-transparent, and heavy-handed in their doings. BC and Manitoba may presently be represented by governments of a new Democratic Party stripe, but I don't think I have to tell too many members of this House that those governments are very new and were preceded by extended terms by governments who bore the same criticisms of the governments of Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta that I've just outlined. So, could we potentially take instruction from other jurisdictions and their practices, where those practices demonstrably result in enhancement to the democratic process? Sure. That's a conversation I think is worth having. But we're talking about adopting measures in 5 provinces where democracy has been compromised by changes like this and the leaders who enacted them. Why would we follow the lead of jurisdictions whose democracies have been diminished by these changes?
Yeah.
Founded on criticisms and rationales similar to the ones that have been put forward by members of the opposition supporting this amendment. It strains all reason to consider that we should do something that doesn't work for the people and doesn't work for democracy because other people did it elsewhere.
Yeah, shame.
Speaker, I have lots of friends who do things in their intimate relationships that aggravate their partners. I am slow to adopt those habits in my intimate relationship for the long-term health, longevity, and harmony of my own relationship. If we were to take this resolution at face value, we weren't provided with notice. No one approached our caucus to say, hey, here's what we're thinking. This is why we're putting it forward. Nothing precluded the government's House leader from relaying a rationale through conversation outside of the chamber to let us know, hey, we're thinking about this. Here's why we're thinking that. We'd appreciate your support. That didn't happen here. This was dropped in the House out of the blue without warning. And so that leaves this caucus and the opposition in position of having to read some tea leaves. What could this possibly mean? So if we look at this purely on face value, well, we want to consider a change to process. If we want to take the emotion out of it, this is merely a change to process. Okay, let's sit with that question for a minute. Some questions really worth asking there. So we have a process. Should we change it? What are some of the qualifying questions we should all weigh in consideration of such a change? It seems the first one that's reasonable to entertain goes a little something like, does the process as it stands frustrate the greater good? If the answer to the question are resoundingly yes, it seems to me there would be reasonable impetus to consider such a change. Why would we continue to operate as a House in a manner that frustrates the collective ability of the House to put forward legislation that does good for all of the people that we represent in every constituency across party lines? It would make no sense for any party to support an approach that frustrates the ability of the House to achieve the common good. Supplemental to that question, What examples do we have that demonstrate in an overt way that the greater good is frustrated by the current process? Do any exist? And Madam Speaker, I have a hard time finding one. As a matter of fact, when I ponder this question, I look to our recent history as instructive on this question. Bear with me for a moment. I didn't have an opportunity to print this. In March of 2022, during the COVID-19 pandemic, a situation arose when Nova Scotia's Doctor of Public Health, the much beloved Dr. Strang, because of the tension over vaccination and a number of other public health measures, Dr. Strang became the target of protests that pushed the boundaries of reasonable freedom of expression. I'll go so far as to say is that protest smashed through the barrier of reasonable and entered the territory of near insanity. It ceased to be civil, it ceased to be respectful, and it posed an imminent threat to the safety and life of Dr. Strang and his family in their home. He was a critical leader for our province at a critical time. And we would have been in a very, very bad way had anything happened to him, had the individuals who had designs on protesting in his home actually injured or harmed him and precluded him from fulfilling his duties to the people of Nova Scotia. So, we have a legislative process. We have to introduce a bill. If we want to amend legislation, we have to introduce it on first reading. It has to come back for second reading. Therefore, it should go to law amendments. Then it should come back to third reading. Oh my God, we got to go through all these steps, and we need this done right now. This law needs to change because it's good for the people of Nova Scotia. The then Minister of Justice sits in the back row across the way, approached the leaders of then the official opposition and the NDP caucus and said, we would like you to work with us to get this through with all due haste. We recognize that normally there would be first reading, second reading, law amendments, committee of the whole, third reading, and then a vote. We need to move faster than that because this matters right here, right now, for all the people of Nova Scotia. Guess what happened? The opposition didn't filibuster. It didn't stand on principle. It didn't use arcane rules in our little green book to frustrate the passage of legislation that demonstrated an immediate public good. As a matter of fact, both House leaders for the opposition and the NDP caucus agreed at the time that the passage of this legislation warranted mutual bypassing or sort of speeding through steps that normally we would take more deliberately in the public interest. And that amendment to that legislation created safety bubbles, not only for Dr. Strang, but for any healthcare worker doing essential work to protect the people of Nova Scotia. So I ask again, does the process as currently constituted frustrate the greater good?
No.
The answer, Madam Speaker, so far as I can tell, is no. This does not meet the test that tells us that we should change the rule. There are other questions that we move on to. We hear words like efficiency and streamlining, as if this were a manufacturing process that frustrates the production of high-quality widgets that are of essential interest to the people in Nova Scotia.
Right?
This is not that.
Yeah.
Follow-up question. Is a simpler process a truly better one? Madam Speaker, will come as no surprise to members in this House, based on comments made by government side members, that I am formerly the head of the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. My background as a unionist is a matter of record. It's actually in Hansard a few times, as I recall. And I'm going to borrow from that sphere for a moment. Workers who are not represented by a union enter into contract with an employer when they agree to go to work. Can you work out an agreement directly with the employer as an individual employee? Sure you can. Nova Scotia, that's legal. However, Madam Speaker, that simple process of, hey, I want a job. Hey, I have one. Hey, how much do you want to pay me? Shake, get on with the work. It's not always a fair proposition. An employer has power that a worker does not. There is an inherent power imbalance in that relationship. It's one of the reasons why in Canada, one of our charter freedoms, which is sacrosanct, no different from freedom of expression, freedom of worship, freedom of movement within the country, is the freedom of association for workers to unionize. And so unionized workers negotiate their salaries and working conditions in a far less simple way for a very good reason. Collective bargaining is a constitutionally protected process in this province. We have had cause to witness, and we've witnessed on multiple occasions, former governments in this House pass illegal, unconstitutional, mean-spirited, vindictive legislation to erode the ability of Nova Scotian workers to negotiate a fair deal.
Shame.
Collective bargaining is not a simple process, and that's by design. This House has passed legislation which empowers workers and the employer to be able to enter into a multi-step, multifaceted process designed to give both sides pause, an opportunity to interject, and to draw attention to inadequacies in the position of the other side. And arrive at mutually beneficial terms in reaching an agreement. I ask the question, is a simpler process necessarily a better one? In certain circumstances, sure. But in this case, Madam Speaker, this is the people's house. The business that we do here has profound impact on people in every corner of this province. And this work cannot and should not be taken lightly or done quickly or rushed to judgment on. Simplifying a process that cuts out debate, that cuts out opportunity to hear a plurality of perspective, robs even a government as powerful as this one, with its 43 seats, hey, of the opportunity to hear input necessary to put forward legislation that makes it happen for the people of Nova Scotia in ways that are good for the people of Nova Scotia. This legislation doesn't just infringe on the ability of the opposition to do its work. It robs the government of important perspective necessary to do a responsible job as a majority. I put forward two questions as a test for the question of, should we change this rule? Does the process as it stands frustrate the greater good? The answer, Madam Speaker, is no. Is a simpler process necessarily a better one? In this case, Madam Speaker, the answer is also no. The final test I would pose is this. Is the work of the legislature truly onerous for the members of this House?
No. No.
Does the process as currently constituted result in ridiculous numbers of days of sitting in administrivia and frustration?
We can only wish.
It's a fair question. Madam Speaker, when we look, I'm glad to hear a previous speaker for the government allude to the practices of legislatures elsewhere in Canada. Interestingly, the legislatures of BC, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta all sit a significant number of days more than we do. Interestingly, multiple of those provinces have mandated sittings. Interestingly, this supermajority isn't proposing those measures. Interestingly, this supermajority is not proposing measures to bring us in line with leading practices in legislatures in other jurisdictions. It strains all reason to sit here and consider the question of whether or not the process as currently constituted imposes an onerous workload on the members of this House in their service to the people of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, each of us went through a process where we sought a nomination to put our name on a ballot and hopefully to come here and represent our constituents in this House. Are any of us surprised at the burden we take on, having been successfully elected? Madam Speaker, I'd suggest any member that's shocked by the workload of this role needs to take less sleeping medication. This House sits the fewest days of any legislature in the country. We do less business than any other legislature in the country. I'm going to go a completely different direction and use the same statistic through a different lens. Madam Speaker, this government operates a legislature that sits the fewest number of days a year, and I'm sure that we've heard them talk about all of the things that they've done and their incredible record and how everything is wonderful. Madam Speaker, based on their own words, based on their own comments, this is arguably the most efficient House in the entire country.
Yeah, that's what they say.
We achieve the greatest things in the fewest number of days. How can this House and these rules be so ridiculously overbearing that they need to be trimmed so drastically?
Right.
Speaker, it will also come as no surprise to members of this House that my background is as a classroom teacher. I spent most of my adult life teaching high school English.
I love it.
I realize not everybody loves this subject matter, but it's my passion, and I've loved the opportunity to teach students about literature, about novels, about poetry, about critical analysis. And so that means, Speaker, that part of my job is to teach students who are on the cusp of adulthood, how do we think critically?
Yes.
How do we do complex things like literary analysis and write essays? And a big part of what I teach my students is let's take this big, intimidating process and let's break it into pieces we can wrap our heads around so that we understand the relationship of these smaller pieces on the journey to a final destination. This resolution seeks to constrain or limit the steps involved in the legislative process, to speed and rush through or skip over, with limited consultation by the House Leader. So let's look at what's involved here. First reading. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled. That's not a whole lot of time. What is the purpose of this? The purpose is to make sure that the other parties in the House get a copy and they can have a look at it and prepare their remarks for debate. Second reading. This is our opportunity, Madam Speaker, to do things like question intent, identify the problem that the legislation seeks to resolve, to pose questions about the potential impact of the legislation or the intended impact of the legislation, and to reasonably project what outcomes of this legislation might be, not only for this House, but for the people of Nova Scotia and the sectors and the people that the legislation concerns. It's an opportunity for us to process initial impressions in debate. That doesn't sound very threatening to me, Madam Speaker. It sounds healthy. And it sets the table for legislation where it's warranted to be referred for further input by the law amendments process. After which legislation comes back here for third reading when we move into committee of the whole. And having input from a variety of sources and perspectives through debate, having access to input, often expert, from stakeholders in community through law amendments, we get to come back and look at whether or not this law needs to be written this way to achieve this goal. And through sober second thought, we have the opportunity to make changes that are necessary so that we don't pass legislation with the best of intention that creates potholes for the people of Nova Scotia to live with.
Right.
These are not steps to be skirted past quickly for the sake of convenience. They exist for good reason. They exist so that all of us together, majority or opposition, can make good legislation.
Yes.
They exist so that we don't make mistakes that are impossible to fix unless we call this House back and we do the whole song and dance again. Yeah. It's better to do the job right the first time than to fix it 3 times because you rushed through it and got it wrong. Madam Speaker, sincerely as I can put it, the concern I have about this amendment or about this resolution without the amendment is that it exposes us to that very risk. That we will move with far too great a haste, far too fast, and we're going to fall off a cliff. And we'll create problems that we'll have to fix later on. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, the problem with laws is that the impact of the laws that we make isn't small.
That's right.
It has life-changing, life-altering impacts for Nova Scotians. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, the problems with legislation that are unintended as they come to light are shocking for us and give us cause to come back to this House and make changes to remedy our oversight or our lack of perspective. Madam Speaker, I urge the members of the government to consider whether or not this resolution is necessary to achieve its legislative agenda. It has the capacity to set the legislative agenda, to set the hours that we sit. It controls committees, chairs the vast majority of them, and it has the numbers to pass legislation as it sees fit, as is its right according to the wishes of the people of Nova Scotia. But I caution this government. One of the most important lessons my family's passed down to me is this: certain things in life show you who people really are. Somebody drinks too much, it accents their innate personality. But the most powerful revealer of character is power. There's no question, Madam Speaker, that this government has been given an awesome responsibility by the people of Nova Scotia. That's not in dispute. I respect that, as does the official opposition. But it begs the question, how do you want to use your power? Is this it?
Order. We have order. We have reached the time of adjournment. We stand adjourned until Monday, February 24th, from the hours of 3 p.m. to 10 p.m.